Hello everybody and welcome to the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. We are live here in Alicante, Spain to bring you the finale of what has been an amazing set 16 and crown a world champion for the set. My name is Nekra and I'm so excited to be here alongside some of my greatest friends. We've got Makes and Clement, as well as Panda and CLE, who are going to be talking through the action this weekend. And it's going to be such an amazing time. I mean, how are you guys feeling? We're back for another Tac Crown.
I'm incredibly excited. We have just been getting bigger and better. 100 champions, thousands of competitors, but now it's time to see who will last the test of time, because there's only 40 tacticians here and one crown for it all.
And not only that, this is considered one of the best sets to ever exist in the history of Teamfight Tactics. So more than ever, everybody wants this crown in particular. I mean, you can claim you bested the 100 champion set.
I mean, the set is hard, and I feel like it has just been such an astounding one to watch evolve as we have played the set over the past couple of months. But this really is where our tacticians are going to have to put their mental to the test. It's a 3-day event, and at the end of it all, we are going to crown a world champion for Lore and Legends. But today is just day number 1. We're going to have 6 games. Our competitors will earn points based on their placement within these games. Points are very simple. You go first, you get 8 points. And if you go 8th, you only get 1. By the end of the day, we're going to tally up the scores, and the bottom 8 players will be eliminated. While our players are playing for points and glory, we want you viewers to play along with us. That's right, Pick'ems powered by AWS are back, and they are only open until we start the first game of the day. So make sure you head over there, see what's at stake for yourself, and get your predictions in before we lock in for that first game. If you need some help, well, we've got our experts to tell you a little bit more about that. So, CLE, what you got for us?
Oh, I've got plenty, because these pick'ems are extremely important because there's so much on the line. Not only bragging rights, there's chibis, there's treasure tokens, all of the greatest things that you can get in TFT will be provided through this opportunity. And so I want to give you guys some of the best tips when it comes to your pick'ems, specifically looking at our crystal ball, the very first category on our pick'ems presented by AWS. And I want to start with our regional finals champions. These are the people that won the most recent tournament from Americas, from APAC, from EMEA, and from CN, both their JOC and their TOC circuits. And these are some obvious choices. They're players that performed quite well, but I want to play a little game. And this game is going to show you some stats, a little bit of, a little bit of history about these players. And I think, specifically, chat, I want you to play along, but the desk, I want to see if you guys know who I'm talking about.
All right.
And so let's take a look at our first competitor that I'm going to say is someone that you should consider for your crystal ball. Let's take a look at some of these stats real quick. This player has been to 2 Tacticians crowns before this. They have a 5.13 AVP in the most recent regional finals, but in their career, sub 4 AVP. Ooh. Necro, who do you think this is? Any guesses?
I want to say that since they have so many Tactician's Crown appearances, I feel like this has to be a player from APAC.
Okay. Makes?
I was leaning that way too. Like, my instant inclination was like Ironbach, AQ1H, like that kind of.
Okay. Clement.
So I think the biggest tell is that he's a very elite player, but he did not do well at regionals. So I'm thinking someone who already qualified before in one of the TPCs. If I had to guess, I'm trying to think who that might be. I'm leaning a little bit towards Darth Nub.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
Well, let's reveal who this player is. It is actually from CN, Li Tuquan. He is someone coming into this that is at the elite tier of CN. He's someone that has, his regional finals performance was the worst performance he's had in 3 sets. And so coming into this, obviously a bad performance, but somebody that you need to keep your eye on to possibly win this thing. I've got one more.
Okay,
you ready?
hit us.
Here we go. This player also has 2 Tactician's Crown appearances, had a 3.35 at the regional finals, and just around a 4.0 AVP, but almost 61% top 4 rate.
I got this.
I got
it's
it.
Kambuli.
You think so?
Yes.
Is it Kambuli?
It's the ears. The ears are the tell.
What?
I was
Tell
going to
from your
say.
shadows?
No. There were two dead giveaways. One was the picture.
Yep.
Because I have looked at this picture so many times on the Americas broadcast. But the second one is the fact that Kambuli is one of the best performing players in the Americas of all time. He has one of the best domestic career averages, and that is reflected right here.
And an amazing regional finals. He was the highest point earner in the final lobby, and so Kambuli is feared by many in this competition, and he's back for a third time in a row at the Tactician's Crown, so he's someone we want to keep an eye on. Also on our pick'ems is the next category. It's the regional rankings, and specifically, it's been a little dicey over the last few sets, but last set specifically, APAC dominated. They had 6 players in the final lobby, and that's something maybe will put you all the way up to the top for your regional rankings, or you know, you can maybe do something spicy. I would say though, Americas was at the bottom, and I'm telling you, it's not happening again.
Right.
It won't. I
Sure.
promise.
No,
I
sure.
promise. I
Yeah,
promise.
sure. Mhm.
It won't happen again.
You
But
know Brazil is not here to help you this time.
True.
That
That's
is
true.
true, actually.
yeah, that's not. It's fine. It's fine. I promise. The good news is, in this area, we're gonna have something different a little bit on broadcast this time. Behind me are all of the lobbies that are gonna be played, and so we're gonna be able to keep you updated completely about everything that's going to happen, with some sideline reporting between games to keep you up to date and give you everything you need to know. So it's gonna be a great one. We'll let you know if we get any 3-star 5 costs on your pick'ems, and if they're ruined or they're going great. It's great. Anyway, thank you, Desk, for playing along. You guys got 50%. That's pretty good.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, thank you so much, CLE, for the fun mini game, and also for giving us some insight on just a snapshot of the players that will be competing this weekend. We have 40 tacticians that hail from all across the globe from our 4 major competitive TFT regions. You can see how they've been split up, our first seeds, getting into individual lobbies so they don't have to play against each other, and then they got to draft the competitors they wanted to play against for the first 2 games of the day, and this is how it shook out.
Ooh,
Wow.
I have to say that Lobby 1 is looking mighty spicy. Just look at Double and Wajan Iverson. Those 2 players between them have over 14 trips to the Tactician's Crown. I have to say that's the Lobby of Death for me.
I will say there was a teeny tiny bit of drama in specifically Lobby 5, because usually players that seem weak are picked first, and in that second row we find a name that I think not many of us expected to be picked. Elia, right out of the gate, selecting Setsuko into his lobby, and then gets the revenge by Obo AFK picking Li Tu Chuan, and Kaiwing AFK picking YBY1. So I don't know. That lobby is a little bit dicey.
Those are terrible picks. Please show up for your drafting phase.
Yes. It's nice when you get to have a voice and your fate isn't just decided for you. But I think it was always going to be hard to pick, because would you believe that almost half of the competitors that are competing at this Tactician's Crown actually come from 2 major study groups? We know that TFT is a solo game, but sometimes there is a village behind them. And chat, we want you to play along with us with a Twitch poll. Make sure you get your opinions in. But who do you think is going to be the better study group at this event? Is it going to be Cooking Brownies, or is it going to be the Moji group?
And that's a really good question, because between those 2 groups, a little bit of a difference in playstyle has established. I want to say Cooking Brownies has hailed from, of course, the Boom Kitchen. And so there's a little bit of a cook that's going on there that we can't deny. They're playing a lot of reroll in their games, and I might admit that a lot of that comes from the EMEA influx that has joined this group. It's looking a little bit different for the Moji group.
Yeah, I think it really shows what each group thinks about each other by kind of the derogatory names we call each other. You know, the Cooking Brownies, they look at APAC and they see a lot of Fast 9. They call us the Flippy group, because we just flip games and see if we can get there. On the other hand, Moji group, we look at Cooking Brownies, we think they're playing too safe. We call them too humble. You don't have to eat that many fries. You can leave the fries in the back. You know, you can go for something better. And that's going to be the main clash of styles. Higher cap, more Fast 9. On the other hand, more humble, more rerolled TFT.
Okay, but we gotta ask Moji to give us a better name. Cooking Brownies is just so fun, but like Moji group needs a rebrand, I think.
I'm open to suggestions. I'll help you deliver.
Yeah, we'll try to figure that one out. I do quickly want to mention that study groups are really beneficial for players. And even in the past, we've seen study groups kind of spread out into different lobbies and then come back with notes not only on what is everybody else playing and what does the meta look like, but also notes on players in the other lobbies that they think were weak, that are targets, or that they think are strong and you should ideally not contest or get on their comp.
Just putting heads together helps so much in this game. There's so many different lines that you can take. It helps with someone has experience and can actually just share it with the group. It also helps when you're not competing with each other. So that's why we see NA and EMEA together, and then APAC and CN just shaking hands and working together as well.
There's so many elite players amongst these two study groups that I feel like I'm also having a hard time kind of figuring out which one of these groups will actually end up doing better in the Tactician's Crown. But chat, hopefully you were able to get your opinions in, and we will be able to show off a couple more of those Twitch polls throughout the weekend. So just keep tuning in and playing along with us. But I think this also kind of brings up a question of what exactly are these study groups going to be playing this weekend? Over the course of Lore and Legends, we have seen several patches come through to change and reshape the meta and the game that we play. But there was not a patch any bigger than the one that happened a couple weeks ago that completely changed what Lore and Legends TFT looks like. And to break that down, we've got our analyst Panda with a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX to walk you through what you can expect to see this weekend.
Hello everyone, happy to be here to talk about patch 16.7. It's a patch that we've been seeing now for roughly 4 weeks, so it's something that is more about execution than innovation. I think players really have to play to their strengths and execute well. And we're going to look at 3 in particular ways to execute on this patch. 3 playstyles really across this meta. The first of which is loss streak. Key factors to take in mind here: high gold, very low HP, maybe 30 to 50 HP in stage 3. And the goal is going to be win stage 3 to stop bleeding. And how do you do that? You play around early unlock forecast so you get a level 7. Things like Kai'Sa and Rift Herald with Void. Things like Yone for the Ionia comp as well. And then mostly the 3-cost rerolls. So 3-5, level to 7, roll down maybe to 10 gold, try and hit your 2-star Leona, 2-star Darius, and just try and stabilize your game plan. This is something that we're going to see a lot of America's players in particular trying to angle for. Any questions from the class? Clement, please.
Professor Panda,
yes.
If I can't play an early game, can I just skip straight to Fast 9 and go late game?
No, that is not allowed. Thank you for that question, Clement. Moving on, we're going to see the next possible game plan. Standard TFT. You're usually playing around 4 costs. You are trying to roll down on 4-1 or on 4-2 and hit your 2-star 4 costs and win stage 4, especially taxing the greedier players trying to go straight to the past 9 on stage 5. The keys here are low gold, not enough to make it straight to 9 yourself and play for stage 5, and around average HP coming off of a mixed streak. And the comps to look at here are going to be, in particular, Demacia. I think it's the most stable comp in this meta, especially the AP variant. Lissandra for AP as well, and then Warwick and Bel'Veth and the Slayers for AD, with Misfortune being a possibility, with Bilgewater, of course, 7 Bilgewater, getting those Serpents, getting that Tahm Kench, potentially scaling to a very strong comp on stage 5.
Professor Panda?
Yes, Necra?
Where is Veigar?
Veigar is a well-kept secret. There's some players, like Raiko, like YBY1, who love playing this comp. Maybe they can show you how it's done in the game 1 today. But for the final possible game plan, the most exciting, the most fun, the territory of the CN and APAC players. Fast 9, mostly playing around the AP flex with Mel, with Annie, with Silas, of course, and with Ryze as well. The key factors for this kind of game plan: a lot of gold, a lot of HP, usually coming off of maybe a 10 win streak in stages 2 and 3. And the goal is to really sack and trade your HP in stage 4. Ignore the entire stage, essentially let the stable 4-cost players win that, and then come out stronger, come out with a win-out board, things like Baron even if you make it to 10, Tahm Kench if you've scaled that Bilgewater comp as well. Makes, please.
Professor Panda, I think this is a question that many people will relate to. What if I make it to stage 5?
Okay.
I have enough gold, and I roll it all down, and I hit nothing. I whiff completely. What do I do?
I think you should formulate your game plan for the next game, because you are probably doomed and you will be losing to the high rollers. I'm sorry.
No.
Wait, I noticed,
Yes?
Professor Panda, you're missing a category.
What am I missing, Necra,
You're
please?
missing what if, like, I have low HP,
Yes.
and I have low gold. What do I do?
Great question.
Well, we're talking about stage 5 in this slide. And in your question, your scenario, you've unfortunately already been eliminated in 4-1. You are out of the game, and probably you're ending up 40th in tournament. I'm sorry, Necra. Try again next set.
Womp womp.
One final thing that I want to highlight before we move on is all 3 of these slides work in conjunction with each other. The key, I think, that's going to be tested across this weekend is how you're able to analyze your own game plan, where you're spiking in the game, and where others are spiking, and using this information to your advantage to either delay your roll down, to either sack stage 4 as well, go to stage 5 and play for level 9, for example, play for a higher cap. And how that all mixes together, I think, is really the key across this weekend.
Thank you so much, Panda, for breaking that all down for us, and the tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. I'm also getting a big takeaway from this, and that is that there is a high variety of compositions that we should expect to see this weekend. Something that comes with the fact that unlockable champions just got a little bit easier to unlock. While that might be something that we look forward to seeing in game, we also know what you're here for, and that's to see exclusive reveals for the upcoming TFT set, Set 17, name redacted. So if you want to know more, then you're just going to have to keep tuning into our broadcast to find out those little snippets. First one coming up after game number 2. But that's not all. We also have Matt Dunn, one of the set designers for Set 17, here with us in the studio, and we'll get a chance to hear more from Matt when we get a chance to show you more of those exclusive details. So Matt, wave hello to everybody. Hello. We're so excited to have you here and also be able to share those goodies with all of you. We're moments away from being able to get into the first game of the day, but there's a pretty big elephant in the room when it comes to this group of competitors that are about to take the stage. None other than Weijin Iverson and Hwamye. Now, these 2 players are on the precipice of greatness when it comes to cementing their legacy in teamfight tactics. But which one is going to do better this weekend? Well, that's where we want your opinion, chat, with a new Twitch poll that is now open. And we're going to have Mix and Clement do a little bit of a debate here. I want both of you to pick a side. I want you to make your statements and then some rebuttals as to why you think the other player might not make it. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead.
I'll go first with Hwamye. If you are looking for a hero, there is no better choice than the Heart of CN. This is a player that wins S-tier tournaments like no other. Recently, he's just finished the Grand Slam by finally taking home the TOC at CN region, but just look at his accomplishments. He already took down Reckoning Championship back in set 5. He just closed out with the Paris Open in this set, and then finally closed in the regionals and the Asian Cups previously before. He is the quintessential 1st or 8th player, and his greatest strength is his ingenuity. Just think about how he won the Paris Open. He was playing a Void Baron line, but he wanted an even higher camp to just get that checkmate in the bag, so he went for a Luden's Echo and a Mel secondary carry. Those are the outside-of-the-box plays that will get you the championship when it comes to checkmate.
That's right, but there's another player in this field that you cannot cross out when you're talking about this amazing set performance, and that has to be Weijin Iverson. Not only did he win every single TPC Cup this set, which means against the best of the best, he got them all. He qualified 4 ways to this Tactician's crown, and he also has one of the absolute best AVPs we have seen in TFT, sitting there at 3.9 career stats. That's absolutely impeccable. On top of that, Ironclad mental. This guy has gone 8th in the start of a tournament and still came back stronger. He is humble, he knows what he's doing, and he's here to show up.
I just want to say, history only remembers the victor, and the plot armor is on Hwamye's side. If he manages to close this one out at the TAC round, I believe he will have overtaken Milala. Not only has he won the Open and the final event, he also has the regional to boot right here. So you gotta be rooting for a historical event coming up.
Well, historical events here and there, 2 third places on the Tactician's crown are already on the side of Weijin. And last set, he decided to go full-time into TFT competition. So before that, he was still studying. Now, he's locked in entirely, and he's ready to bring it. Didn't make it to the crown last set, here now, and I am so ready for him to take it.
Oh, these are some good arguments. I'm excited to see what chat has thought about this one, because I feel like you are able to make an argument for either one of them to have the greatest set of all time, but only time will tell whether or not they're able to accomplish that. Can you still say it's one of the best sets of all time if they miss out on the Tactician's Crown win?
I would say yes, open and regionals, 3 TPCs, but not enough to overtake Malala.
Exactly,
I think that's the point.
All right, so
if
Malala
you're comparing
stays on
to
top.
Malala, you gotta show up big, right?
Yeah.
We weren't even thinking it would be possible to win the Open and the TAC Crown in one set, and then Malala did it. So
Right.
maybe we'll get
And that was
surprised once
back
again.
in set 10. So the fact that we are here 6 sets later and history could potentially repeat itself. Let's not forget that Malala actually did win a cup. So it wasn't a regional final, but he did actually win a cup in the middle of that set, and I think that's why it also stood out. It wasn't just the bookends of the beginning and the end of the set. He also did actually have a pretty significant tournament win right in the middle. So I don't know. It's really tough to
I also
say.
just think it's the longevity of these players, because they both now have traveled to their 6th TAC Crown. You know, they weren't just a one-hit wonder. I know Malala has still been trying, but he hasn't been able to make it back to the TAC Crown stage. So I feel like this win, overtaking Malala's single best set performance and then going for a historical run, cements them in the GOAT.
Well, what about talking about longevity? I think you gotta talk about one more player that's in the field, and that is Double. There is no other player that I think quite fits that, you know, greatest of all time narrative as Double. If we were to win a second Tactician's Crown, I think that's an easy argument to make. But this is a player who was the OG Tactician's Crown winner back in Galaxies, and he's made every single regional final since then for the history of competitive TFT esports. That is unprecedented. I don't think there's any other player that has accomplished the same thing.
No, I don't think so either. And then, like you mentioned, with those competitions in the regional finals, he also made it to the TAC Crown so many times. This is his 8th time here. There is not many players that can say this. Trust me on that one. And I just love watching Double play. There is something about him where he just always has 1 HP and a plan. You know, a lot of other players, they have 1 HP and a dream. He has a plan. He knows exactly how to use his resources. He's extremely good on the mechanical. He's extremely good on trying to figure out lobby pacing, spot recognition. However, he has been unable to get that win in recent history, so it would mean the world, not only to EMEA, but also to everybody else if he could finally get back on top.
You know, he started your dreams high, and then the drought happened, and now he's going to deliver once again. I love that storyline that Nakes has just brought up, and I will say, from the APAC study group, this is also the player we like to watch the most. He doesn't keep his VODs. Please do. Please, G2, make him keep his VODs open.
Force him.
But there are so many small tournament things that he does that are just so good, and you can't learn anywhere else.
Well, I've got a treat for everybody. According to our Twitch chat poll, 74% of you think that Weishan Iverson is going to be able to do it over Juanmier. And who else do we have in this lobby except for the man of the hour, Weishan Iverson? But this lobby is absolutely stacked. This is the one, Clement, you called out, is the lobby of death. And so this is going to be a tough game to start out the competition for everybody here.
I think you have the 2 Western GOATs right here, Weishan Iverson and Double. I just mean this set, but these 2 players statistically have had the best results over the set 16 period.
I will say there's a lot of very interesting players in this lobby here. I quickly want to shout out Raiko, because Raiko Mastery is not only the first representative of Italy at the Tactician's Crown ever, he also has a little bit of a reputation in the EMEAs. We've been calling him the Magician. I won't tell you more about that just yet, but you might see some exciting things happening on his board we can talk about whenever it happens.
Well, let's get going, everybody. Game number 1 here of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends. And we've got Timo greeting us for this first game.
Oh, man, Timo will unlock some pretty disgusting combos because you can re-roll your augments a little bit further. And the one I have to mention and almost auto-wins games is just going to have to be that World Runes opening into Trade Tree. That one is absolutely disgusting. If you can find it, kind of closes out games really soon, but I do expect these players, if they're hunting for specific combat augments for their comps, if they're hunting for specific emblems, it will allow them to do so much easier.
That's right. That is what they will need to keep in mind here. And I mean, with how the meta has been looking, players are also just very leaning into Econ. It'll be easier to get those augments with Teemo like you're mentioning, so that is something we should keep in mind. Hopping onto Raiko's board, nothing to see here yet. The Magician only takes place after the PvE rounds have concluded, I can tell you that much. But I also quickly want to talk about Milo, because Milo is one of the few players that has been streaming
You're gonna take us back to the
in-game
screen,
thank you
but
for that.
Cora, I'll be in
But
Discord in
also,
just a moment
he's
if you do want
character.
to
I've been seeing
join
him
me on
do
the stream. I
Robin
think I'll
walk
probably just
on
hang out
his
with the ghost stream for a
He
while.
is having
And,
so much fun during those scrims, just talking to his chat while
see
also
what
winning lobbies.
happens
I think this
from
is a player
there.
that's heavily underestimated by the rest of the competition.
Yeah, it's one of the VN Tier 2 players
Move
here,
some
and
stuff
I did want to point out
around.
Raiko is doing something magician-y as he sells his board for extra gold here and only places the Viego onto his board. Viego is actually one of the lesser options. You know, usually it's Caitlyn, Sona, and Kiana that you know can
Good morning,
100%
Domino.
get past this stage. So he does slam an extra item to get the unlock and also make sure that he can get through these PvE rounds as well.
That is right, but here come the augments. So silver augments are
morning.
ready for us. Keep in mind, Teemo, so extra rerolls are bound to be coming in here for our players. Raiko definitely taking part in that rolling.
So we just saw that there is a power-up. We will know that the next augment is not going to be prismatic.
How are you doing this
And
morning?
Raiko Mastery now has an interesting choice. This is one of the most divisive lines about the players. A lot of people
Yup.
do not actually want to go into the Shadow Isle lines. You do have to stack up a little bit early game, and if your
No,
roll down
actually,
doesn't
I
find that
took a
Callista,
meeting
you're in a lot of trouble.
for
It's not
work
typically a line
a
that you
little
want to
bit
go
ago.
into if you are playing from a more loose streak, high econ type of angle.
So I've been up
so
for
juicy when you
since
see
about
that you could
3.
two-star the Viego and you do actually already have the Yorick unlocked. I feel like maybe you want to play something that is going to be
Yeah, not
uncontested
too
in this
bad.
game, knowing that the first augment
But I
is
do have
silver.
my Red Bull with me,
Raiko
so
actually does decide to play it safe.
all you
Go
need.
for max econ. He does not make the Viego 2 and just goes for patience. Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, that is right. We're seeing, of course, with silver, it's expected that there is a lot of generic ones. I'm curious about CSFX's augment. I want to see what exactly we got there. So let's see if we can maybe take something away from this bench.
I just want to say, I'm not contesting tempo because Campy League just made a Yasuo 2-1-2-1. So I'm just like, you know what? Wait a minute. We have a challenger.
Oh my gosh. The Rek'Sai 2 is going to be quite good, especially with those splitter spines, just doing that extra physical damage. I feel like Rek'Sai was one of those champions that I was always very excited to see early on. And Rek'Sai was one of those champions that I was always very excited to see early on. And to have that as a 2-star can carry you through so much of this early game.
We are getting word with the Caretaker's ally.
I almost copied your pick'ems, Cora, with CTG 123, but I went Wei Jin, Huan Mei, and then Kai Wang, because I do think that he might show up.
It's hard not to vote for Wei Jin.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
feel like this is, everyone knows what this game plan is going to be.
I've been singing for CTG all set, so I could not do
flex,
it.
most likely going to a 7 zone board later on.
I'm excited to see it. I mean, in the regional finals, we actually did see a lot of competitors try to re-roll for the Jinx.
I told Rob, I
But
messaged
feel
Robin
like
this
it
morning.
was
I've been
so
like, you better
risky,
win.
given the fact
I've been
that
calling
Jinx
for
is
CTG
quite
1, 2,
difficult
3
to actually get
every
through, so
regionals.
so much
So
for those free cost re-rolls.
needs to come
We've
through.
actually been seeing a trend
Agreed.
I was
that's
wishing him
cropped
good
up
luck.
on the Americas in EMEA, where players were going for the Jinx, but stabilizing on Jinx too, and then just trying to stabilize on
What did
that
you
comp,
do for
playing around the
your
board rather than
3-star,
sending too
5-cost
much econ into
pick'em?
the
I
Jinx
think that we
3,
can
as
see
they were
one a
unable
day.
to get that Sejuani online
I
as
put it.
well.
I feel like I
Of course,
always
the
put
core part
one.
if you're playing around the Freljord.
Because especially when there's like Ishtal cash out, and there's somebody like desperately trying to do something like make it come back, there's always a chance somebody could get it. I feel like it's been 0 every time if I remember, except for 1 year there was 2.
And I do want to mention this.
I don't think it's
line
ever
is
actually
very
been 1,
fast
but I
because
don't
we already
remember.
have 2
I
Rek'Sai
swear
2s
there,
and then a
I
Yasuo
swear there
2
was.
just
Maybe
slicing
it
through
wasn't
everyone's
a
board.
tack crown,
So if
actually.
you're in a middling position on your board strength, it's actually not a great idea.
I also just always
to go
vote for all
into
the
a
NA
strong
players.
contest. We're gonna be taking a look
Yeah.
at how
Sometimes it
everyone's
works,
spot is
sometimes it
landing up so
doesn't.
far.
Oh, and I think
But I
the
believe in
magician
it.
has arrived. If we're looking at this lower third,
Wait,
Raiko
Lil
doing
Bear's
Raiko
using
things,
this
just selling board, making sure
black,
he
this
has the econ while
monochrome
going for an aggressive
little
loss
chonk.
streak.
That's so
And
Oh
cute.
yeah, it looks so
play.
good. I like
Very
the film
interesting play
trail it
here
has.
because
I
Little
didn't
Bear
realize
has
it had
just
that.
made a
Yeah.
Jinx 2. That is going
Wow.
to be.
If I would have known it had that trail, I
is gonna
might have
spike
got
him very
it when
strong.
it was
I'm
in
not
the
sure he has
store.
the items to actually carry that one.
And I love
But if
that
you look
Double
at
is
Win
using
Iverson's spot, that
the
means that some
surprise
of his
party in
avenues are going
Mumu.
to be sealed off.
I'm so sad that I don't
Yeah,
have
that's definitely
it.
a little bit of a contest on
I
that
just have
Jinx
regular
line. Of course,
Amumu.
we've seen Jinx with Son.
Is that an
We've seen
anniversary
Jinx
one,
with
or
Freljord.
was that a
However,
store
the
one you had to
overlying
get?
unit there is that Jinx. So
It
how do you
was
get
just
out
the
of this pickle?
store one when
Well, I
Amumu
think
released.
for
He released
Wajan,
with that
he might be
skin.
looking at more for a verticals online.
I
where he's
don't
just
have that
flexing
one.
around the Warwick, but not trying to. I don't think you're contesting this. It's just too
More
many
Boba
options ahead.
Bears.
So Little Bear will most
Agreed,
likely be
actually.
ending up on the Jinx
I need a
reroll,
matcha.
while
Wait, did they
Wajan
do the
will be going
matcha
straight to
Boba Bear?
level 8.
No, right?
How do you like Singed?
Just a
right
regular
now?
matcha
Because I
blast.
feel like Singed was very hit or miss throughout the set, and a lot of that had to do with
One
just
was
the
in the
randomness
store,
of
I don't
how
remember
he
what it
actually walked
was.
around the board. So where do you think he
Yeah, I
fits
have
now?
I'll give him a
like the
Morello.
finisher
Okay.
matcha
Yeah,
blast.
That's pretty good. Burn the board.
That's all.
Gets into the back line. I think his main use is actually just pulling enemy carries into the middle of the board. That is still part of his trait, which is so.
Oh, the
obnoxious
black and white
and
chunk's
also
still in the
on-brand.
store, but it's RP only.
Well,
That's
good
why I
news
didn't
for
get it.
now, Wajan is going to be playing around those AD items that we often
The red
see
and
slammed
blue
on that Velvet or
minions
that
are
Warwick.
coming into
So
the
I could
rotating
see
shop
him
next.
do something along those lines as well and just utilize
And
the
on the
Son icon if
refresh,
he can
so
get it in there,
I'm gonna
or
pick
even
up one of those, I
think
think.
about potentially reforging it.
First time we're going to take a look at doubles board, and this is probably the most common start that we're going to see. Going into AP flex, going into forecast reroll, not really having a full win or
I've
full
been
streak.
playing
As we heard Panda
double up
explain, this is
this
probably the
weekend,
second
just like,
route, the forecast route.
you know, hanging out.
With the
and I
Nashers,
got
where do you kind of
flapped.
see this
Yippee.
ending up, though?
Nice,
Does it really,
congrats.
Does it really matter? Are you still open to the possibilities of getting something?
I have 0
like
games of double
deluxe,
up, so I don't know
and
how
the
much
Annie,
LP
or
worth.
what do you see?
I think just any of them.
It
You
was
can play
still
around
pretty hard
Lysandra. If you get there, you can play around the
to
Mel
keep
with
going,
it
'cause,
as
like,
well. So right now,
as we
Nashor is
were
just a
going into
really
play,
good
we were
generic
just
item
getting
to slam if you're open
all,
to this AP line. I think all of our players will be
3 other
looking for
teams
that,
were all
unless they
dying
get
in the
too
same
many VF
round.
swords to
It'd be
Yeah.
just
have
like
that
4
effort
to
open
2 to
them.
1,
Another
or
fan
actually
favorite
just
Shojin, as we see
everyone's
here
dead.
on the side of Milo.
That's
As
what I
well as
remember
very generic.
watch
If you
or
have
like when I
those
played a little
components,
bit of it
you might
before.
as
That
well
it's just like
stack.
everyone dies
And
within the
Milo
same
doesn't
turns,
get
and it's
away
just
with
like
it. He was
it's
playing
just
a
so much
full
RNG
one-star board,
matchmaking.
And Wajan says, "No, I'm not letting this 5 streak. This is not getting past me, buddy." Slams it down, and that is going to be a pretty hard econ loss coming in for Milo. He's going to be missing out on that 3 extra interest gold.
That's right. We do just hop across our boards.
Does
and
anyone get
check
eliminated
this
today, or does
map.
everyone move on
And
tomorrow?
here's a Draven. That's pretty good.
Tomorrow
so Draven
we
is
have
going to help you
32,
get
so
a little
8
bit of
will go
extra
down
gold,
today.
even if it's just a Draven
Okay.
one for now. And that does open you up to maybe thinking about the Noxus line with knowing that one player at least is going to go for that Jinx reroll. That does get the gears grinding in the heads of all of the other
Yeah,
players.
we
thinking,
add a
"Okay,
game
one of those
tomorrow,
three-cost
but we
units is
lose
going
8
to be taken out
players.
of the pool. That does make my reroll route easier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's not so bad because you got 2 bows.
And 2 Darii.
Oh, interesting
Oh,
that
one.
it's
Okay,
7
Darii.
games tomorrow.
I thought, yeah,
Mhm.
I've been flexing.
I like that a
the
lot better
different
though,
worlds,
since you're
Dariuses, or Darii,
it's
or
to go all
Dariuses.
for
So then
final
how
lobby,
do
having an extra
you
game to
plural
decide
Draven?
of the like 8 players, like qualify 4,
Sorry.
then
Oh, that's
next
very
8.
easy. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a lot less exciting than
Sorry.
I thought.
Aphelios is another good one.
LeBlanc.
I'll
LeBlanc
definitely
is a
be
fun
asleep
one.
for those games.
Is it LeBlanc's?
I would say so.
Most
Yeah,
worlds I
yeah,
watch
it
like the
does.
first like
What is
2
the
or
plural
3
of
games,
Aphelios?
and then I go to bed.
Aphelios.
Yeah.
Aphelii.
Do you usually
Ooh.
stay
Ooh.
up,
Yeah.
We're
or
gonna have to
just
actually
wake
sell
up?
some
Like, are
moonlit
you still
on that
awake
one,
from
and we are
yesterday, I
definitely
guess?
not that. But
I
believe
slept
that
like
everybody has
I had to get
eyes
like a
and can
nap
see
in
that
last
Wajan
night, but no,
Iverson
this is normally
continuing
what
this
time I've been
streak,
going to bed
and
for the
it's
past like 2
making-
weeks.
making it look
Girl.
quite easy.
Yeah, it gets the Rek'Sai directly into the back line. Little bit
That's why I was
obviously
like,
has
oh, I'll
the
tune in
level.
for that first
Wajan
few.
is sitting
I'll be
pretty
awake
comfortably in
anyways,
this position.
usually.
Full win streak is going to get the full +3 interest gold.
Especially
It's
day 3, because
basically
day 3
here.
starts what, 2 hours earlier?
Yeah, it starts at
Augment choices
yeah,
here.
3
So this is kind of interesting. He has a winning position.
I might
And
stick
if you're
around for
winning,
all
you
of
know,
day
you want to
3, because if
continue
it's a
winning
quick,
and
you know,
start to
4
streak up. So it
games.
is more comfortable to get into combat here.
I put, oh yeah, so did you put 4 in your pick'ems? I put 6, because I was
I
like,
think I
I
put
think
6.
it's fine.
Cosmic Calling. Let's
I think
go.
6 is
Yeah.
most
That's an
common.
interesting one.
I've got to say, this is one of those.
I think this
arguments
set
that
too
in
also
APAC,
offers a
it
lot
says
more
that if you're
like ways
winning,
to
you
win
pick this,
out,
you start losing. And if you're losing,
so like
you
there's
pick
other
this,
people that have
you're not winning
opportunities. So
again.
if you have like a couple
Oh,
denying,
no.
so like
It's a
I think
very
there's less of a
difficult line
chance
to
that
pivot
somebody wins
into
in 4 or
because
5.
You get stuck on that Aurelion Soul 1 for so
Yeah,
long.
the same question
not really
for
expected to
how
hit
many
it until
players
you
do you
get
think
to
will be
level
in
9.
check?
Well, you
I
do
put
have a lot of mana
5.
items,
I think
so
I put
maybe
5.
that was why we ended up seeing
Just
Ryko
because,
Was that a
like,
consider
question?
this.
Yeah, it was
But
like
I
the
feel like
last
you're still
one of the
missing out
last
on, like,
pickums
the
before the
board to
very
stabilize.
before the one that's still
I
locked.
wonder if Ryko
was
is actually
that-
going
Ooh,
to
did
be
I miss
coming
one?
out
I don't
or
remember
actually
that.
kind of put them together.
Oh yeah,
He
definitely.
actually didn't want to
Definitely
pick
check
it.
him out
He was
again.
forced into
Yeah.
it by the
Oh, he's
best.
I think it's too late to change now, right?
Destiny.
I was
Started.
trying to.
Oh,
but
Actually,
yeah,
sometimes
he
it's
got,
bad- oh,
he got
yeah,
Destiny picked
too
into
late.
this
No,
line,
no, it
so
still shows
I'm not sure
unlocked.
he's too happy
Okay,
about it.
yeah.
We saw him try
I
to
think you
raid
can
the
do
board
all of
around
them.
Normally
him
until
for now,
game
has
1.
Leona, one Zoe, so
Oh,
you're
okay.
absolutely correct. This board is not looking like he can do much, but it's in the hand of the magician now. We can see.
There's a number of
what he'll
different
do with it.
winners.
wanna
I don't
point out
see one for number in
Camuli
check.
actually picking up the
Oh.
duplicators. We
That's what I
knew
was thinking.
that he was able to get that Yasuo too early on, so
Yeah, it's how
letting
many
Yasuo
different
in
people
shop
will win
with
a game
2
on day
R's
3,
the
and I
board.
put 4.
Like I was saying earlier, with
Okay.
somebody
Then
re-rolling
yeah, I
Jinx,
think I put
you
4
might
or
just be
5
enticed to
too.
go for the Ahri.
Yeah, I would have to expect that this is either Spirit or going into one of the combat paths for Ionia.
It's
And
Path of Blades.
Yes.
Path of Blades. Okay, yeah, it is going to be combat for them.
Or you have somebody
And for
like
double, this is
Marcel
one of the
P win
best
the first
openings
3
to
and
have.
then not
This
win.
is where they go directly to level 9 and play
And somebody
Mel
else
Ryan.
takes it.
I love the Golem. He's so funny. Which one do you like more, Golemify or Dumbify?
I like
Golemify
Golemify.
is way too strong
that
at this
a
point. It was recently
Son,
buffed to now give you a non-tank 2-star
trait that
2-cost
Wei
carry in the
Shen took?
back line, so it stabilizes you super hard.
I
and
got it
also
from
just gives you base
Random
stats.
Emblem, right?
In the past, you could have a 1 HP golem and have it do nothing. It wasn't a good
Or
out if you were
is that one
the
called?
the second
now
augment.
it even works if you're open.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay,
the
well,
Soko's
you gave me
Revenge.
like the real
Okay.
answer, but I wanted the fun answer. Golemify or
Okay, not
Dumbify?
bad.
Well,
Seeing
actually,
it
I like
after-
Rek'Sai too better.
Yeah,
Look
they
at
are
that.
more
one.
scary
Can I just
Rek'Sai.
say that? Is that
Yeah.
a valid option
No,
to
that's
your,
very
your
valid.
question?
I like it. Any answer is a good answer to me.
Yeah, I know Silco's been
Ay.
buffed and nerfed quite a bit throughout,
This,
but
I'm
if you already
going
have
for
his on
Ryko
stat,
here.
it's
He
gotta be
called it
pretty
out.
good.
He did have 0 gold. He rolled all the way down. The rest of the lobby is looking very rich as we look upon this carousel. Notably, there's one Garen. It's going to be picked up by Camuli instantly.
Oh, Rico got,
Wondering if
oh yeah,
Rage is
Cosmic
considering
Calling off.
spell
That's
back.
kind of
Ooh,
crazy.
This is kind of rough for Little Bear. He really needed the
That's
cloak
not
to
that
build
bad
into
though,
his,
considering
into his Kraken
has
Slayer,
that's
but the
patience
cloak was on a
is
1
a virtue,
so
right?
loses
So should have a bunch of
value
rerolls stacked
onto
up. Should be
his,
easy to
his
find
carousel pick, and it's
all
it's
the
not
units
looking too hot
and
with
gets
that
the
8
Taric for
ounce
free. So might be able to get an Acel too
Well,
pretty
he's going
quick.
now. Let's see.
I don't know how many
This is
rerolls he
rough
has stacked
because
up
there's
though.
also
Yeah,
a
I'm
lot of
not
Targons
sure.
that are getting taken out of the
Sport looked pretty
pool.
cheap, so I'm
Notice
assuming a
not
lot.
just Lil Bear, who's actually picking up the Leonas to stabilize the front line, but
Yeah, probably
I
not the
also
best one
believe
you
that
wanna
I
see.
saw more Leonas and Zoes on another board that was not Raiko's, so I'm a little stressed for him.
Mhm.
You get a Leona.
And you get a Leona.
Yeah, I think Milo
want a
is
Leona.
also on this line.
Yes.
Oh, there it is.
That you're calling out there. I did
fighting
like
him.
what I saw just now. We were also holding some of the Sejuanis and an Ashe to be open to maybe play around that front
Just for
line with
Amelia,
Jinx
though.
instead, knowing
Can't
that
be
all of these
too
Leos are
disappointed
gonna
with
be out of the
that
pool. So a little bit
for now.
of a lesser tank unit in comparison.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't have
if you
Ishtal
have
in
the
though,
choice
right?
between
It's
a
just
Sejuani
that
3 or a
unit
Leona 2,
Yeah.
just to
I'd
help
probably
kill
go for
units.
Sejuani.
Yeah.
General situation.
Hey,
for Lobby
Emilio's
is
pretty
you
good at
have 3
saving
players
HP.
locked into 3 cost
Mhm.
rerolls coming in from Cambuli, Little Bear, and of course Bin that has selected.
But yeah, this
the,
weekend
offense
we're,
specifically for this
they-
Debashia and most likely long shot line.
Accessibilities are a
did
little
get
bit
a
different.
small
So this
change.
is a
We
watch
knew
party
that coming
versus
into this
a
tournament
co-stream.
that
I think the
long shot
official
line,
co-streamers
especially
have
Demacia, was
observer
going to be quite
slots.
strong, but there was a little
Maybe
mini
not
reversion. It was a
entirely,
little too
but so we're
strong.
just on clean feed, so I don't.
That's
I can't click
I watched
around.
that
I
back a
can't go
little bit.
scouting on my
This line
own.
is incredible because you don't.
Yeah, I guess that
actually
makes
have to
sense because
do
they have all the
something
regions
crazy.
that
A
need
lot of
to
the times you
spectate the
go
same
mid
game. They
2,
can only have
go
so
level 8
many
for Galio, which
Yeah.
stabilizes
players
super
that
hard,
have
and then you
access
just pick
to
up a
stream
tailwind
directly.
benefit benefit.
Yeah,
from all
plus
the
they
other
have to
3 cost
do
rerollers
like
that
however
makes
many
your
observer accounts need to be
rerolling
the
for Vayne just kind of
admins.
happen
Yeah.
naturally.
Yeah, and they need one for all the different languages, I'm sure.
Vision is
Yeah,
still
exactly.
Let's see if he can get the 10 straight into Wolves. That would be pretty big for his econ.
Thankfully though, like it's really cool that TFT is like one that all the
tempo.
like for the most part all the players stream their own perspective.
Not take any prisoners.
Yeah.
So it's like easy to jump around and stuff. In
In
world to have like 3 streams open.
So ridiculous.
Right.
Golem is almost
Thank
considered
you for
an
saving me
auto top
from
4
that.
as an augment, and we've just seen there where
Because
you
I
know,
have
backline
like I
was
have on my
completely
other
all
monitors I
just
have
anyway.
Frodan because they have a different lobby than this one, so I can see. Oh wait, no, never mind. They have Wasians. I had Robins up over top of
Very
it,
excited to see where
Oh,
he
yeah.
so I have
ends up
Robins
going with
in
this because
GA
while he
up,
ended up
and then
picking up the
Frodan so I can get the
Valkyrie,
drops.
we can see that he sold
Yeah,
it.
I have
He
Frodan.
just
I have a
wanted to get
TV
the
behind
glove
me, so Frodan's
component, and
in
then
the
he
in the
ended up
background also.
putting this together with the Bessa.
He is undeniably in a
it.
great spot, but he has not found the jinx for the unlocks for his composition. He still needs the jinx in order to get onto the Warwick, which is he's built the Rek'Sai for.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough situation, and we know, of course, where those jinxes are. Lil Bear gladly taking them out of the pool. As
From everything I've seen too, this seems like a really good patch. I think regionals is really good, and I think this one didn't change a whole lot, so I feel like it's one of the better competitive patches that we've had in a while, which is
That's a
nice.
valid strategy, I think.
With his HP?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You've done a lot to be
regionals
able
felt
to
really
pull
good to
through two
watch,
full
and
stages.
from what
Raiko,
I mean, from
just
the
barely not
aftermath,
able
I
to
think
get
it was
this
pretty
Taric
well
too.
received.
But at least you do have the Swain, which is going to help to kind of stem some of the bleeding. And if you wanted to face up against anyone, it might be now when Milo does not have this 3-cost reroll online just yet.
Yeah, I think Raiko should be okay here,
So we
but
see we've
overall
got
it's still
Raiko's
not
got the
looking
9
terrific. You know, this was a
rerolls
transition round for him.
stacked
He
up.
hasn't moved his items
Yes.
over to Lissandra.
With the Lissandra
Yeah,
2
no.
already. Wait, that just happened.
No Aurelion Soul board.
Well,
Yeah, look
maybe
back and,
next offense can be what brings
Okay, I guess we're
help
good.
for Raiko.
I guess we're chilling.
They,
Growth?
they put him down.
And we still
here.
gotta get
Maybe
the
they can put him
Aesol.
back up.
I mean, you're not forced to play
He does have a
Aesol
very
with
good
this
front line
augment,
now with Swain
but
2
like it
and
feels like
the
it's
Tara
definitely
2.
lacking if you don't. Because then it's just like, okay, cool, you got a Taric and a
So this is
Shojin.
3/3 times for all the 3-cost rerollers.
Yeah,
This is
no
But-
kidding. Bim Bing gets very, very
And some comps,
lucky with
like, it might be
that.
better to just go for like a
I'm actually
standard,
pretty
like,
surprised he's
Mel
rolling
Flex,
hard here.
Panty
This
Flex,
isn't
something
the
like that,
traditional
than to
level
actually
pick
go
for
for
Blanca.
Aesol.
He thinks that other players have already desperation rolled before him, so he will have
Yeah,
enough
I
advantage
think
to just find his Vayne 3.
I
And
have
look at his
also
front line.
been
It's
using
very
Mel a little
unorthodox,
bit more
bringing in the
lately.
Darius front
think it's
line.
not
It's not the
a bad
Demacia long
option
shot, it's the
for Raiko.
Darii long shot.
That's right. That's how we're calling that. It's
I don't
interesting
think
because
anybody
we
was
know, of
actually,
course, that the
like,
Noxus reroll is
far
also a
into
very valid
Nexus.
strategy, and
Noxus.
so if you're a player
Yeah.
that can get a Darius
I mean, if you
2
think about it,
online,
since you got it
and
from
just play that on
Destiny,
the
you get a little
board,
bit more
you
gold, so
are
like,
inherently making the rest
it's
of the
almost a
players
full gold
feel like
augment,
they're
right?
considering this line. So I like that.
And especially because we didn't actually see anybody unlock LeBlanc.
Yeah, I don't think there's any world that
No
is such. I
science
mean,
early
his
in
board's
the
kind of
game that ended
crazy.
up getting
He has
itemized,
Taric
so I
2,
feel like
Swain
that
2,
just feels like a
Lissandra 2.
perfect 3 cost for you to say, uncontested, I can keep it. No
Like,
one
I'd
else
be
can
pretty
pay
happy
for
with
this.
that.
All eyes on the rerollers here. This
Oh,
is a big point for
boy.
Cambuli as he falls down even lower. 26 HP now. He does have 2
Cambly looking
duplicators.
a
I want to see
little
if he
bit
goes for
stressed
it
here.
now. I feel like you have to. Like, the tempo of lobby is ramping up. Milo already has 3-star. Leona there.
Lil Bear is
Oh,
also
wow.
very close.
I'm surprised he doesn't roll more. Just needs one more for Ari, 3.
Of the Loris on
And
Lil
sitting
Bear's
on Yone
board,
pair.
and looked like he was still
Yeah.
continuing to roll. But yeah, the Leona, I mean, like, Milo looks like he's going to be in a great position for that.
Oh, you're right. We're one copy off of that.
I'd be a little
G3.
scared
That's
to
actually
wait
a massive spike
Oh,
for
he's
much
Lil Bear.
longer.
And he has a Warwick too.
Yeah, 'cause it's one of those that, looking at everyone, we just saw the Malzahar Leona board very close to the Zoe's as well. Already has Leona, this one went off the Jinx, so it's like, they're all helping by taking 3 costs, but it's also like, you kind of want to hit yours before them so that you win the fight when you fight them,
Yeah.
and punish them first instead of the
plot
reverse.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right. For now, well, Wage and Iverson takes a couple of hits after streaking all the way through stage 3, you can see where he's falling short with the fact that he wasn't able to actually get that Jinx early enough to get the Warwick.
Pause.
And now he's kind of beaten to the punch, because it wasn't just one Warwick, there was the one that was also shot.
Yeah,
I did see
so
before the pause there was people
when it
saying
starts
stuff in
to
chat, so I didn't know
hit,
what was
hit.
happening. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that's
coming
definitely
it looks
working
like
out
from
beautifully for him.
earlier,
Now, hopefully, it
like
just
from the
needs that
beginning of
last
the game.
Jinx.
I
We can
don't know if that
kinda
was like
take a
super
longer
recent,
look at
but
this
it does just
carousel
like
here to
pop
see
up.
if maybe there's a Jinx hiding. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if the unit that has the belt there
Like,
could be
yeah.
one. That could be a Jinx,
So
right?
double
So
has the
we'll have to
Ari,
see if
but
he's able to
probably
get that
only
one,
on a
definitely posturing
pair.
up to get
And
it,
we
but
know that
that also allows us to take a look at the lobby here
Camberley
right
had the
now on our
two
lower third. We were
stars.
talking about how desperately
There's
Wei who's
one
also on
in
this front line,
somebody's
needs
shop.
the Jinx. We see she is now in
Yeah.
play for him as well.
I don't
So I
know.
think that's
Close.
a cause to bleeding.
I
They're
hope he
unable
gets it
to
soon.
unlock that Warwick. However,
Yeah, I mean, having the
Warwick
double
are now out of the
duplicator is
pool.
pretty
wouldn't
big
say
for it.
he's
That's why it's
in
like,
desperate mode,
and the fact
because
that we saw
clearly
he
just gliding
pair
through
Yone.
Platinum.
Right.
I feel like you
Right, for
roll,
sure.
so like, because you could hit either. You get one Ari or one Yone and you spike.
He's very happy to sit out the stage 4 here.
What if the Kindred
And starting to
just
get kind of low in
goes around the
HP.
carousel and he's able to pick it up?
You're just kind of lacking
That's
Yone
just a
items.
quick
Makes it
striker.
I would
pretty
have some words
difficult.
for some of these other players in the lobby.
If they let
Yeah.
him have that.
To have some choice words.
Kindred last pick would certainly be interesting. There's also an
True.
Annie,
There
which
is.
some of our AP Flex players could be thinking about.
All right, little bear.
Game is back.
Should just be going.
That's
red
your Jinx 3.
He's
Can you
going-
get it?
You can see he's trying so hard to get out of the gates early. Gotta give yourself
Oh yeah,
every
Camberley
little
picks up
bit
that
of
Ari
step
also
advantage
from
once
this
the gate
carousel.
unlocks.
Yep.
So it should be
The
good.
Perfect.
rerollers actually all
And
get
half
what
a
they
Titans
want,
or
and
GA.
CSFX FX actually does.
That's a huge
the same
pickup.
thing here.
Hey,
Kinda
Clement.
Oh my god,
denied
Wish is gonna
Clement.
get the Kindred! Wish is gonna get the Kindred!
He doesn't want it.
Oh, he takes the bow instead. I understand that.
That's
Yeah.
fair. But it's still interesting that Kindred was left up for grabs last. Let's see. That is Jinx
It
3,
is the
Warwick 2 coming
Jinx.
online for a Lil Bear. Big upgrades. This board is now going to be a threat. Camberley also gets the
There's the
upgrade on the
3-star.
RE3. Another spike coming in from the bottom. And for everybody that's now sitting in the middle of this player group, that means pressure is on. You're getting targeted from the top, from the players that have so much gold, so much HP to just glide on through, like you were saying, Clement. But from the bottom, the heat is on.
From APAC perspective, no pressure. I mean, we just don't try to build the strongest boards in stage 4. You know, there is stage 5 and stage 6 to play for. That's generally how the Eastern regions kind of view Western TFT. And I think Double, you know, he's 59 HP. He still has
Okay,
a
we
very
did move
comfortable runway to kind of just glide
items
through.
over
Again,
to the
that
Annie
Dilemify
here.
has just been one of the strongest augments. Allows you to win a lot of matches that you really don't have any business
Ow.
winning, just as we see here, taking down
I
the
love
It's crazy how much
Golem.
HP these
Side
golems
gently,
just
and then
have.
going
I
directly
know,
for the
right?
backline.
I will say
Golem
Double
just
was
face
also the one
tank an
that was
entire
able
team.
To grab that Annie from the carousel, instantly itemized her, is now in play on his board.
Now,
And
who
even
wins
though
this?
we're
I think
not
Leona
top
might
four
win
Arcanist
this.
yet,
It's crazy
she is
because
able to do a lot.
there's anti-heal
Oh
on
my
this Leona.
against the Leo
I
Lily.
know.
I think That's
the
my
win.
favorite augment, Spirit of
Double's actually
Redemption.
going to be
Yeah.
playing
It's
around
so
a couple of
good.
different 5 costs here. He put his board the way that he did in order to unlock set. And now that he has
I've had a
some additional
1-star
time to start to roll. Okay, he
Alawi
doesn't
carry
want it,
me
never
into
mind.
like
wants
stage 4
Galio.
He
too.
does. He really does. want the
With double
Galio.
spirit.
Like,
Oh
but
my
where
gosh.
are the rest of the stars you need for the Galio?
Ooh, big round for
Units are
Camberley
just
here as he has
unkillable. I
both
think that
3-star,
augment
his
is so
Ari and his
underrated.
Kennen, the two main carries. A big difference about this composition is how lucky you get on those Yone rolls. If you get Yone 2
still
on
sitting
7,
on a
you're
Yone
good,
pair.
but right now it is looking at quite dicey.
So he had that Ari prior to the last
Okay.
fight, which he lost, which to me is a little
Yeah,
bit
he
worrying. I don't know if
lost
that
this
Kennen was
first
there.
fight with his
Not sure if I
3-star.
saw that
I don't
pop
think
up,
so.
but it's
Scary.
still a little bit of a worrying perspective. On the other side is Bin. We saw this Kaisa come online so early, but it should be enough for Cambuli's board to deal with that Kaisa for now, and he will get that win and hang in there.
Okay.
I think that's just the big difference that actually having the front line makes. You have so
Okay.
much more time for this Ari to start to stack up that damage, and that's why you see all of our players try to chase that 3-star front line along with some type of 3-cost carry that's in the back. And so, like, taking stock a little bit here, you know, Milo has the Leona but doesn't have the Malzahar or the Zoe, And you also have the Jinx for Lil Bear, but
Not the items you want on your vein.
right now on the Sejuani.
I wanted to know what was going on
not
with
being able to
Raiko.
complete that
He's
is
been
going to
able
hurt a
to
lot because Jinx really
bank a lot of
requires you to have a
stuff
solid
and
front
is on
line
that
for her to get to
5
those
win.
18 auto attacks and then go into overdrive
Yeah,
mode.
being able to streak and
I'm
then
just so
stack
impressed by
some of the
Lil Bear.
rolls
This
back
is,
up is kind of
I
crazy.
feel like I've never seen a 4 defender Vayne 3 composition.
A double hit Annie pair too.
So something that we saw in the Americas regional finals is the
didn't get a.
front
That would have
line
been crazy if
actually
we got
with
the
a
Annie off of
Helios
the
reroll.
augment.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's going to be kind of a similar principle there, where you kind of see what's out of the pool and you pick defenders as just
With the
things that you
portal
started to
thingy.
hit.
I agree with both of you. I think it's just heads up play, knowing, okay, units like Leona are going to be out of the pool.
You just lose so many bench slots because this Galio and the Tibbers that is still playing.
Exactly what we're seeing
Minus
there.
2 bench slots while
However,
trying
I
to
will
roll
say,
is
Lil Bear
kind of rough.
has been losing on this Jinx. We were talking about that, and is on the other side of double right now, talking about how that Sejuani upgrade was missing. I'm not sure.
I'm kind of sad they didn't do the other regions having a place to play.
Auto regen on backlines, so
like
you're
stage
less
place.
afraid about the Lux and the Annies.
Like an
But
arena?
it's the tanks
Yeah.
that you mentioned. Can he get over that?
Which ones did they do?
Oh, the
I think
Jinx
it's
is just
just
a little
APAC
too random to actually
and
hit any of those backline
China
carries.
maybe.
And so Lil Bear hangs on with
Oh, like in
1
person?
HP left.
Yeah.
And a dream in this first game.
Like they can all
2
go
Sejuani's
to
off from being able
one
to
or so
restart
arena.
that,
Like it would
but
have been
I
nice if the
think
North
it's looking
American players could have been,
kind of doomed
or
unless he gets the
America
right
players
matchup.
could have been hosted at like the RBC, for
For
instance, like Frodan's there, you know.
level 9 and play my 8
And then they
Yeah.
Frodan can do the interview with Weijin right there after he wins.
And that's
Script
just how
written.
strong Dilemify actually is. It allows you to have that extra HP cushion to do
At
a
least
lot
it's
of
like,
different locks.
I'd rather them be at home though than what they did last time, right, where they all went to
Milo
Europe.
on the other side as Lil Bear
Yeah,
fights
that's
for
fair.
this
Where I was
survival.
like, that was
Another giant tank in
like
his
all
face
the.
is
I feel like
probably
that's why
not
North America didn't
This
do all that well
positioning is
last time
kinda
because
doomed because
they're all
Warwick
jet
is
lagged
getting
and then
targeted
also
first.
playing on
That's
weird
not
time
what you
zone
want.
and having to travel.
And
Like nobody else.
the
Like it's one
father
thing if
figure
you
is already
travel
down.
like within your time zone.
And the backline win though,
But-
1v1.
Yeah, that
Oh,
it didn't make sense to me why they sent them all to Europe.
How much HP is that?
This
Oh,
Jinx
that's
unit.
Oh my gosh, it has to be
The
like
number of times
15
I've seen her
to
live
10,
at 1 HP
15.
like that.
I'm gonna call it
That's
8.
so.
Okay, you might
I'm
be right,
so
but
making it
wow, that is impressive. But that was kind of the
so
power. I
clutch.
was like,
Okay.
it's such a weird matchup because you, on one
Yeah, what
hand,
can
have
we
a
get
3-star
here?
tank, but you have
Oh, it's just the Wukong.
2-star 3 costs,
You know
and then
what
you have the Jinx.
The difference there was that he actually put his Warwick in the front hexes. It got the extra HP.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, no
This
minute
looks
too late or too
scary.
early because Milo
How have
just
we
got
lost
that Zoe 3
too?
upgrade. So if he had run into him now, I think the story
The
would be
Mbessa
very
Bell
I feel like
Bad.
this
different.
lobby
Checking in
overall
with
just
one of
looks really
CF's
strong.
favorites. TSFX
Yeah.
here has been playing around this Belveth line, and it has not
Rise
been looking
online
too
for
good. We're sitting
Raiko
on
now.
39 gold, unable to go to level 9 to the promised land, so to say, that a lot of the Eastern players have been focusing on.
Yeah, this is definitely a top 4 line gone wrong. Probably playing a little bit too safe. And just look at what Raiko did. He completely ditched the Aurelian soul line, identified it was complete bait, and just went straight for Rise. Well done, well done.
Oh man, oh, CSFX eliminated Lil Bear, also taken out in one
Okay,
fell swoop.
let's go,
And so we've got
Cambouli.
one more player there
We're
going to
not
be
out
on the brink of
first.
elimination, Cambouli with 3 HP. But who I'm worried about right now is Weijin Iverson. We talked him up coming into this game as one of the
Yeah,
players
somebody
to
had
be
that Malzahar
streaked all the
3
way
sitting in
through
their
stages
shop
2
too,
and 3.
Milo, I think.
And then he got contested.
Yeah, that's the last one
not
he needs,
only
right? Yeah,
with
it's
the
already
Jinx
got the Zoe
reroll
and
that is now
Leona.
gone
Mhm.
because Lil Bear is out of the game, but also because we saw the Belveth and the Slayers line being picked up by somebody else.
We
That's
get
right.
an
Good
adaptive.
news for all the Weijin fans in
So
chat that were
Silas
voting
is online
earlier.
for Raiko
He
also,
found
so
this
Silas
Warwick
and
prior
Rise
to the
coming
last
out.
game, and he was able to win that matchup. So hopefully this Warwick 2 is going to be good enough. And
Yeah, his
we've
roll
seen
down,
all
using that
trends
patience
come
of
back.
virtue,
We were
he had
asking
so
about
many
that Stinge
upgrades that
is
was able
also
to
in play.
streak and then
Unfortunately, no
gain them
Morello's
all
on
back.
Thieves Gloves. It's a
Mhm.
little bit
Like the
of
fact that you
here
can hit
for
everything on the roll
for
down,
that
meaning you
unit,
don't have to
I have
use
to
them
say,
again
Weijin,
in your next
just
few
looking at how much
turns.
gold he had,
Mhm.
he
You could stack
lowered
up as
super hard on
huge.
8. He had to go a long
Yeah,
time
and
for
now
that Warwick
sitting on
2.
that
Ideally, he
8
wants to be
win.
capping around Senna and Kindred,
Pretty
basically an 80 fast 9
good
with the
spot
Zon
to
as
be
the front
in, I
line.
think.
He missed hard. even after the 10 win streak, and I feel like he's just aiming for a top 4.
Well, I hope
Does
so,
I'm
but it's
assuming
not
this
looking
Wukong
amazing
from
because
Silco's
we're
Revenge
seeing a very
explode
similar story
twice?
with that
I would
Warwick
assume
getting
it
targeted
does.
first by
Seems
those
like a really
2
good holder.
3-star 3 costs. Everything is going to go down, and does Wei Shen Iverson even have enough HP to actually stand through this? Just barely not. That's going to be a knockout.
Rip.
And maybe someone else is going down with him, with Bin Bin and Kambuli also being low in the totals.
Where my
Just
Cam
Wei Shen
fam
Iverson.
at? Kambuli climbing up the standings here. A really critical thing about his placement here is you don't actually want to play 7 Ionia on 7. That is one of the biggest baits ever. You want to put the Nico in for the double extra traits, especially Defender and the Arcanist. Super helpful, especially when you're Kennen and your Ahri frontline backline.
Man, this board is crazy. I love this so much. Darius 3, Vayne 3, and
Blue
I'm
buff
an
Vayne.
excellent cook from our CN representative, and it's been doing pretty well for him. Now arrived at the 7 HP marker.
Why blue? Because he had the Shojin, so like he removed Shojin to put blue buff. I feel like that's
And it's super important
not
to
a
see
difference.
where that Vayne is going to be targeting.
Oh,
Vayne
just-
does lock onto target.
I guess the Shojin makes it AD Kaisa versus
Yone actually
AP.
survives quite long. No, never mind.
Probably.
Two-shotted.
So that makes
But
sense then.
Ahri
You definitely don't want AP Kaisa with blue buff.
Wow. The
These
damage
fights are.
output is just
This set
insane.
has so many
Maybe
close
you're
fights.
right. Like the
He's
Vayne getting
alive.
rid of the Yone would have been able to seal the deal there for Bin Bin, but nope, that is a 5th place, and we've got our top 4 for our first game of the day.
You got to be happy, EMEA.
Yep. I mean, I'm not complaining.
EMEA
Honestly, I
after
want to.
Raiko's destiny.
He's a magician. I told you guys he's a magician. He does stuff, and you look at it, and you're like,
I
what?
also put.
And
I
it
think
works out.
you
Magic.
could predict
Now into the top 4.
the final
I love
top
that
8,
he
right? For
ignored
the
this
pick'ems.
Destiny pick saying, okay,
Yes.
there's
Yeah,
no way
I
this
put
is going
double
to
in
work
there.
Out. And has built
I'm
a board that
I'm
works
pretty
despite
sure I
those.
actually did CTG, Wei Shen,
Yeah, just realized that Nova was
Double.
actually playing the Freljord AP line.
Kwame,
Swoops in there, very flexible in
Raiko,
his game read.
and
I just love that pivot from Raiko Mastery. Definitely the best play of this game so far. Now Milo is
No, I need to
probably
I don't remember who I put after. I definitely put CTG and Wei Shen. I don't remember who I put as the other 4.
You know, throw away his cap needlessly. He's still choosing to go level 8 on interval and just waiting around here. Maybe he doesn't even have enough gold. But I think this is, you know, he's probably just going to have to settle into this position.
Depends a little bit on the matchmaking here. Double just got that Annie too, and it is going to be Double's board on the other side of Milo on the right-hand side. So a tough challenge for him to try and get a higher placement into the standings.
I don't like when they do
Shake
this
the
camera
kettle,
angle.
who knows,
I
this
feel like
is
it's too
there's
small.
No way this board will survive
Yes,
against the Annie.
I mean, look at just the damage that stacks up from the Annie as soon as she gets that
I
burn
also-
going.
The double
That's
box and the
very
cameras. Like maybe if they didn't have the cameras and they like went to the edge of the screen with it. Like there's still more. I don't know.
It's
I can never
so-
tell what's happening in those fights.
This is one
Yeah,
of the
it's
things
difficult,
that I think in terms of like
especially
reroll lines, you have to put the combat
when it's
Ionia
2
Ahris
fights, right?
just so high because
And
once
Yeah.
they
originally,
can stabilize on a single Ahri 3-star.
I
Unlike other comps like
concepted
Little
the double
Bear,
box off
you
of
require
just
multiple
being
frontlines
the
to get
last
3-star.
roll downs
Ahri
before the
herself
final
can make
fight.
it done.
Then we started using
But
it,
it's
or
the
then
Kennen
it started
too
to
that
be
takes
used,
that
you
over
know,
the
the tiebreaker match, the 3rd place match, and what could be
Top 3
the last
before
fight
us.
for a double kill.
Raiko
But
is going to go up
I
against
don't love
ghost
the
copy,
inclusion
so
of
we'll focus
the
in
cameras just
on
because
Kambuli
you
against
don't
Annie too.
actually know
Lux
like who
board
your
from
primary
Double.
Yeah.
board is at that point.
By double, he places the
I don't know
standard
whose
directly
camera is
onto
whose boards
Yone, making
necessarily
sure
because
that
like
it's not gonna walk
without
directly
like
towards
really
his
having to
back
stop
line,
and think,
and he
okay, who
still
was playing what
has the
again to see which one.
Dilemify right
I think it.
right
I
there
think it's
to
just
block
so hard to
him, so
tell
he
in the
should be
fights.
fine.
You can get general gist. I do like it for roll downs though,
Down to the last 2
because a lot
carries,
of times
Ahri's
like
being
you're trying to
targeted. Goodbye,
see
Cam.
like if both are trying to spike
Still a pretty
like last turn before the
amazing
fight.
third
I like
place,
seeing
though,
both roll
from
downs.
Kambuli. And
Double
it's actually double kill.
Oh my god!
Never mind. Congratulations to Double
Okay.
for winning the first game.
Double
of
kill
the
for
day,
Double.
And
Double
I
kill
think
for Double, but
congratulatory
Kambuli
3rd
does
place there for
get
Raiko
second
after
in our
what was
first
not
game.
looking super great.
Not
W.
bad.
Yeah, big loss streak for him, but the magician
After
made
being
it
solo
hold
HP for
through,
so long
just
in a
as
strong
Mace was
lobby.
mentioning right there,
Right.
you know, loves to loss
Also,
streak, and
this
that's how
set,
you
if
do it.
you
You
if
keep
we
your
haven't
econ
seen it
open,
that
you
much
don't make those
already,
2 stars that could potentially save you a
it's
little
so
HP, and you go for
cool.
the fast 9s.
Honestly,
it feels very
I
like
want to
Hall.
call out something here for Raiko because he was known as the
You know,
Ionian.
Oh,
like
yeah.
the Legends kind of thing. It feels
Makes
like
sense
you're
for
walking
lore
into
and
an
Legends, yeah.
exhibition.
Like a museum of everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely capable to flex
Yes.
on the spot, and I'm quite impressed as well.
I was surprised Necro was there because I thought Necro was doing a Pokemon
Very
event.
happy for Cam to be able
Yeah,
to
but
get
she's
that
the-
Ari
she's
online, and I think
an
there
insane
were still a
multitasker.
couple of moments where
She'll find a
for
way.
we
sure.
have to look at like what happened towards
But I thought I
the
saw like
upper part of the
yesterday or
lobby.
day
I
before
mean,
she was
a
out
little
of
bit
Pokemon
even with the
event, so I was like, oh,
Jinx
maybe we
getting
won't have
online,
her
like you could see
this
just
time.
the impact of not having
Oh, with
that
Mecha though.
3-star
I got a
front
picture with her
line
at
unit
the first Vegas
actually
land.
caused in the
Oh,
game. I
yeah.
think if you have that Sejuani at any point, maybe that's actually a top 4 for the
I
Jinx
love her, I
reroll.
do.
Yeah, and unfortunately it was actually contested by Bin, which makes Bin's move that much smarter. He was playing 4 defenders and he was
Pull up the
flexing into
scores
Sejuani just
here.
to make sure Little Bear was dead last. So props to that. That was a really cool play.
Wow, some big defense going on there for sure.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we also have to just shout out Double. We were talking about him, the fact that he's once again at a Tactician's crown, able to take the first game of the day. That's pretty good. You're going to be happy about that. Hopefully you can get that trend going. Emiya 1 and 3rd. I'll take it.
Well, I know someone who's going to be very happy about that, and that is Panda. But Panda, I hear you also have something else to fill us in on. So what you got?
I absolutely do. I was checking out Lobby 4 with a player like Huami in that lobby. I want to see what would be going on there.
Okay,
and
nice.
it was a
Panda's gonna
pretty
recap the other
standard
lobbies
lobby,
for us.
mostly centered around forecast. I think players trying to play it safe for the very start of the tournament. And I have bad news. Huami was playing into a kind of a Demacia AP line. He got bullied out of the line by both Dasik and Jazz Lade, who played into Demacia AD and AP and rolled earlier. Dasik on 7 for that Kaisa in that vein. And that meant they kind of bullied Huami out of Demacia into
I think I'm gonna put
Freljord
Jazz
with a bit
Latte in
subpar of
final
a
8.
line. He went 8th. So a pretty bad start to the tournament. I have good news for you, Necro, though. Brosif played Yordles.
Oh, yeah!
Into Annie. He went 7th, so maybe we'll
No.
see less of the Yordles across this day. But some good news on the 3-cost side. Diao Mei played into Yone plus Ari, got a 2nd place, and we saw Gobo playing into Darius, ended up 5th. The big winner, though, Ready, underdog player from the Americas, branching out onto 1, Ixtal emblem, plays into Ixtal, stabilizes on 4-2, and because no one else was playing for a high cap, he just steamrolled the lobby in stage 4 and 5, and he's the big winner on this game 1.
Wow, that's so awesome to hear. Panda, thank you so much for the insight that happened in lobby number 4. And I'm excited to follow them further as we look forward to seeing lobby 4 for our next lobby on broadcast.
Okay, next lobby.
But let's break down a little bit about what Panda just gave us the 4-1-1 on. And I think the first thing that stands out to me is that Ready is the underdog player from the Americas because not only was it his first regional finals that he participated in for Lore and Legends, he made it to the final lobby, and now he's here at his first Tactician's crown, playing with house money, essentially. He gets the first place to start the day.
I mean, Ready took 9th place at the Paris Open. Maybe this is just his set. Maybe this is where we see him come into his place, and I like that. Goes for those high caps, goes for the flip like Clement loves.
If you like insane lines, Ready is a great player to pay attention to because his most played was actually the Aurelion Soul plus Leona lines. He was the guy that hit an Aurelion Soul 2 on level 7, by the way. If you remember that moment for Regional, that's it. And his second is Ixtal. So very, very fun player to watch.
Do you want to know the most amazing part about that Aurelion Soul game? He was the chosen one because he needed a first place in that game to keep his regional finals win alive. And so the fact that this madman locked into Aurelion Soul wins with it, I mean, what better way to start your tournament than you could ask for. Let's take a look at the standings now that we have finished up that first game across all 5 of our lobbies. You can see who the biggest winners and the biggest losers are. And it's a really weird trend we're seeing here. Marcel P, Lil Bear, regional final winners alongside Juanmie.
Nice pick
Why are they all
Cora. Marcel P
No
wins
Emiya bottom
wins
8.
already
I'll say
their
it right
first
now.
game.
I don't know if I'll get another chance.
Wow, there's a lot of surprises here.
He went
eight.
This is
as well. There's a lot of heavy hitters not doing well in the first game, but I want to remind everyone there are 13 games total.
It's okay.
You have enough time to come back.
Into the first one,
and then you go
people don't
1-1.
see threat, and then you win.
Avoid elimination, but that's the page you don't want to be on at the
Yeah, I
end
put
of the
Robin as
day,
winner, but I
as we
put
just
Marcel
need
P as
to
highest
take
win rate.
stock of how everyone else has been doing as well. And yeah, oh no, the Yordles play.
Yeah, win rate
No,
when
not
that
the
was waiting
Yordles.
for me.
He tried to give you what you want, but it
Same
just
thing.
wasn't
There's still time.
good enough. As we are going up in the standings, we of course will keep you guys updated all throughout the day with what the alternative lobbies are playing as best as we can. We got all the best eyes on it. And Clement, you were saying about Obo?
Yeah, I placed him in D tier.
Yeah.
I will have the apology form ready if he advances.
All right.
And I do want to mention that today the first cut is going to happen after 6 games, right? If you fall into the bottom 8, that's where you're in danger.
Still a lot of games to be able to go, but I know Makes is popping off right now because I see two EMEA players that have gotten first in the first game of the day. I also hear Panda being happy and CLE is not. Oh, 3. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. What? 2 Americas.
Can't be.
2.
He's on the top 8. He just didn't have a first
No,
place.
I'm talking about first places.
Yeah,
Oh,
we got
okay,
it. It's
okay.
okay. They're just backseating from the other side of the stage. Don't pay them attention.
They just want to be involved, and I get it, because TFT is very fun and exciting. But as we look forward to the next game of the day, still stakes quite low. We're just kind of feeling it out, testing the waters a little bit. As a reminder, these are the lobbies that the top seeds
It's 15
picked.
minutes from her breakfast
they picked who they wanted
time.
to play against, and so for some of them, it's worked out great. For some others, maybe not so great. But we get to switch that up after game 2.
I had a big prediction, and my prediction this set was that the non-French EMEA players were going to make a breakthrough. I feel like that region has been dominated by the French study groups for so long. Now they have that influx with the Americans. It's going to make a complete difference.
Yeah, I think that's also something we saw in our regionals.
So I don't think they've reviewed it yet.
There's a history of just a French wall in our regional standings that has seemed unbreakable, but this set finally
It's the same lobbies,
players
right?
able to break
Yeah.
through with a lot of new tech. I think
I don't
the
think
DACH region being the
we looked
big
at the
winner
beginning of the
that,
stream,
together
or
with
we
just, like,
didn't,
the
I
on
missed
and
it, 'cause
odd, players from
looking at other
outside
stuffs.
the French region.
Yeah, I don't think they showed all the
also
lobbies.
has been doing really well. Unfortunately, only they've been able to make it to the Tactician's crown, but it's been great to see.
I mean, Revan is still doing something amazing for the Spanish community, and he is the first.
Are there more
player
this?
from Spain
Were
to
there
make
40
it
players
to
at
the
Worlds last
Tactician's
time?
crown.
Was it
And
32?
so
Did they
both
add more?
Revan
I don't remember.
and Ryko doing something phenomenal for
I
EMEA.
think it was still
Let's
40.
Get ready to jump in to
Okay.
lobby 4.
I feel like I remember there only being
game
4 lobbies.
and see if any of these players that started off a little shaky can turn it around. We've got Gwen as our encounter.
This lobby is
Oh,
a
I
top
love
about our
that
great.
they're doing the
Blackbeard is in
cinematic
this
stuff,
lobby. He is
too.
probably the second most player that everyone has their eyes on. And
Like
he's known
cinematic
for winning tournaments
intros to
by
the
starting
game.
8th. I will say, though, if he goes 8th again, I'm not going to be on that narrative hype train.
Hey, there's been bigger combats. We've seen it. Tech Summers has done it before. Like you mentioned,
I think
all
Gwen
you need to
Encounter is
do
one of my
avoid
favorites for
being
Tourney
in the
too.
bottom 8 at the end of the day, and you
Yeah.
get more chances to keep on going through
Yeah, 'cause you get
tournaments.
A few more items, and you get to see, especially like high level play, like more item slams, and then being able to like think, what all do I have? What can I break? What can't I break to make like optimal items? I think there's like a lot more thought that goes into it without it like being like some of the RNG
Maybe they
encounter
can
stuff.
hands going first for this next game. But I think there's
Right, I
also
feel
a
the
big picture
same.
here, which
Especially because,
in
as
the
you
pre-show, we
mentioned,
talked about
that
two
at the higher
major study
levels,
groups.
like if
There are
you
actually
just
three
if
of
you can break
each
down
of
all of
those
your
members
items
of
into
study
components,
groups
I think
here
it,
in this
and you
lobby,
see a different
and
line that you
the
want to take
poll
that's more
actually
optimal than
had
you're already
Mulchi's
on.
group
You know, I think it's very
53%
cool to see that
favored
expression
to
come through
beat
with
Wow.
the Gwen
the,
sisters.
cooking
Yeah, a
brownies
little bit
study
more
group, but
flexibility, and I think it
Chet would be
also
right. They did
like
do better in that first
stops a
game.
little bit more of those low rolls
Yeah,
because you
I'm very
like
surprised about
you
that.
get a few more
I know
items.
chat
It's
is
no additional
finally is
econ.
learning
It's
something about
3
Eastern
additional
TFT.
item
I'm glad you
components,
guys
so it's
picked
harder.
the
Like,
region
oh,
where
well, I
things
never
are
got
the
dropped.
right
Like,
choice.
Listen, it's
I
still
can't make
very
Kraken because I never got dropped a
split.
cloak the
I would
entire
still
game or
consider that to be
something,
pretty
or a bow or
even.
whatever.
enough.
So like, there's a
Very
higher chance you get
impressive
like
so far that
melee
we did end up
components.
seeing a
Then
second
also
place for
like
Jaume and
if you kind of slam items with like, oh, I'll find another cloak later. Let me slam my even child frontline or something. I'll find Kraken, and then it's like, oh, well, you never found it. You can always break it apart.
Turbo yourself into fast.
So I think it stops some of those like
and
low roll item wise, which I think is also good.
There. Only 2 Ionia units could be considering going for the loss streak.
Ooh, Legion of 3 is being picked up by Dasic there. Has to be something we check in on.
I was hoping that he was going to hit the Loris. He already had a pair there.
Where do you go with the long shot?
I'm curious next set if we'll how many removers we'll get. Because I know like we get more removers because of like the unlock system, like you need more. But it's been such a like good addition that I wonder how many they'll revert it back to. So it's gonna feel weird if it's like, oh, you only start with one and one per stage again.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking for somebody that
Which I still think is one of the best
and
changes
is a
they've made to
fan of
TFT.
staying in the right conditions, this could be played. It is Dasic. He's one of the players that's really niche on.
How do you
innovating
feel about
specific lines
the
and
carousel
making them
going away?
good. And I think if you're looking for a shot,
I have to see what it gets replaced with. I've seen some leaks, but I don't know for sure, and I don't really like commenting on leaks too much.
Sure.
But
Oh boy.
I mean, I think it'll be interesting. I think as long as they keep away for
so this is going to be very fun to see if they
like
run into each other.
as somebody that likes to play lost streak a lot, I feel more comfortable lose streaking than win streaking. Where it's like, okay, well if they remove that advantage, like having the carousel, or I don't know, as long as they leave some type of way that there's like, it's not really a comeback mechanic, but like some type of advantage. Because then it's just gonna be everyone always fighting for win streak. If not, and it's like, if you don't win streak, then it feels hard to play for a top 4.
Right.
If you don't have some way to gain an advantage over those players that high rolled 2-star units.
Right.
So
that's just my concern. I'm sure they've thought of it, so hopefully there's like a way around it, but
build out a win streak. It's not something we see a whole lot, and he's going to be very happy about those two.
and then I'm curious if, I mean, once we see that mechanic, I feel like it's going to be weird if the next set they bring carousel back. So I feel like whatever they're replacing like I feel like carousel's going to be gone for good. I feel like it's a weird thing to bring back. Whether they change what replaces it every set, or if it's just like whatever this mechanic is stays.
Maybe, I mean, like, yeah, not to get too into it, but I'd like to see the mini game kind of aspect return.
Found the Alawi.
Okay, yeah, I'm not ready for.
Like the standing in the puddles, or.
Oh yeah.
Standard AP opening line. It's one of the better lines.
If we're and like maybe
or the one that's
go into the advantage that is still presented. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, there's the one on, I don't know if you've played the set revival at all. There's one where it's like pick a horse to win.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
Hekra, Lilia, or I forget who. But it's like everyone vote for a horse to win.
Yeah, and you yeah. And then I saw their little models run around like, this seems like it's always gonna be one way.
Yeah.
Pretty good one.
It's like I mean, it's like when you go to like a basketball game or something, it's like choose red, green, or yellow, who's gonna win?
Yeah.
Feels like this.
I always do that too. I always get really attached to my pick.
Leave it for
So far, so good.
America says no. Well done, Necra.
We have good. Our players know what's up. That's all I can say. But something I really wanted to call out here is we've got a couple of players that have taken XP scaling augments. You have Brosip that took Slammin, you have Reddy that has Cluttered Minds, and you also have late game scaling by Jazz Latte. So there are a couple of players here that are really hoping to use their augments to actually kind of push the power level of the lobby, maybe try to make it to a fast 9 composition. And so where do you feel like this puts the rest of the lobby? I feel like it puts so much pressure on the calculated last players, Gobo and Hwamye, to not bleed out.
unfortunately, it does come down to luck quite a lot. If they break their loss streaks, it's just not going to look pretty for them. Both of them actually have the Bard online, so they're just going to be going for a full 3-cost reroll. As Panda did mention, if you're in a lose streak position, that's what you should go for.
Maybe Dasic was the last one I put in.
This has actually been wiped
I didn't
by one
think
for
he'll
both games, so I
perform
just want to
well.
point that out. You might have recognized him somewhere else.
I want to quickly point out that we are in a Gwen lobby, so you're seeing a lot of early item slams from a lot of these players, like that BT, which is a little bit atypical for a very early item slam, but because Gwen is going to hand out scissors throughout the game, players are just doing that to tempo, and that's something you can take away.
Snip, snip.
That's why I really am not a fan of the AQ1H salvage bin. it's kind of like...
Yeah, it's a bit interesting, right?
Maybe you just wanted some extra components. Since it was a low component drop at the beginning of the game, you're still getting some amount of power regardless, since those scissors don't show up until a bit later.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
Clement, you were talking about it. We're seeing it. Look at this front line.
Well,
You're glorious.
I'm just going to say the 40 players here are some of the luckiest players in the world. And this is just standard play.
Well, some of us are Mortdog's favorite. What can you do?
It was like the Ari's kiss, Mortdog's kiss.
Okay,
for the
maybe
Ari
We'll see
player.
how long he
No?
before he gets Reforger and can change this long shot.
Pretty
Pretty good early for this Viego, I guess, but
Definitely a very,
Don't
very
think it's
strong
what you
start.
want.
I'll be surprised if anybody's able to beat this front line in the next
He has
couple
so many
of
upgrades,
matchups,
though.
so
How to
Basic
Gobo and Juan
is going to be striking.
Oh,
Looks
Gobo
like Gobo
won?
won.
Oh no!
It's actually Juan Mie. We got pranked.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Juan
that happens
Mie
a lot.
accidentally.
We're going to have to adjust ourselves.
Okay, but they must have played each other.
Yeah.
My
so.
only imagination here is that they must have played each other,
Yeah,
or like
Juan Mie
somebody
won
actually
Go
tried
Buster.
to. Yeah. That's too bad.
All streaks have to end eventually, either in a loss or in a win.
And someone has to go eighth. These are just the rules of TFT.
Rosev, interestingly, holding to the Rek'Sai pair, very opportunistic. He is going to have to decide here, I feel like. Yeah, I don't think you can lose. Are you really going to lose Econ holding all of this? No, he decides to just ditch the Leona Zoe line. Is favoring AD a lot more after looking at his components.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Now
Those get
that's
rewarded.
lucky.
Nautilus 2 comes online as a little treat. And we're seeing a Vayne 2 being hit by
Okay,
Diame.
it'll
Okay,
be
this from
right
birthday.
back.
I need to
Let's
settle
see
it.
the kitty.
I'm like,
Hold
huh?
on.
you got it.
Oh no, Birthday Reunion is the 2-cost, the Nico.
So he actually just
Yep.
naturaled that.
Yes,
All right.
I'm telling you, these are lucky players. You
Wow,
don't
that's
get to
crazy.
attack around without getting lucky. So this is going to be interesting to see who actually settles into the Demacia long shot. We expected Dasic to be going into that line, but
Nah. Long shot Callista. He's got too many Shadow Isles champions unlocked.
true. I just haven't
I'm just
seen that
so
line.
skeptical. Well, we've seen kind of a first, haven't we, with being able to see the long shot Vayne with the defender front line in our first game.
Yeah.
Our players are cooking up a little something special for this TAC crown, so I feel like it's not out of the realm of possibility. I'm not gonna call it off yet.
Oh, and this is devastating for Juan Mie. I was hoping that he was going to turn the corner into win streak, but he actually just broke his loss streak, and that means Econ's not going to be there. AQ1H going for forward thinking, taking a page out of Ironbog, the Fast 9 APAC master and his teammate. And no, Broseph with the, oh, please, I don't want to see the same script again.
We'll run it back again.
That's a
This
big
trigger
golem.
is really happy with the first episode, and so, you know, we got to get the second one. It's a series now.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very high HP golem because he did have that Nautilus 2 on board as well with the Taric. Nasty stuff, nasty stuff.
I like it. You can complain about the Golem. I'll happily see another game. If it goes to game 3 with the Golemify, I might side with you. We'll think about that when it gets there. But in general, I would say a lot of non-committal augments being picked by our players, trying to stay very open with their game plan. Of course, also keeping Gwen a little bit in mind here. A lot of just components being picked up, a lot of gold being picked up, and generic power trades. like those best friends.
I mean, the, Jazz Latte, I feel like, seems to be either the biggest winner or the biggest loser to me. With Slammin' plus late game scaling, that's going to be a lot of XP generating throughout each round. But Reddy actually took the Golden Dragon. And so very exciting to see what he decides to go for.
Yeah, we have to look at his spot to see if it's going to be more onto the reroll side. Oh, he is just going to go for potentially a Void, and if he gets lucky enough, then he can go directly towards the Baron. But I think it's going to be a little bit hard because it's two-way contested on the long shots in this lobby.
Ooh, Golden Dragon. I feel like don't get to see that one a lot.
Very, very lucky in the past.
Big choke
To
ass.
stop calling our players lucky.
You gotta let them, you know.
That's skill, Clement.
Yeah, being
You're
lucky
just
is a part of the skill of TFT.
I prayed in Mork Dog every day. Not the same results, though.
Player diff. Player diff. But yeah, we'll have to see on the Kaisa who actually gets her first on that 2-star. It can come to something like Panda was saying in that sideline report.
A 2-star Rift Herald with that Golden Dragon's gonna be crazy.
Just to secure that their line is safe. I wouldn't be surprised if that is what's going to happen.
It's tough though because for Ruddy, like you need the bench full in order to actually get value from your cluttered mines.
Yeah.
Whereas the other XP scaling.
What happens if you put a Golden Dragon on Baron? Because Golden Dragon says it takes up 2 slots. Baron takes up 2.
It's a lot easier for you to just be committal onto your.
Is there a world where it only
for
takes
now,
2 and you
because
don't get the
always function
downside?
later. And so I think Ruddy does have a bit of a harder way to get to that level 9, level 10.
Taking a look at the lobby here, we have basically 3 Fast Niners. Jazz Latte to Broseph are all going to go into that direction. Reddy, I feel like he needs to make a pit stop on level 8, and he'll decide his game plan then. Huanmin, for me, I am very worried about his position here. There's not a lot of good Guinsoo users. Sure, you can, you know, cut it up, make it into different items. But he looks more like an AD Fast 9 line, and I'm not sure he has the position
rolling.
to go for it.
He's rolling. I think he's going for just like not just reroll.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go, there you go.
Maybe try to stay here for now and stabilize, but he's able to make items onto the Darius, and I picked up a little thing or two from Panda's lesson at the beginning
Welcome
of the day.
back.
Low HP, a good amount of gold.
Have I missed
Go
anything
reroll,
good?
cause reroll.
There's a big Cho'Gath out there.
Yeah.
I forget who. Somebody took a Golden Dragon.
This is why you shouldn't
Oh,
miss the pre-show,
exciting.
but
You're playing it
we'll see
with-
if
I was
players
commenting,
are
I was-
also looking for
I've never
Power.
seen it.
Roseph
If you put
actually
Golden Dragon on Baron,
let me play around the
does it make it take
Yara
3
a little bit.
slots,
One
or
of
is
the
it
units
still
that
2?
also
Because
got
it's
a
like,
buff
oh.
in that last patch
True.
since regionals was
Because I've
played
never seen it before.
on the
I would,
very
like,
breakout
theoretically it
version
should take
in
3,
regionals very rarely.
but
was
I
kinda
could see it
thinking we
somehow
might
messing
see
up and
her
only
show up
taking
a little
2.
bit more, so
Who is that Annie?
Would that
The
be an
observers are very
abusable
good at this
bug?
game.
yeah,
Did you see
yeah,
that? He
there
just
was
like,
a-
I mean, if it is something that existed, I would
Interesting.
assume that it would be on like a list of do not do
Take a
this.
look at
Yeah.
Ghoster's position, 4 copies.
Which I don't think they posted any new
He needs some
ones
econ on
for
4-2 to kind of save him.
this tournament.
Wolves will give you everything that you
I've just
desire.
never seen it, so I want to see it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it works fine. I just was a
AQ1H
thought that came
still
since
just,
they were
you know,
playing Void. And
Going straight into the Mel, and Bessa found already.
I don't think you would
level
ever
6
probably
because,
actually
you
even
know,
want it on the
players
Baron
always find
anyways.
her
You would
Bessa
always want it
level
on the Rift
6.
Herald.
I'm glad you adapted. Clement.
Naturally.
Thank you very much.
Yep. I'm not calling them the L word anymore.
That's good. For reference, he means lucky, but
And Dasik full streaking, and as you guys pointed out, it is going to be Longshot Callista to move into it.
Yes.
that is so cool. I told
Have
you,
Robin
he's a
on the
guy
other
for a
screen.
cook,
He
and
found a
that's exactly
Zillion at level
what he
7 at
does.
3-7.
Not generally a player
Yeah, that's
that likes
the
to
lobby
flip.
that Frodan is
He's
watching.
not one that's very risk prone. He doesn't have that first or 8th playstyle.
Zillion might have
What
saved
worries
it.
me a little bit with, of course, checkmate on
That's so
day
much
3, but
XP if you find a Zillion that
for
early.
the current part of the format,
Dasik is the high rolling too. He found
I see so
an
much
Ornn
potential,
too.
I feel like.
I'm calling it now. Easily a
She
top
had
4,
Loris
maybe even a
and
first for Dasik.
York
If
too
he hits the
before
Ornn,
Krugs.
I will
And now he's got
concur.
an Ornn in stage 3.
It's a very
I know,
artifact-heavy
right?
composition.
I mean, I was gonna
and he's just
comment
leaving
on
out Legion
the
to 3 value.
Yunara
That's
that we
really cool.
saw
Oh, he
across
does
the
have.
way
Okay, okay,
on the
okay.
other
He has one
fight,
already.
but
We're going first.
this one was much more
Well, I mean,
interesting
you want the orange too, and you also
comment
want the
on.
thresh too. But also, like, that is so early
Day
that
6 is
you,
just
of course,
high
are just
rolling
going
out of
to
his
get
mind.
artifacts printed for you by the end of the game with the 100 streak. This looks so good. So I think Day 6 has got this.
Man, this game is crazy.
Still.
Interesting.
Absolute insane.
Oh, he finally gets the AP. Because when you're playing this comp, you really want the LeBlanc as the secondary preferred carry, but he didn't have the AP for so long, even with lose streaking. Finally is able to reforge one.
I don't think
Oh, you
I'm
gotta
too
break this.
familiar
Use the
with
scissors.
Go
You can't do it now.
Booster.
This is in combat.
Yeah.
Well, he's going
Me
to be
neither.
wiped across the plate by this Warwick 2 Jinx to board from Go Booster for now, putting him down a little bit more in the HP.
I don't watch any other regions, so
bring
the only players I know
salvation.
outside of
And
NA are
one
ones
from our
that
server
have been to
just
Worlds.
has also found an Azir.
True.
What?
Oh.
And
What is
honestly,
this?
if they're not there,
Early
are they really worth
early
knowing?
Azir, early Ornn,
Yeah.
That is a lot of money.
Wow.
and a ton of gold here for AQ1H.
37 HP. Does have to roll down a little bit now to find his 4 costs.
Yeah, I think we definitely
Italy
want to
2 would be a great
find.
stabilization
Not
point.
a Italy pair either.
But he needs at
Definitely be
least
in a
front
better
line too.
position here.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Italy.
forward thinking goal to
Can we get it?
not hit
Go,
is
go, faster!
pretty bad.
Oh,
Well,
any frontline
righter he
2-star
goes.
would do.
You know, precise than fast. We're getting there.
Faster.
We're getting there. We have 7 more seconds. Correct order of actions: roll first, then
Get
position,
PG.
then get the items in order. We got it going.
Right, really interesting moves
Sent
here, 'cause
Thieves
you
Club,
do
or-
have, like,
yeah,
Gwen,
Thieves Club and
freaking hard
Bessa.
opens with salvage
Okay, I like
bin, so he
that.
decides to stabilize around the Mbessa 2 with TG. See if it works out. Going up against a very weak Huanmie board who did not find the extra econ to roll. Actually has to go with combat here. It is not looking good for the CN home crowd hero.
Oh, the Nico is trying
Day6
so
took the,
hard to buy time for the Orianna and
Arcane
Eric,
Victor.
but this
Yeah.
board is just a little too strong for Huanmie with the extra combat power. Whew. I feel like you can kind of breathe.
I wonder what his
a
other
little
options
bit
were,
for
because I
a
feel like that
Huanmie
one is
fan.
so bad
Well,
now,
I
with
don't
everyone
think
running
AQ1H is sad
Titans
about
and
this one either. It gets Mel online
GSS,
on
like,
the
it just
back of
doesn't do
this
anything
one,
that comes
so
in so late.
able to
But I don't think it's
play
ever
around
been
that. Ornn comes
good
into the shop as
throughout
well,
this
staring
set
for an
anyways,
upgrade.
even
Not a
before
lot of
more
gold, but good
anti-CC.
hits.
Wow. Not bad.
Yeah, but not enough frontline for AQ1H either, so a lot of our
But
fast
it must be
timers
fine if
are
they've not
running
buffed it
into
at
a
all,
little
so
bit of
we
trouble
can't see
here.
Probably
stats. It
Day6.
must
I think
be
Day6
fine.
is in trouble.
Yeah, right.
True, true.
That does sound like him.
I guess it's
I feel
okay.
like I just heard a 3-star come online, but I can't see one, so maybe I was pranked by you.
If perception is bad, but it
I heard
keeps not
sound
getting touched, I
also.
feel like it honestly it's probably got to be better than average.
12 streak thus far goes up against
Because it's just perception's bad, but they know it's strong, so they'll just leave it.
4-3 should be able to hold it here should he lose, but just look at the sheer power of this board. Thresh online, Ornn online, Day6 really.
Wonder if he ever got a
leaning into the strength of
Reforger or
the
is
Shadow Wilds.
And
planning on
Huanmie
keeping
has
this
no
long
gold,
shot.
No 3 stars. And 6
It
HP.
looks like an ace.
It
Oh
does.
no.
I feel bad for all the fans in Guangzhou. There's a
Ah.
huge crowd there all rooting for him. But that's how miracles are written as well.
That's right.
The comeback.
You could do.
Yeah, it's like, why get
2
Arcane
apes and
Victor
then
when you can
4
get
first
the
places. It's
2 dummies that
possible.
stun?
Yeah.
It's true.
Gotta charge up the
Like, those
revenge
don't
And-
seem similar.
Anime training
And
are
Jeweled
right in the
Gauntlet
middle
for
of our
those
World
other
Championship
players.
tournament. Yes.
So yeah,
I'm
definitely, yeah. Wonder what he
Basic here,
had.
taking his sweet time to pick between a cloak and a tear.
So it's just like the dummies will stun right at the fight. The Victor one comes in so late that it's like, okay. And you get the HP of 2 dummies on top of it. So it's like,
Okay, so
I
he
just don't
did
see how those
lose
2
streak
augments are
into
comparable.
The Nasus. Okay. So he should be stable in his tank here, but the damage, where is that going to come from? No 0-2.
Okay.
It's a bit awkward. Sitting on a pair of
This board looks a little
pair of
crazy right
Kindred,
now.
Could have a pair of Shyvana. Nothing really coming into fruition. However, Hwanmi also just rolled to try and get his board online with the last valiant
Oh,
effort.
Draven 3.
Draven 3.
Yeah, do that.
Not sure if it's coming up against the golem board though.
Yeah, I think he just hit it.
Oh, I'm so
Because it didn't have any
worried
items, so it's
about
probably moving
Hwanmi.
everything.
I'm not entirely convinced.
Tough
that
LeBlanc.
this Draven
The real
is
star is
gonna be able to
Darius.
deal with the golem. And that
Like-
is
no.
it. Two
it's
aces
too,
back to
like-
back, but he's
And we
doing
Would it
didn't try to
survive?
go
pretty
low.
Probably
good
have to like
spirit.
sell LeBlancs that has no items
Left.
to like
I don't think I have
try and hit
I've ever
Darius,
seen
but it's too
this
far
before.
off.
Yeah. All the pictures
Seems
we
like
have
just
of
bad
Hwanmi,
roll
he's
down,
very,
unlucky.
very stoic, very like focused. Why does he
Sedge
laugh now?
3.
I have the answer as a longtime Hwanmi viewer. Many times he laughs because that idea
Big
was
pig.
kind of cool, but it didn't work.
Oh, I see.
Well, that for one is true. Checking in with Gobo, so close yet so far, missing one copy of both of his target units.
I see Broseph
Jinx
too.
and
I think
Loris
it's been a
seem
few
to be a little evasive.
rounds.
But I kind of thought that the Sejuani 3
Oh,
would
Dasik finally
stabilize the
lost.
board well enough. But now we're seeing
Yeah.
a Kalista with fish bones. Wait a minute. I think maybe Jinx
Wait.
would have wanted that item.
Fishbone's long shot Callista
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, Al, you should be very happy to see this also.
Shadow Isle boards from Dasik.
Okay, I like the long shot a bit more now with the Fishbones, but
Way this is going to go, but yeah, not good chance.
do I though? Because actually, yeah,
has
probably.
that streak.
If he loses by 3 here, he's still alive.
Oh,
Okay, Mel 2, please.
In Rise.
I forget how many
Oh
stats.
my goodness. Now this board
does
is
Legion
really
of
coming
Threes
together.
give?
But it's all about staying alive. And so,
I'm not sure.
do you actually want to pick up the Rise here? Do you have good items for it?
Nope.
I don't think it's a ton,
Really?
but
This
like
is
it's not
really
negligible
Rise,
either.
Region, unfortunately.
That's so sad.
I haven't really seen people
This
be
is
able to
quite the board.
stabilize on
Right?
a 0-2. It's not really. It has been buffed in recent patches, but
Mm-hmm.
it's not the same level as an Annie 2 or Mel 2.
Yeah. It's definitely a little bit of a weird spot. Let's see if his
But
shot
we're not
needs to
going
brings
Rise.
salvation. That's another volley.
No.
He's still trying to go for silent.
No, there was
Hey,
an Annie.
Annie.
No.
That was an Annie pair.
No, he doesn't have the tears for the Annie.
Oh, it's looking doomed.
This is not good.
He will have to shed his own tears, I guess.
No. That is so sad.
Rip, 3 pairs.
Very unlikely that he is. gonna
GG Nasher
survive
is
this
not
one.
bad.
I was
Especially
gonna say
it's a
there's
ghost.
a chance depending on who he runs into. It's Gobo's ghost on the
No,
other
but it's
side.
an upgraded board. Gobo hit the
That's
Jinx
right.
and the Loris. I don't know. I don't believe in the Fast 9 board against that. But prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
I don't either. He needs the CC to go there. Mel, can she get to her second cast?
The pick got in that it can
Likely
Sunfire the
here.
back line.
Jazlata is going to fall in 7th place. Gobo also takes a loss. Oh, no, sorry.
Prank.
I'm getting
Ready
pranked so
to
much.
lead on 10. Where's our Baron?
Get
We
the
want a
Baron.
reward
Oh, he's level
right
10.
now.
Ah, 2 in the shop.
Wow.
No way.
Baron.
We don't
Two
even have enough
Barons in the
money.
one shop.
Oh no, he will make the money. Don't worry.
Golden
Oh,
Dragon
the
Baron.
dreams you have dreamed about. You were talking about this dragon og.
Oh, there it is.
Baron Nasher coming
Oh.
online.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Dragon
I
Augment
think
has
that's,
really been
think
quite
that might be it.
successful in the regional final. So I feel like
Ready
this is
might be a
another
beast.
showcase. To be able to make it to 10 with the Baron is just so exciting.
Yeah, really cool thing is he just stabilized on Senna 1. He
Just
didn't
needs to hit
actually
this
try to roll for
Rift
the
Herald
upset
too,
with
so he
his
can move
and
items.
he reforged most of his AP additional
Golden
items
Dragon
and stuff
Herald
with
sounds
Witches and
crazy.
Archangels into a complete AD line. So great use,
Guys.
just pivoting around his carries.
He's losing.
Guys.
Surely he doesn't lose this, right?
Oh,
Wow.
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He gets knocked
Yeah.
out from that.
Too early.
About
I thought
that.
we were too. I thought we were safe.
He did have a Baron too. Our eyes were not deceiving us.
Perfect
but
refall.
So when I said I
believe
think
that.
that's
So in
it,
my expert
that's actually
analysis,
not
we
what
had
I was
Baron 2,
calling
but
out.
we didn't have much else.
No, you're actually
did
right
not think
though,
it was
because
gonna
we've
go
seen
that
this a
way.
couple of times hitting the prismatic traits. Even if you hit Noxus 10 or Ionia 10,
feel
those
like she should have
things
won
don't
that.
work if you don't have the rest of the units.
Maybe
upgraded.
maybe if
So
his
you
Herald,
get
he
to
didn't
Noxus
position
10
yet.
and
Maybe if
everything
his
is
Herald
red
was in the
star,
front line.
you are still losing. But that's insane. You're right though, was that Shyvana won, Santa Kindred won, Wukong won, like,
Yeah.
oh, the front line just wasn't there.
And I think we forgot some items on the bench too.
No, that's so sad.
There was a lot that had to be done in little amount of time, and we wanted that Baron so bad. But yeah, the rest of the board just not able to clutch up with him, unfortunately. I loved seeing it though. Great
This
job.
is a very
Amanda.
strong
I'm
King's
so
board though.
sad.
Wars 3 and Pig 3.
Pretty impressive, actually taking down the
Yeah, I
Baron
still
in
want to
that fight.
know.
Multiple combat augments
I
being
guess Broseph
selected.
can't really do anything, but Daysik will
Warlords
probably have some
into
moves
Soul
soon.
Link. Spirit Link, sorry.
Yeah, and only
Oh, and
level
Daysik
8
has
as
the
well,
Fresh
so
online
2 levels
now.
below that Baron
I think
board.
I saw that
That
earlier.
big Baron?
Yeah.
What? That's still bewildering to me. I
Well,
feel
but
like
it's
that had to be a
upgraded
Baron
unit.
miss.
It's just printing more one
Yeah, I think the
artifacts.
Baron
Got
was under
Prowler's
attack a
Claw
little
for
bit too
Mbessa
early.
too.
One
That's
free
also
play.
crazy.
Baron was under attack a little bit
The
too
Fishbones
early,
and Prowler's
just
Claw,
couldn't
like
read
maybe
the
2 of the
backline with
best that could have
Kaisa.
got.
She's a little bit evasive, we all know that, so. Unfortunate matchup, unfortunate positioning, unfortunate roll down, I fear. Even though we hit the Baron
actually
2.
get nerfed. I mean, this got weird, right? Beat the Galemify board, beat the Baron 10 board. I'm very surprised that Reddy had to take a 6 there.
I think that is just about positioning. As we're seeing Gobo try to make some adjustments here, knowing that what is left in his combat pool is going to be pretty difficult. In fact, he goes up against that long shot board, so maybe we get to see whether or not these crash test dummies can help to put a bit of a stopper into this damage from Diaomei.
Does Swain get the stun on the front line? Okay, just before he dies, he does get that one. But I still have to favor Gobo's board. This is just so much more raw power.
I think the one thing the Kaisa Vayne board has over
What?
the Jinx board is
What?
the movement. You can see how the Sichuani just gets tied up in the back line there. But Jinx does not care.
I was so prepared. I was so mentally
Jinx
prepared to
does
see that
Jinx
Jinx just get
things, of
obliterated by
course.
Kaisa.
Uh-oh.
So close.
Big troubles for our APAC Fast 9 boards here. No Mel2 contested within his own region. This looks like the end of the road, unfortunately, for AQ1H on this game.
And we spent so much gold to try and get something online. We were looking at this board when he was doing the roll down. There was a rise in
I
consideration.
gotta respect
Not being picked up, not able to
default
play around it.
arena,
It's just,
default
what
little
a tough,
legend.
tough situation for APAC.
What if that's
AQ1H.
intended or just
Once
forgot to
again,
change it? It's
Gobo's
turning
getting
around.
bumped around the boogeyman
Well, I
of
think you
this lobby
submit it
with his Jinx 3. Massive front line. I'm not sure it's good
beforehand.
enough for them.
or at least your little legend.
Well,
I
as we say
think,
that, it is
unless
going
the
to be a front line that
API
starts
actually
to wrap
pulls
around this
all of that.
Sejuani,
Oh,
making it a bit easier
it's
for
like
the targets of the
little
Jinx, but
cam
Gobo's
has their
turret
little
is
legend in
taken
the
out
bottom
in bot
corner.
4. Whoa, just kidding.
I
Diaomei
guess I don't know
lost.
how locked it is.
That's going to be a top 4 for
But if
Gobo.
it changes through
how did the board that beat Baron lose?
reading the client information,
What?
that's super cool.
Lost to, I
I-
believe,
Yeah,
Daisy.
I could
Daisy,
see you
yes,
there.
has something to say about that.
Fair. That's okay. Fair. Valid.
Oh, Daysik won.
I have to say
EMEA
that.
top 4. I'm just saying.
Yeah, once more. To both of them.
Just barely. Let me have this.
Definitely works out. AQ1H, I'm kind of surprised he's still alive at this point, just looking at how poorly some of his roll downs has went, but just the positioning clump from the Freljord Jinx line, that's one of the
I don't think he
unfortunate
had to
things when
roll
you're
too
going
much
up against a
either.
lot of these Fiddlesticks, Swain boards, is that you do lose a lot of time
it is
early in the
now.
fight.
All right.
Yes, roll
Side by
downs.
side here. Last choices being made by our players. Item anvils.
That is a scary set.
For AQ1H. Unfortunately, we didn't get the Mel. Would have been the bigger upgrade.
Full crit, double
still has plenty of
double omnivam.
and then cap out his board with Silas. He still has full money in the bank. He's okay if he loses, but for AQ1H, this is life or death. And Mbessa straight into the back line. Is Mbessa gonna get revenge on her own daughter? No, actually just skips away. Back into the front, but then it's Thresh.
I feel like, especially with this set, because there's so many things, like, so many circles, like, thresholds and stuff flying over. I already feel like it's hard to read late game fights, and then with these smallers, I can't tell what's happening. Maybe I'm just old. What do you get? Oh, that's pretty. All three of his artifacts have been crazy.
Okay, this is unfortunately he has to run just another Yone there.
The golem and the orange health.
Have to say this looks like a clean sweep coming in from Dasic.
I tend to agree. 17 HP, if it's close enough, there's a chance you're still hanging in there in stage 6, but you can see Brosev complaining, says, okay, I know this is over. That is never going to be.
This Mbessa is just all over the place.
With Callista, with that long shot emblem, takes game 2, first place.
What a smooth game by Dasic. Hits
Dasic double kill.
Stage 2. Then goes into the, I believe it was a stage 3.
Well played. No high roll.
Already. That's basically the perfect scenario.
I don't think I've seen that Gaussy
steamroll everyone in the lobby.
And if it wasn't going to be a win on that round, Dasic was going
Ink Shadow
to
Dalcy? I don't think I've seen that one.
I feel like this was just a perfect ending for this game.
I think we've got
and I love being able
too.
to see that, you know, as we often do with just a one-game sample size, in the second game, scores got flipped on their heads. So we ended up seeing AQ1H go from a 6th to a 3rd. Dasic got a little bit luckier, getting 2 back-to-back 4ths, but even Brosev, starting with the 7th place in that first game, landing with a 2nd.
I love this graphic that we have back there with a lore book opening up and showing Dasic as a winner. That is so cool.
His lore is going to be the Shadow Isles King forever.
I mean, he has a lot of lore. Again, one of the players in TFT eSport with the longest competitive history. He's been there from the start.
Talking about some fates that weren't flipped, Hwanmie unfortunately going on his second 8th place, which is going to be a big damper for the home crowd in Guangzhou. Hope he can still show up and maybe add a little bit more miracle comeback factor towards his legend.
Well, this is just the start of our journey through day 1 of the
They have all round 2 in already?
Lore and
Nice.
Legends. We still got 4 more games to show you.
Wait, no, they
Let's
don't.
take a new journey.
That's total points in round 1.
Sense as we take a look at your first sneak peek of.
I was gonna say, a lot of people just copied their same scores.
Sneak peek. I hear gods in the background. Wow. Pretty. Huh.
Why is Yasuo a god?
I know, I'm like, are they depicting Yasuo as a god here?
Why is Bard traveling to see the... I'm confused on their selection.
Yeah, I think Bard and Yasuo could have been reversed there a little bit. Right?
But I think it's also, I would have, like, like design space stuff that a lot of the ones that would think are gods have been 5 cost a lot. So
Yeah.
17.
but like Yasuo has too. So
Matt Dunn here with me. He's here with us all weekend to give us a sneak peek.
Yeah, like I hope this means that this is the return of
Gods. It is going to
a
be
5-cost
an awesome set.
Soraka
I'm so
that
excited to hear
heals
more.
your
Matt, tell me about the
Tactician.
operation behind the set.
All right,
Little
so
chunk
many of you
ran across
TFT
the
historians may know that this is not the first
animation's
time
really
Teamfight
cute though.
Tactics has
Yeah.
gone to space. Back in set 3,
I liked
and
that
3.5, we had
Soraka
Galaxies
Stinger
and Return to the
transition with her
Stars,
wings opening
which explored
too.
what
Beautiful.
one might call a more traditional sci-fi version of space. That was fun, that was great, but this time around, we wanted to see if we could do a slightly different spin on a space theme. One that was a little more fantasy, a little more mystical, a little more divine.
Ooh, divine. I'm imagining that has to do something with the God's word in the name of the set.
Exactly.
We saw 6 champions in that.
So the gods won't be champions you can pick.
Not quite.
Oh, more?
So what we saw there, we saw 3 champions.
Oh.
Yes, those 3 champions you saw, Bard, Twisted Fate, and Nami, all are champions you'll run into in Space Gods and have a chance to play. But the other 3 characters you may have seen there, that was Soraka, the god of the stars, Yasuo, the god of the abyss, and Aurelion Sol, the god of wonder.
Because
Okay,
Yasuo is
so
god of
I'm sure
the
we're going to learn
abyss.
a ton
I
more about
see.
that as we go throughout the weekend.
I feel like they could have
But
picked
we got
somebody
a
else.
trailer dropped yesterday too, and everyone is wondering where in the
Yasuo
world
and
is
Abyss
Carousel?
isn't what
That is
comes
a great
to mind.
question. I'm going to echo something that our fearless leader and set lead, Noemi Kute, had said in the little sneak peek video. Carousel is going on a little break for
Oh,
set 17
perfect.
Space Gods.
Carousel's coming back next set.
In its place, it opens up it
Or
gives
the
us
set
some space
after.
to explore
Yeah.
something a little new, a little different. What that is exactly,
Just a break.
you'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out. But I want to be clear, this is a break. It is
I'm
not
glad they
going on
confirmed that
forever.
from the start.
We have no plans to eliminate it. You will see it return.
Okay, very, very cool.
To,
So
like,
we're taking a
set
break from
expectations.
Carousel. It is
Yeah.
going to be great to
Like if
learn
that
more
was a deal
about
breaker for
Space
your
Gods in set 17.
set
But just like Carousel, we're
enjoyment.
going to go to a quick break, and on the other side, we'll have games 3 and 4 ready to go. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Let me double check the score page. I'm feeling like if they threw it to break, then it's not ready. I see. Oh, this is an ad. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure these are in.
Like Juanmi and last, that's not good for my pick'ems. And Robin and Wage. Okay, we need to just like flip this entire. Yeah, I had Robin till the Robin's game was so unfortunate.
Trying to see if we should listen to Robin stream a little bit during the break.
He's just VOD reviewing his last one.
Got it.
Welcome back here at the Lore and Legends Tactician's Crown. My name is Mix, and I'm still joined by my fantastic caster friends in Patches Panda and CLE. You guys got to watch the games from the sidelines already. Any notes you want to share with the class?
I would say a lot of surprises. A lot of these fan favorites we thought would be smashing it right out of the gates have kind of faltered in their step. And a lot of the underdogs that we thought would maybe have the nerves and pressure in this first debut in the TAC round have been doing really well. So I'm pumped. I think it's the best possible news we can get because it means it'll be an even playing field across this day one.
And I think it's interesting too. Not only some of the new players, but maybe the regions that we didn't expect to do well are starting strong. So I'm not trying to jinx it. I'm just saying Americas and EMEA both doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, this desk definitely might be a little bit regionally biased, but that is okay. We are rooting for all of our players to make it through. Let's take a look at the standings together and see how it all shakes out after those first two games. We're starting at the bottom, and like you mentioned, Panda, there is a big surprise, and Juanmie, out of all people, taking 2-8s.
Litu Chuan as
Yeah,
well, two
worried
regional winners in Marcel P and Little
three
Bear
of the names
also
that
on this first stage, only able to get 5
in the
points
bottom
for now.
half
So
here
we're
are
hoping and
supposed
looking
to
to
be
see
in the
some
top
comeback
half
from some of these
according to my
fan favorites to
pick'ems.
try and really
Yeah,
do better.
I
in
think
this
Robin's
day one
right
and
above
tomorrow's
that
day
too.
two.
Yeah,
We're
right.
seeing
Yeah.
a lot on this page of the APAC players, many of whom are some of our favorites, Ironbog being probably the most notable. But I think, you know, if you're in this range, you're definitely not out of it, just got a little bit of ground to make up.
That's right. As we are turning the pages, we are getting, of course, higher in the overall points. These are the players that either have been stable in the middling field or had one good and one bad placement, like you're seeing on Kubikson and Brosef there. And these are the players that have been doing really well there. From 12th and up, you're seeing a lot of good placements. Reven also making a big surprise.
Some underdogs on the global stage, like MKoy Reven, the first Spanish player to ever make it to TAC.
I feel like that's so hard too if in the first two games, like you get knocked out early, especially in these when there's like production and break time and stuff, because like you get knocked out early and like if you go 8th, you're spending so much time watching the others doing whatever, and then there's also break like
Already 2
you
points
go
up on the rest of the field.
Yeah.
From
the time you get knocked out
to
when you start the next game is like 30-40 minutes at
as one of the
times.
greatest of all time. And if they're to win this thing, I think they would take that
Yeah,
crown.
that's always
Honestly, it's so exciting. I
battle,
love the
I
current
feel
meta.
like
I don't know how you're
happens
feeling,
is,
but there's so much in there. Our
with the
players
production
already in those first
aspect.
two games have been crazy
Yeah,
creative. And
I think,
if you
yeah,
at home want to
around
give this
10
a shot, and
minutes.
maybe at some point play on the big stage, you can.
It's like a lot of times, even like in the GA tourneys when I play, like if I take a fast 8, like those ones where it's like, oh, you die in stage 4 or whatever, I just pull up another game and like play something else because I'm just like, I can't stop, like, because if I try and analyze, like, if it's a game you go, you die in stage 4, like there's only so much can learn looking back at it, and it's just like, I'd rather just completely reset mental, forget that that game happened, just move on to the next and review it later.
To actually maybe one day competing.
Because it's like, I'm not going to review this game for 30 minutes.
And just act like you're a competitor, and you can just have yours and be like, I'm
I
ready.
know, yeah, because like it just happened. I know it happened.
And those are always the like really tilting ones, because it's like I'll spend like 5 minutes and like at it, be like, okay, did I pick a wrong augment? Did I do something? Did I just like, okay, low rolled this? So it's like, I could have picked this better, I could have done this better, but it's like, it's too much. So it's like, okay, I'll just like
reshuffle the lobbies, and sometimes
I
when
can't
reshuffling, there are some crazy lobbies.
keep
that
looking at
just
those
come
same
out
decisions for the rest of it. It's just like, something else.
Certain players I mentioned at the very start, there's a big
Exactly.
difference between players who like playing around 3-cost rerolls and spikes
Same
early
to
on stage
do.
3, around standard 4-cost lines, around playing more for fast 9
Some
with,
stuff
for example,
here.
APAC and CN in particular. So depending on what kind of lobby you get, you can already predict, hey, I'm going to have an easier time going fast 9, I'm going to have an easier
Thanks
time
to
spiking
Mix
early,
for
playing 3-cost
mentioning
rerolls,
it.
testing my lobby as well.
We are gonna
So
have
I think
some
it's gonna be
different
really
lobbies.
to see what we get in this next game and what players especially are in it.
I've had the chance to sit
Yeah, I
down
hope they
with
show
players and ask
still
them
lobby
about their
E.
playstyles and their tournament experiences. And
There's
often
a lot of
the
players
thing
I've
that
been
matters
watching
the
lobby.
most
I
is
think
when
it was
they
E.
feel like they can play like themselves. And so as these lobby metas develop,
So they had Robin,
obviously
Wasian,
it's really important
Cambule,
to play the lobby, but you
Dasic,
also need to stick
Jazz
to your
Latte,
strategy and your read going in because you can't just make it up on the
YBY.
fly
I
all the
feel like
time.
lobby. Unknown.
That's right. That's something that they need to keep in mind. Honestly, I was expecting a recall
Man.
of like set 6, set 7, where CN gave a lot of the tempo into the lobbies, and the Western players were often
The screen that I'm using right now is just
them
too
pressuring that tempo, and what we've been
small.
seeing in the first 2 games is actually more of an opposite.
Just barely doesn't fit at all.
I will say CN, I think it's been a while since the Tactician meta has faded.
Oh. I forgot that if I do that, I lose the other audio. Okay. Let me go back.
Most of the Western regions, Americas and EMEA, could not keep up with that lobby tempo and kind of fell behind. They used to play a little bit too greedy. This meta should be good for that playstyle yet again, with so many 3-cost options, with the 4-cost unlock options as well, with Yone and Void. But we haven't really seen the results coming through. We saw Diao Mei in the very first game with Yone. He got the 2nd place. But it's been mostly EMEA players doing quite well, I would say, with reroll.
Yeah, I mean, double in that last game, which was not on the main broadcast, went to 10 playing Rise and just dominated the lobby once again. And so we're seeing, again, it really depends on your spot. You're getting a lot of credit for your tactical breakdown earlier, and that's because it was good.
It was.
And it was very apt for what is happening in the current meta, and we'll continue to see that all weekend.
And the biggest separation, I think, from this meta and these 3 very different game plans, think back to the start of this set, where we had a patch that was dominated around really the only win condition being, hey, I have to 3-star my 4-cost. And if 3 players are doing this, you should join them, because then you have a higher chance of hitting your 3-star 4-cost as well. So it really was much more monothematic around, I'm rolling down on 4-1 and 4-2. I hope I hit most of my upgrades, and then I hope I can hit the 3-star 4-cost eventually. Whereas now there's so many different ways to play the game, and players are spiking at completely different times in the lobby as well.
That's right. So lots and lots to keep in mind. But of course, we'll be guiding you through the games as well. All of the action is covered here. And our caster friends are going to be giving you those sideline reports. How was it to watch up there and like see the different games? It's great, isn't it?
I mean, there's just so much action. I was telling them before we started the show, this is kind of how I like to watch TFT at home.
Yeah.
Because I just want to see every POV of everything happening. And sometimes I understand it all.
Oh,
But,
yeah, that makes sense. So it does seem like
I would have a similar setup
all the observer slots might be taken for production, so they can do probably so they can track and like make recap videos of everybody's.
Yeah.
All about not playing into any kind of risk.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Makes sense.
Possible, playing around the open lines and stabilizing hard to make sure that
They can track them all. They can give for different feeds for different languages who's watching. I'm sure there's a couple. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Frodan probably has access.
Yeah, he's definitely watching his own lobbies, it seems.
Where Camberley is definitely not. He's continuing his streak from the regional finals, where he went 2nd 5 games in a row.
Yeah, he's just started into a game that they're hanging out, paused for.
But you will need one first place to win it all.
Eventually.
For the crown at the very end of it, there is going to be checkmate waiting for you. But now these players need to get there. After this, we'll be at the halfway checkpoint. And of course, at the end of the day, bottom 8 will get eliminated. So the players that currently find themselves on low points, they just need to claw their way in the middle of the field.
Going off what you mentioned, I think it was actually Weijin in one of the TPC tournaments this set who did not win a single game until the final game he needed to win that check rate on day 3. So it's definitely something that can happen, and I think a lot of the EMEA players and Americas players in particular are of the idea that, hey, I don't need to actually win any games in day 1 and 2. I just have to play for top 4. This is really the strength that both of these regions have, especially America's playing more around the 3-cost reroll. And I'll think about where I'm going to win games in day 3. That's 2 days from now. I just have to think about this day 1 for now.
Well, we are going to be entering game number 3 here at the Tactician's Crown. So let's hop right in with the man himself, Weijin, here as we are into game.
And it is our Lissandra encounter, and we also get
trying to spoil Robin's 20 seconds ahead of him.
Lissandra encounter giving you 5 of these 1 costs just to give you a little bit of direction, some extra gold, but also it makes it really easy to get some upgrades early.
It's good that this is a lobby I wanted to watch, so.
No problem.
Especially looking at someone like Weijin to see how he comes back from that slump. I think historically, this is a position he's been in quite often in tournaments where he doesn't start off too hot, but he always ends up turning it around and kind of picks up more and more steam as the day goes on. So we'll see that that'll be the case. I think it's a pivotal game 3. If we see another bot 2 here, similar for Wanye, it could be absolute disaster for these fan favorites.
That's right. For now, we are just going to be cruising through those PvE rounds. Something that
okay.
we'll need to try is get those early upgrades as we've been seeing. And I mean, Zoe certainly is one of those.
We've had 12 gold drop from orbs. We had, you know,
sorry, I was putting context clues together.
We could be super, super rich when it comes to this game. We see a lot of players electing for that. Robinson having this early bilge water, having both of the 3 costs already in line means he can be 5 bilge almost instantly.
And with the extra gold, he can get to 7 builds even earlier, play for the MF.
Oh, the camera's wrong.
And really
on the main broadcast. It's showing Weijin for Robin.
In stage 3, maybe even as early as 3-2 in some cases.
Weird, yeah.
Huge gold opener for sure in this game 3. So we'll see how players adapt to this condition and try and play for maybe earlier level 7 unlocks.
First augment choice of the game will be gold. And so, gonna get some
Not
good
to be a
direction here.
chatter.
We are on board with Robin Songs, who is checking out the aura farming.
They're pulling cams from Froden's because Froden's watching Weijin.
Yeah.
He's got right camera. Froden is the main broadcast.
A great choice if he's going to be able to play reroll. And looks like this Malzahar may be the way to go.
I mean, he might as well be.
To pick Legion of Threes for the second game.
Yeah, that was so funny too when because Froden had announced the co-stream before Riot announced the rest of the co-streamers, and then didn't list Froden.
Not too bad. Kabuko and Kennen both.
So he's like, did we forget something?
And you can see what you're going to flex around in stage 3 specifically. Could be maybe even the Zoe we see on board now, but definitely playing for the Econ early
that
game.
wand
The
overflow?
changes the Kennen unlock makes it a lot easier to not have to kind of go immediately into Yordle.
No, it's the other one. It's the Rod plus Chain.
Okay.
Specifically those that are really leaning into that gold advantage. Alfred early, calculated loss.
Heavy is the crown for Li Xiao.
Getting that patient study, so losing is rewarded, where people like Li Xiao and Jazz Latte are really kind of pushing the combat speed.
Double Legion of
You know,
Threes.
some extra items.
Well, not the only player that picked up Legion of Threes on Dasik. We also have Kamuli picking up the Ionia emblem from his Legion of Threes. And I want to call your attention to something on these augments that I think is incredibly interesting, because Li Xiao picking up Heaviest to Crown.
We'll see what he plays into. For now, it's on an Aphelios, which is definitely one of the better carries in stage 2. We have seen quite a few times players during regionals playing Aphelios reroll off of this augment, because you just get that scaling power that Aphelios wants, and it really allows you to take over stage 2 and 3 in particular and stay very healthy off of that.
Man, I'm really hoping Dasik and Robin don't fight. This happened last at regionals where Robin did calculated loss and somebody ended his streak. Full, because if you both double full open, it resets your streak. And Dasik's full open and Robin are both full open.
Routes into eventually Freljord Rise all the way in stage 5 if we make it there. This is one of the comps that Aaliyah won the EMEA regionals with. He had, I think, 4 different games of Freljord Rise. All of it was off of mostly listing competition, just giving him really good
their
spots
last
to play into.
streak.
Yeah, because they didn't fight each other.
Good.
Knowing that Robin did pivot off this line.
But it should be fine now because you pretty much always take Bard when you're full open, so it's like impossible to like tie after that unless like you don't play the Bard.
That there's only one player that currently doesn't have 10 gold met.
I want to highlight the spot from Weijin. He did a little tier list.
But I think it happened to Robin twice at regionals.
Coin flip comp. I'm not sure if I'll be playing it much because you really depend on finding that early MF.
Full open and fought another full open player.
Already play for coin flips, considering
I think
he has
I
only
remember
those 4
a
points
little
across the first 2 games. So we'll see.
I was so
if that
sad I
coin
had to
lands in his
work
favor.
both of those days.
That's right. We will need to see
Saturday
if
and
he
Sunday
can
of
be the one
regionals
Bill
last
Slaughter
week,
player
or
that's able to unlock
the
that
second week.
misfortune early on. For now, she's not going to be in there.
I mean, I feel like regionals, at least like day 3, I don't remember if I even watched much of the final. Like, yeah, when it's to win regionals, whatever, but it's like, it feels so lackluster when everyone's qualified for Worlds because Weijin took every spot.
Yeah.
So it's like, they're not competing for Worlds, so it feels like day 2 is like the real like competition, then day 3 is whatever.
Straight into that combat power early.
It's a good spot for Cam as well because I think.
I mean, prize
Ari
money
and
for
Yone
sure is
one of
big
most stable
in
comps
the
in the meta
title,
right
but
now. There is
the
some
bigger
lanes
thing
where
is
they've
getting
been
to go to
contested in
Worlds, I
some
feel like.
cases, but when you have something like Legion of Threes and you have an Ione emblem, you're sending a message to the rest of the players in this lobby. Do not contest this line. I have a much better spot than any of you to play it.
There's the
And an
bards,
uncontested
like
Ari
we
Ione line should be quite stable for a player
expected
who's
for
doing pretty well
Robin and
with this
Dasic.
point total.
Yeah, but looking at Dasic and Robin,
I
who
wonder
Robin
what
has 2
Dasic's
Aries and
emblem
Dasic has
is.
the Ionia
So-
package.
oh, it's Yordle.
Maybe it's not uncontested.
I have bad news for all 3 of these players.
Yeah, the path should be blocked, is it though?
Can't
Has to be the
believe
question. For Robin,
going
I think he's
Ionia
still
to
building
open
out that loss streak
again.
as best he can. Might run into Dasic, so we'll have to see between the two.
I don't know what the
of them if they
Ionia is
actually
either.
willing
I don't
to
think they
maybe
show.
sell off to try and secure that loss streak on their end. Both of them only have 1 stars on their board, so
Yeah, I
there
don't
could be a
think-
little bit of a magician moment.
You've seen it.
It's a bit awkward because some of these players maybe want to pivot off of Ari into LeBlanc and Darius, but there's also player with lifting competition.
Oh,
so
that's
that
they
3-cost
should
AP
bring
space
back
is a little bit
too.
congested
So I
for
noticed
this
the
game 3, and
overlay
it's going to be interesting to see how
today
players navigate this.
doesn't have the
Ideally, you want
encounter.
to have a lane all to yourself.
Oh, maybe it's
Oh,
rotating.
yeah.
You either hit or you don't, but you know
Because
you're
they used to
uncontested,
have
you have
it
the best
at
chance
the
to do so.
bottom, so
And
maybe
one of
it's
the
just
strongest 3-cost
rotating
lines,
now.
It doesn't look like anyone is on right now, being that Jinx line.
Yeah.
But
And
I'd like to
so
see the
we'll see.
Ionia in
Playing
there
contested
too,
is
as
really,
like
really
a
bad. I know we talk with Asa a lot on our
informative
regional finals
rotator.
podcast. It literally gives you negative placement.
That's
if
one thing
not
that Mort
two,
Dog Stream
when
had
you
over
are
everything.
contested.
You could
So
always tell what
we'll
a
see where
counter
they're gonna
and
end
what
up, but we do have
Ionia
4
mutant,
people
whatever.
on a win or a 4-win streak. 2 people on a 4-win streak and 2 people
They
on
had
a
that
4-loss
unlock.
streak. So no one on fire.
No slams yet for Dasic and Robin, so I think they're both, maybe as you mentioned, trying to find a way to play into Jinx, for example.
Which I'm sure just comes from, you know, somebody coming in every 2 minutes. What is the Ionia? What's the encounter?
It does
Asking
make
all the
sense,
time.
you
So it's
know,
like,
basically
as a
so
streamer,
many
it's like,
players
I don't
in
want to
the
answer
lobby,
the
if
same
they're going to
question
get
every
into
2
cosplay,
minutes.
just join
Yeah.
them. If not,
Just
you know,
from-
join them. Just find your own.
So it's like really nice to
battle
have
that
it there
you're
on
going to be playing
screen.
around, and that can work out.
I don't remember what the
beautifully if
encounter
you're not
was.
contested.
Howling
It will be the
Abyss.
battle of the win streakers here. So this is
Oh, yeah,
huge
that's
for
right.
their gold because they've
According
invested
to the
into their
rotator.
boards and into their win streaks, really hoping that they can keep it. And if they can't, and it looks like for on the other side for Li Xiao, we don't have very many upgrades, but maybe it's not going to make a difference.
Board's looking fairly strong, especially the early Loris with the Vow is just a really, really good unit in stage 2 with the extra shield.
Both Dasic and Robin full streak.
I imagine Jazzlade will once again
Love
play
to
into
see
Demacia.
it.
We saw this from him in game 1 in the lobby we were watching there on the side. And this is one of the most comfortable lines for I think every single player this tournament. If you're able to stabilize on 4-1 around your Lux 2, your Garen 2, it's just very hard to bot 4 from that position.
Yeah, we even saw this defender Demacia Kaisa line that was just one step beside of what we expect. So players are definitely very, very comfortable on it. Partially due to the fact that it was really OP for a part of the time where scrims were happening. Now it's back in a normal place, but still something players are going to lean into when they can.
And that normal place is not a bad place, right? Someone like Kai Wang in the Americas, I think he got such a great placement in regionals, mostly off of playing 16 games of Demacia and 8 of those being the long shot variant before the buffs even happen. So if you're comfortable on the comp and you know how to execute well, it can be a very stable line to play as well.
And Camberley, who's
I
in
noticed
this lobby, even won a
stream
game
has like
on that
this
line, which is, you know, it's not usually supposed to win games. And so for Travis here,
gold
I think playing around
spent
Demacia and specifically the new unlock
and
conditions
like
for
where the
Galio
buy
is the most
XP and
important part of
reroll
why it is
is.
so good.
Has like some
And,
stats
you know,
in
I'm sure
that
that's why we're
that
holding
section
everything on bench to
instead.
see if we can get some upgrades and unlock Galio as soon as possible.
And
Is
yeah,
that not
Valve
something
is
that
really
comes through
open
the
any kind of
spectator
back
UI that they have for
ability.
turning
Now
around,
that
or is that
he
his
will
own
probably
thing?
center more
I
around
think
the
that's
AP
his
because he
own
has
thing.
2
It's
tiers
not
and
on
2
the main
rods. So
broadcast.
most likely leading into AP Demacia.
Interesting.
I imagine we'll be contesting Jazzlade.
Yeah, I think so too. We're definitely going to be seeing him be very open to that AP flex based
That's
on the
cool.
components, but
I'm sure
be
that it
something that
all
changes
is
your mind
accessible
after
through the same
next
API that's
tour
feeding
as augments are going
like
to
this
roll around
sideboard
here
and
for our
everything.
players, so let's see
I'm
what they can find.
not
And this is
sure
gonna be very
what's
important because we have so many
not
players
on the
that
main
are,
broadcast
you know,
too.
holding guns to each other, being
I
like,
know
"Hey,
they show it
what
for
are we gonna play?
like the
What are you rerolling?
opens.
What am I gonna reroll?
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
this
Yeah, I'm
really
surprised they
augment
don't
will
show
be
it for
huge to tell us
like
what we're gonna
Worlds.
do.
The opens just have so much more
The Wild West
stats.
Showdown.
I know,
It's
Yeah.
just
yeah.
counting each other's boards.
Spider-Man meme.
This is where you kind of have to decide the path you will be taking, as you're mentioning. Cam said, you know what? I know the path
Yep.
I'm taking. I'm rolling.
Yes,
That's
he
right.
is.
No matter what.
For days, in fact.
Oh, restart mission.
Oh my!
That's exactly what
that?
you would
Wait.
want. But you hit Ari, so now
This
Cam
board is
so
crazy.
sad to
That's
see this.
yeah.
Hello?
Restart
And Robin's
mission.
like, okay, I guess Daisy
That,
chose
like,
his path, the game
that's-
chose it for him at least.
That's insane.
I know we were
Cam
talking
is
about
up
luck.
there. He's like, what are you doing?
You have to time how many seconds Cam's little legend.
Like, you couldn't get much
Kinda
better
like
from
gauge
restart
the emotional
mission.
state this
No,
player is in.
yeah.
That's messed up.
And the Yordle fits well. One idea is, oh, I'm getting a Yordle emblem. I should play around vertical Yordle. But Yordle is kind of like a mini Infinity Force in the stats you get. Yep. And it plays well into Kennen as well. Daysik also knows this, I think. He is happy. He is clapping. He's in a good
And then he
position
fights
in the
Robin.
tournament, and a good
Nice.
position in the TFT as well.
And I actually really like Robin's songs.
Robin's gonna
Sitting tight
take,
here.
like, I don't know that it'll kill any.
Exactly what everything's going on, and obviously Daysik throwing a wrench in the plan because
He got
they
one.
might have to pivot into something else completely.
Oh
It could be that
boy.
Targon Malzahar that we've seen be popular. I know he checked earlier. He did have that ideal mod, being that leeching nucleus, and so we will.
It's okay,
see
Robin
that
doesn't
is
spike
where
until
he ends up
3-5.
instead. But Jazz Latte
3-5,
still
he'll
on that
roll
win
down, hit
streak,
everything.
is really, really in the driver's seat.
As long as
That
we
is
get to see
insane.
it.
I feel so bad for Cam, but that's
Oh,
just how the
Yeah,
game rolls
that'd be
sometimes.
crazy to
We're gonna need
not
to
switch
see
to it.
if he pivots out or if he stays in, if they're going to be.
I will be
competitive,
disappointed in Riot if they don't
essentially.
switch
But
to
there's
Robin
only one
for
winner
roll
in
down.
these early stages, and that has to be just Lottie.
Because that's his entire
On
game
by,
is
still on 100
3-7 or
Yeah.
3-5.
7 win streak,
From
is building
out
up
from here for
massive
sure.
And the big test will be a 3-5, right? That's where most of these 3
I have his. He's pre-leveled to 7 with 10 free rerolls and 50 gold.
Either have good matchmaking or win against these players and go for a 10 win
So,
streak. That's just the ideal position.
If he
play
somehow
Vegeta.
doesn't hit
Demacia, but into Demacia
units,
as
then
a footpath into
he might as
Fastline,
well
essentially.
just
And he's
stop
pretty
for
much
today.
playing
Luck is not on his side.
This is kind of like a
His
what I
first
would
2
call
games
a
were so
streak where
unfortunate,
he's
where
playing
it's like
on
if you
quite
can't hit
strong
with
strong
those,
good
it's
jump.
just
He's
like,
got
okay,
good
I don't
breaks in,
know what he
he's got
did
good
to
combat power 'cause of it,
upset
good
more dog.
offense to help you with this, and you're even beating this player that high rolled their
Right?
restart mission.
It's the Valorous, I'm telling you. This is a very strong combination in the early game.
That is
Daysik
incredible.
took a loss
This board being
here.
able to take down the fully upgraded Ionia set that Daysik did get handed, but we're into the carousel. There is a Garen. It could be interesting to some of those players angling the Demacia line.
Yeah, Jazzlade will not be getting this Garen. I will promise you that. If he does, I'll be walking off this cast.
Don't say
There is
that.
just absolutely no chance it's going to arrive. Robin looks like he's most likely going to try and play towards Leona, Mal, Zoe, the, in theory, uncontested 3-cost reroll line he has.
Panna?
See ya, Panda.
Panna?
Bye-bye.
Nope. Nope.
Panda?
Okay, I'm out. Well,
See you, man.
bathroom break
I
for
told
me.
you
I'll
not
I wonder what
see you
Travis
all
took the
in stage
pan
5.
for.
Will you grab me a snack on
How does this guy get a Garen while on 100 HP, 8 win streak, perfect setup to play into Demacia? That's just absolutely bonkers.
Oh, he's got Jarvan
Wait.
2 now. He's
Okay.
going to be able to level to 7 here. And we see Robin Songs now rolling, really trying to stabilize this board. We do have Leona 2 in the front line as well. And so I think this is Targon Mal's, but
Yep.
maybe I'm unsure if he's contested too.
I don't think it should be.
think
There's
so.
a
I
few
think
Zoe
this is the one
players, but that's it.
three-cost reroll line that should be
Swain
open.
2, pretty big spikes here for Robin, and this is the playstyle he committed to all of regionals as well. Not just with the 3-cost rerolls, but with the early unlock 4-cost.
mean-
playing around Boy, playing around Warwick.
It's a front
I
line
think
for
he
sure.
mentioned to me that he thinks a lot of players.
Yeah, but how do we not hit Mal's or Zoe?
A little bit too weak,
That's
but he found
crazy.
so much
Yeah,
success as
we're not
usual
even on a
playing
mouse
into this
pair,
kind of
so
eager to
I'm
execute game plan.
not loving
I think he's generally
that.
also a player
Yeah.
that likes to be safe, right? That's just happy to be in the top 4 rather than going for those flip-floppy games for like.
Like, he's still got more gold to
Does make
roll,
sense to
but
find some
like,
comfort
winning
in
that's
those reroll
huge to be
lines.
able to.
Usually a little bit easier.
I feel like
to
he'll
get
probably
into
roll
at
again next
least the top
turn.
4, but then often struggle
Just needs to
tapping
hit.
out at
Doesn't
the top
Malzahar.
end.
Okay.
Once you stabilize on a
Given the
2-star,
shot rate
okay.
of
I think you
3-6,
can
so
stabilize
he could play
there.
around a Shurima variant of this.
Really good front line.
Do
You have your
quite
carry
well,
upgraded.
especially where he's at
Mhm.
without.
Gonna throw that
you know,
Azir
an
in
Eco 2
there as
and also
well.
Vi2. We're definitely gonna need to play flexibly in our front line.
At least, yeah,
RE1 for Cam.
we
still.
think.
Tragic.
It is an RE2.
Is an RE2, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're
That-
stable
yep.
here.
So
We're 30 gold here on 3-6 with 7 Ionia in. And so we'll be
So the
pretty
last
powerful, but again, the
last
direction
caster
was
pair
clear from the beginning of the
was
game. We
saying
have
that 7
+1,
Ionia
so
on
we're gonna
7
play
was a
around that
bait.
for as much as possible,
But is that still the case when
Basic
you've got a
definitely through a
spot?
range top lane.
I don't think.
Yeah.
I guess
Both
not,
Basic
because
and
Camberley's
you
now
have
in
Ionia, so
7
there's a
Ionia
chance
on
that you can,
7.
play into Ionia, play into more.
I mean, I wish I knew which
Defensive
Ionia it
lines,
was.
like
I think
early
depending
carry,
on the
Yeah.
Ionia,
kind of the
it's
main focus of your board.
but
in
I
this
don't
case,
know
both
which
of
one
them
it
are
is.
focusing on this Ahri, so if they're not able to hit the Ahri 3, which one of them will not be able to, that could be the player that will be almost guaranteed to fall short.
Actually, pretty close win for Cam here after a massive loss streak. Would probably have liked to get a close loss here to
All I
take
know
it
is it's not the
into Wolves,
XP
but
one.
Jazlata is able to get that
And it's
10
not the
win
gold
streak
one.
talking about as we have a
No,
right
we definitely, we see that pop
so
out.
that should help him in trying to avoid the fate of being crushed by the reroll.
I think it's either spirits or
Mention
transcendent, because I
more
feel like that
importantly,
Ahri has more
Spark
HP
coming
than normal.
And Travis did pick up the Bruiser emblem off of
Yeah,
the out,
I think
so
you
will
might be
not be playing
right.
into Demacia most likely.
But
His
I don't
favorite
know
comp
of
in the
a way to
Confluence Flame
tell
Dwarfs is gonna be
between
using
if it's
Flex. I
spirits
think
or
it's gonna
transcendent without
maybe
being
lean
able to see
a
unit
bit more
stats.
towards Freljord. You have the chance for the Volibear unlock for Bruiser. You have the chance with Sejuani 2 on the bench as well to stabilize your stage 4. And Travis is the kind of player who likes to be a tempo player who stabilizes hard on level 8, but then always caps out really high as well with level 9. And this screams to me Freljord Rise eventually in stage 5.
I do think that he would directly contest our win streaker though in Jazlata, which when he's got that much gold, it's going to be a little bit hard to beat.
Well, somebody that in this game finds himself not contesting anybody, that's actually Wajan. Wajan on this Bilgewater line, you were talking about
Serena
how
is so
you
cute.
really need this misfortune
one
in your
from,
shop. Well, good news, he has
Gwen one?
one in his shop,
Yeah.
one in his board, just went
Or
level 8 and rolled.
think
Bad news, they
it's
haven't
the
found
other-
that third copy of
I
her
don't think
just
it
yet.
was the fun one.
Oh,
11
not the
builds
one-
up
you're
for
right, it's the other
Serpents,
one.
Shyvana in the shop and a Wukong pair as well.
Not
so
the
very
cafe,
close to
but
some
like
next
the
pretty big spikes.
yeah.
And this is really the name of the game for Wajan.
There's a lot of similar ones too.
As possible in this stage 4.
One of the newer
find
ones, I
enter
forget
that
what the
high
one that
cap
like
loop
goes
that
up to the
opponents are gonna
skyscraper.
see
That one
in
looks
stage
so
5.
good, and then it
Wajan
hits
will
level
catch up
7, and I'm like, I hate it.
Yeah.
Sure does. I mean,
Yeah.
you're a little bit of a mixed streak
I
here
was
for
say-
Wajan,
I was
so not
feeling
as
the
rich as some of
same
the other players
way.
in the lobby, but you have a secondary
I was
income
gonna
source
roll the treasure
in
tokens
that
I had
Bilgewater
for it,
shops,
but
for
I
our
was
players
just like,
here,
oh.
gold augments to close it out.
Just, I don't like it
too
after.
busy.
An easy choice for Wajan. You're going
Ooh.
with some more frontline.
Volibear pair is pretty insane.
I like the
Very
lo-fi
expensive
of
gold,
it
though.
before.
Volibear
Yeah.
doesn't really become your main carry in this line until
It'd be cool at
I
some
feel
point if
much,
they
much
make
later.
it like as they
Not sure
make
if you
more of
can
these,
even
especially
hold
with
too
once
close
change
to
at
Volibear
7, where if
yet.
it's like
Big
you could pick
upgrade.
2 boards, where at level
Mhm.
7 it transitions from one
Have
to
the ice
another
ward
one.
as well.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
like you would be
Or
enticed
yeah,
to
exactly.
because of what it is.
If it was
but I
like
don't think
your
it fits
one
your
through
game plan
your
right now.
pre-level 7
I
arena
do want
and
to
your
check in with
post-level 7
Lisao
arena.
because that is the heaviest across
Yeah,
there,
because
and
some
he
of them
is finding
I
himself more in
only
need
like
of
the pre, and
upgrades
some I only
as he
like
is
the post
rolling down,
7. So
looking
it's like,
to
well, let me
jinx
just
this
pick between
one copy
the
short.
Mhm.
Can he
And
find
what
it
am
in
I
the
supposed
next
to do?
shops?
FF?
This is the very traditional setup, right?
Maybe when we get League
Freljord's
2
need
and
to
they
eventually
change
find
all the
someone
client
that
engine
just
and everything,
loves to
maybe we can
scale
do stuff
very
like
late
that.
into the fight with her kits and just relying that you have a lot of front line can win a lot of these fights in stage 4.
Robin did roll down as well. Had a decent roll down. Obviously, that frontliner in Leona is the most important part because the longer that front line's alive, the more DPS your
Oh my
whole team
goodness,
can
it's
do.
Aphelios.
And it's going to stand quite strong, but not quite be able to take down the Jinx. But there it goes. The crown is too heavy.
And it's a good
Oh,
matchup as well.
it
right?
became a
Leona
Jinx.
has,
Okay, good.
mitigation on all of the auto attacks from that Jinx, so she's much better against
Winning that
an
fight
auto
is
attack carry
huge
like
for
the Jinx
Robin.
compared to like an AP caster, for example. This should be, as long as the board parity is there, for
Especially putting the Jinx
fight that
down
Robin will
a
always
life
win against
when
Jinx players.
as heavy as the crown.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see
Oh
how.
my god, I just
Robin
realized, are
is
those
going
all
to be
Riftbound
doing moving
cards
forward
in a
here.
case
So
behind
a
him?
couple more of those copies. We know how strong
I think
this
so.
Leona 3 can be. We know how big of a
I
tank
love
she is, but
that.
the backline needs to be in place as well.
I love to see what Jazlata is up to. He's now snapped that win streak, probably playing for that level 9, and just curious about what his direction might be because there's a lot of contested lines.
I'm pretty sure he's been playing quite a bit of
How's he
Riftbound.
going to get out of it? But for YBY1, he has ended up in
He's
the
done
failure
some of
competition
the
as well.
like
And
DSG
so
content.
that line that we thought
stuff
might be
Yeah.
completely
well.
open is now two-way contested.
Yep, lifting competition. most likely to play into that line.
I'm
And we're
pretty
seeing
into it.
the APAC playstyle coming out
I'll
for
probably
both
keep
of,
trying to play.
the
I'm gonna
strong
try and
player
go
from
to
APAC
the
in this lobby,
Vancouver Regional.
Jazz Lottie and YB1. The only two players who are
When's
sitting
the
on a ton of
Vancouver one?
gold, who are level 8,
That's the
trying to
last
make it to
weekend of
9.
May.
Jazz Lottie from a lot of HP.
Okay,
He can
cool.
trade off this HP to make it comfortably. YBY1
Well,
a
hopefully
little
you
bit
can
less
go and good
though.
luck.
He's on 37 HP in a 3-loss streak now, but still holding the line.
We'll see.
So
We'll
this
see
is
if I
one
can
of
get a
that
competitive
risky
edge.
first
I got a
8 plays
spectator
from
for
YBY1.
Vegas.
Has Ascension
That
as
was
well.
still
Has
fun.
late game specialist. So if he makes it to 9, he could potentially become the strongest player in this
I think
list.
if I had the finances to get into it, I definitely would, but I just like can't even like I've not even like looked up the rules and stuff of Riftbound because I don't want to get tempted.
And also 2 players took exclusive customization.
Well,
But as soon as I can
and
afford
so
it,
a lot
I
of
get
similar
into
augment
it.
choices, and so
Yeah,
a
if
lot
you
of these
do,
endgame boards
we can
will have
definitely
either
try it
extra items or
on
extra
Tabletop
dummies in the front
Sim
line.
or TCG
I'll take it.
Arena.
Some dummies being
Yeah.
thrown around is okay for me. Unfortunately, none of the
I used to
really
play a lot of
big
Magic back in the day,
legendaries in that
so.
shop there on the carousel, so
And card games, I think, are the best
going
when
to
they're
come up, but
new,
here's
before
YBY1.
everyone has like a
Big
full
money,
collection,
wants
knows
to
everyone,
Brilliant
and
is
power
big here
creep
to have some
everything,
type
where
of
it's like,
APC
oh, that's the
Yeah.
fun time.
We're gonna work towards a rise
So
unlock.
that's
You
where I
can
feel
go
like,
when you
oh,
get
I'm
to
like
9, so
missing
there's still
out
one
because
more
like
buffer round.
can't
He might
afford it
still
at the
lose this
moment.
fight. If
But
he wins it,
we'll
if
see
he
when I can
save
if
a
it's
little
like
bit of
still
extra
worth to
gold
get
and have,
into
like,
or
a
not.
deeper roll down on 5-1, he could really become the
And that
strongest player in
was
this lobby.
that's also something that's a little
It's very much
different
the YBY1
from my
style,
experience
too.
for them other
He's one
card
of these players
from
that
other
we
card
know
games.
to be
Is
one of the
the
highest cap players in the tournament. He's someone that I
yeah,
personally
that
picked in
price
my
point
pickups to be the
that's
highest win rate
the
player in the
threshold for a
tournament.
lot
So,
of
you know,
players.
I think it's
Not
looking good
like
possibly win this game.
not
but we'll
being
see how
able to
it
get
fares when
boxes
he
is
rolls
one
completely
thing,
down
but
in the next round.
having a
Well,
like a
somebody that
$4 or
has
$5
rolled
common
completely down to
card,
Sao there on the opposite side.
it's not very
Zero
typical.
gold as he's
Yeah.
one copy
I think
up
it's also
with
really
this
cool though
Anvil,
what
as
Riot
that hurts
does
the most, but
with like how they do
is
the metal
able to
cards,
actually
so it
make
like
claws for that
encourages
though, but close enough, just
like
one card
variety
get
at the
lost. Is
tournaments
going
and
to be
stuff
taken by
versus just
here.
like, oh, everyone's
Hopefully
playing the
finds him in
exact
the
same
next shuffle.
board. So
Can we see
theoretically it'll bring
is the one
prices
for
down
the
a little
RE3
bit of
Basic
some
and
of the high
instead
end
push
because
to
it's like,
8
well, not all
to just have a stronger
competitors are
board
playing
and
the
use
same
more of the RE3
three
for now for
boards, so it's
Cam.
like you can find
Doing
other
this
stuff
last
to
fight, was he
play.
even stabilize
Like you can
without the RE3? That's the big question.
play for
Coming into
other
this
like you can play for
For
metal
Travis,
cards and
not
stuff
looking
instead
great,
of
rolling
playing
all the
to
way to
win
0,
out
still not finding his
everything.
main
So it
dev
like
to
gives more
carry an upgrade.
options, makes
You know,
it look
Cassandra, but for Dasik,
like there's a
playing
lot
around
more
with
going
Tank,
on than there might
Yone
necessarily
front
be.
line, I mean, it's pretty good, right?
Yeah,
It
I
survives a
think
long
the
time.
best of
Yordle,
cards
Tank, Yone, the new build
definitely helps
that was prophesied.
balance
Take
that
notes.
out
Where do you think this
because
lands in the tier list?
you can always have
Dasik would like it to land at least in the top 5 for this game because that's
element
his game
of-
plan. Once he saw he was going to contest,
not
it,
really
he's just playing for
surprised because
placement, just
everyone
playing
knows
for tempo.
you
He
should expect
understands
to see all the
there
leaders.
is a
but
0% chance for
Yeah.
either of
You're not
the
gonna
journeys
play
he's
again.
playing
You're not
for
gonna
more
like
than
scrim against
fourth,
every
potentially.
leader is kind
But
of
as long as he's able
the
to
strongest,
dodge that 6 or 7, I think he'd be quite happy.
strongest.
Especially with 13 points right now.
And it gives
Yeah.
incentive for more players to like get
Travis,
into it, to be like,
Listen to
oh, if
Lissandra
like
one,
Diana's
down
one of the new
very
ones coming
quickly
out, and like maybe
to
she's
the
not the
RE.
best, but it's like, oh,
We
Diana's
have
my
multiple
favorite, so like
players
you
towards
can
the
still
bottom of
play
the
her
table
and like
who
build a
do
deck
very,
around
very
her
dangerously.
and still
Probably
have something to
most
like you
notably
could go
is
compete for like
Kimberly,
a
who
metal
came into
card
the
or
lobby
whatever,
as the
even
top
if it's
seed
like not the
in
best,
being
but you still
two
be like,
seconds in a row.
no, it is viable to
14
play
HP
any
for
leader I
Cam as we
want
enter stage
because of
5.
that.
That could be a death sentence if he faces one of the stronger players who we haven't talked about too
Yeah,
much
as
this
soon
stage
as
4. Wei Jin
as soon
now
as
on a
Lulu
5
comes
win
out as a
streak,
legend,
which is what
I
the
don't
doctor
care
ordered in
anything
terms
else
of
that comes
scaling
out. I'm
into
playing
that build
Lulu
order
until
high
the
cap
end.
with a potential Tomkins 2 in stage 5.
That's actually an inverted flip on their scores.
But
Vision is the person
Pipe
with the
was
lowest
announced,
points in
and
this
I'm
lobby, and
excited
Cam is the
for
person with
that.
the highest points as they currently find themselves completely
LeBlanc,
upside
I
down. And
think,
that's kind of what
also
you
is
were
gonna
saying
get
going into
pretty
this game.
strong.
Sample size on 2 games is just not very big. Doesn't tell you the entire story. So hopefully we can see Wei Jin continue to get those wins in there as he is very, very
And
healthy
Louisa.
up there.
And this is just where Bilgewater kind of gets out of control. You know, we're really, really rich right now. We're about to go level 9 and play a lot of these legendary units, and there's a lot that we can do with it. Jazz Latte, already level 9. Rolling down here, going to unlock Silas if he does decide to sell this Garen, but going to keep it for now.
This is what we talked about.
They didn't show it, but unless they switched to it here. But Robin rolled down and hit everything.
Why hold the line at
Robin's in a good spot now.
Not really the highest cap. Instead, use the
Okay, and we see the end of the roll down, and we see that I think Cam also got that RA3 star. Yep.
Flex. In this case, looks like it's going to be around Rise.
Camberley on the left side of the screen, facing the player.
We needed this for the Camberley Robin roll down.
I know,
also
right?
the Ionia mirror, but Robin songs versus Travis.
We're looking at both their boards to see them to fight, but the roll down's the fun part.
For Robin now, and this is one of the boards that can be the scariest, especially with these items.
It's a very different matchup for the Leona, though. Lissandra has a lot
Travis's
of burst,
board is pretty
and Leona
crazy,
cannot
though.
mitigate most of this damage with the
stun?
5
Bruiser
DR.
Tarek.
Is it going to be enough? She's holding on for a long
Holy
time. The backline is
moly.
still very healthy. Now
Well, it's
Travis
close because
makes
they
the
got
draw
onto his
down to 1
backline.
life.
The Gunblade and the Leeching to heal them both
Dangerous
back up.
position
Yeah.
Sustained turn.
for the former EMEA champion as he makes his way back to the Tactician's crown. Unable to get this one off the wheels, unfortunately. Too much has happened. Too many spikes have come in from the rest of
I
the
wonder
player
next
group.
how many,
On the
like they
rerolls,
showed 3
on the
gods. I wonder how many
Bilge Waters,
gods there
on
will
the
be.
Failure. It's just all too much.
Was looking for a volley
Or if it's
repair
just
to
those
try and use
3.
that
Surely
duplicate,
there's
couldn't
more.
Find it and had
Well,
to
I'm
settle
trying to
for just the
also
Braum
think
2.
about what
Naked, no items, transfers now the items for that Braum, and Travis
relation
is
will
on
like
his last
if
effort
those
to
3
try and
gods
stay
are going to
alive this round,
be
to try and get a few more points in
encounters
this game
or
3.
because they didn't say
America's favorites
right
on
that
the
those were
left
going
side
to
of
be
our
playable
screen, with Wage
characters. They
Iverson
just called
still
them the
sitting
gods.
on a ton of gold, where Camberley
Yeah.
pulled it all down
Yeah.
and found this
I think
RE3 that
the way they
is
worded
one of the
it,
most
I think
powerful
it
units
heavily
in this
hinted
whole
at
game. The
they're
Yone
not
taking down
playable.
Misfortune will be incredibly strong. It looks
Because
like for
who was the
Travis
one
Braum
that
on the right
when they
side,
were
the ride
showing
from
it was
Jazz
like,
Latte
oh, we
is
saw
doing
6
so much
champions.
AoE
It's like,
damage, just a matter
did
of
you?
dropping
I
the
only
ball.
saw
And
3.
the matchmaking really
Yeah,
favors Cam here.
Bard,
Wage
Those
is
3
still
gods.
yeah.
not
Sounds like
pushed to level 9.
yeah.
Still has not
So it sounds like the gods aren't
also
playable,
not quite
which
able
makes
to get
sense
that
because
strike
I
yet,
feel like
and
everything
favors
that have
Cam
like
surviving here. Travis,
seen they've hinted at through
not
like
the
the
case.
trailers, you're like
Will be
trying
going
to
down in
like
8th here.
earn the
Could
blessing of
not
the
quite
gods
make
and
this
stuff
forward
or
roll.
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's gonna be similar to like the
Unfortunate,
treasure
but
dragon
sometimes
mechanic where
games
it's like
go like that. He's
like
still
roll for
overall in a
items and
decent
golds and stuff. You're
point
gonna be like
total,
trying
so
to
I wouldn't be too worried if it's
please
just
or
1/8.
bribe the gods or
I
get
will
gifts
say
from
though,
them.
Yeah.
It's
Travis is a
like that's
player that
probably
likes to
part of the
sometimes get in
carousel
his head, so
replacement.
hopefully he can avoid that
And
here
so
Yeah.
it's like
after an unfortunate loss.
it might be
for
I don't know,
sure.
just speculating. There could be ways
These
through
are-
like
you can lose to
I don't know
just
if you
one
could
truck, it's
choose to
fine.
That's right.
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
go towards
I
a different
felt
god
that
since
all
you
the time.
know one's void, one was
He's
sky,
the
and
highest
one
cap player in this lobby. I
was
think it
Bring
might
I
back
just
forget
be
for the
portal
stars.
voting.
Tom Ken's 2 online now. Hash push to 9. He's on a Kindred pair.
But it could be
He's
to,
trying
like,
transfer some items off of this
you-
MF, to that Kindred.
You like
Really
tithe,
hoping
maybe
to
you give
find
some of
a
your gold
Senna
to a
at some
god
point
every
in this stage
time.
5. The only unit
And
he's
so
Oh
missing.
my
you
god,
wanna
Maybe
leave-
attacks.
this carousel will bless him in the same way that Jaws Lottie was blessed in stage 3.
I mean, he's just absolutely rolling.
I think didn't-
forward and
I
hey
think
guys,
Oh,
don't look
Daisy
now.
goes down.
Actually, you can look.
And can't
That
believe
is
it's
me,
at 2 health.
7-8.
oh
Yeah, Cam wins out in that RE
Holy
showdown.
That's
in the Wild
huge.
West showdown. Dasik unfortunately could not
Survive a bot
fight
too.
for that 5th placement he was looking for, go 7th. There's no Senna, unfortunately for Weishin, but I think he's quite content with anything that happens the rest of this stage 5 considering his current position.
And as we look at the bottom
But
of the
yeah,
screen, we're able to see
I
a
could
picture of where
see
people did end
Soraka
up.
having
Michelle
like
took
a
that Jinx line that we said was uncontested, and it is
stim
one that,
package
you know,
kind
is
of
very, very good into this late
effect.
game,
Yeah.
especially with heavy
give her
like
enough gold, she'll give you
Yeah,
HP.
I
Mm.
was worried for him a little bit, but the fact that he was
fall
able
before
to preserve
40
so much
and
HP
Soraka blesses
before
you
actually
or
hitting
something.
the upgrades due to
It
that
could also be
heavy
mechanics since we've had like
low
unlock
extra
system where it's
power
like, oh,
really
sell a
big
2-star
influence
Garen to
that
get Silas. There could be stuff like that where it's like, here,
Exactly enough
sacrifice
gold. You can also transfer
one of your
Void Staff,
units
which is a
to
cannon for
Yasuo,
AoE
the
stun
god of the
effect,
void, and
able
he'll
to
give
get 3
you
real items on the Yone.
like
So
something
a really
crazy.
good round
Mhm.
for Cam. We'll see if it'll be enough considering that his board I think is a little
Okay,
bit capped
so
and there are
Cam
some
is
very
running
scary
it
boards. The
back.
battle of the 3-cost rerollers, the battle of the Americas players in this 5-5 round.
Same
where this Yone
Same
casts
board.
and ends up after that is going to be the most important. We are
Just
onto
the-
the Leona on
we're
the other
still
side.
rocking
We will
with
rest the
Shen
backline
here
on the right
instead
side
of that
alongside that
Wukong.
Kennen to keep us alive as long as possible. They are doing a bunch of single target damage to the Leona, but it is so tanky that Dragon's
Oh,
Claw
just walk
means
up a
there's
little bit.
not a lot going through to that HP bar.
Well, if you're going to be as heavily contested as Cam was, I think
Close.
you're cutting your losses here. You're going to be happy about at least getting a 7th and not a 6th and not being a 7th. So 6-7, you know how it is.
And Weijin's doing it. Finds the Kindred 2, finds the Senna, flips that coin into that Bilgewater game plan, but it's working out. And this is kind of the risks that you have to calculate for and take in a position like his.
We're going to see a battle of very high-capped boards here.
Yes.
YBY1 did take a loss last
I forget
round,
what all the
which
different like
obviously is
rise
great, but
traits
1
do
HP is all you
too.
need to win a game, and you know that's part of the pick'ems too. I'm sorry, I'm just really want to win those.
I can tell. That's
Yeah.
all right, though. I hope chat does, too. Keep in mind, Pick'ems
Yeah, I'd have to look
will
at it.
open back up on day 3, and we'll keep you updated on how that is all going. But right now, YBY1 needs to win.
Fighting
this
Robin's
round
ghost,
against
right?
The Targon board, they're on the opposite side.
I
Fiona delivering a
so.
lot of the damage. And the front line
His
has
little
crumbled.
legend isn't
The Volibear got
here.
deleted very early on to the Voidlings, and the Gunblade really
Oh,
has helped
no, he's in the corner.
mitigate that Ascension damage coming through. So
I think he was
YBY1
scouting, though.
also taken down 5th place for the fan favorite coming out of APAC.
Weijin also took a big loss there. I believe it was to Jazlate, who's on that 5-win streak. And so we'll definitely keep an eye. They're also playing Rise, but I don't believe it's upgraded.
Let's pick for Robin to top 4 after the first 2 games.
Rounds.
And Weijin too.
Great.
Good news
Oh,
for
true,
Robin
yeah.
and Lisao. I think playing 3-cost.
I think Jazlate was also down the bottom, so it's all the bottom players took over.
Yeah.
There was
So
3 players
Jazz
who were
at
not really
8
sure where the games were
points.
going, and Robin has
Weijin
succeeded
at
in the
those
end.
4.
I think specifically for
Yeah,
all
these-
3, actually all 4
these
of
players
these players
definitely
in the top
needed
4. This is the
needed
game
the
they
top
needed.
4 this game.
Specifically Robin and Weijin, who were playing from behind in points and now are moving themselves up the table just in game 3.
That's right, and that is going to keep on going. Of course, there's so many games until we actually cut down to the very final lobby, and players will continue to fight through
Yeah, how many
those.
games?
But for now, every single point matters. Every single point could be the difference between you and elimination at the end of the day. So all of these players will try to claw just one more placement. At least that one. 1 life, 2 losses. Can the crown bring him another win?
And it will be Robin versus Weijin on the left. I think this might be the end of the road for Robin. We'll see what Weijin has been able to do now. 3 items onto that Kindred, so really kicking up another gear on that backline AD carry. And we're seeing an absolute demolish to Robin, but the Leona's still alive. Can she hang on for long enough? The Senna's onto the backline carries, actually, so that's it.
Yeah.
Robin had a good run, a clean top 4 for the Americas players. And Lisao also down makes the 3-cost rerolls. I mean, that's the end of the road for them.
Yeah, very similar story on both sides.
It's okay. Took a third. I think it was all I could ask for. These other boards are crazy. Jazlate's Rise 1 is incredible.
Oh, and he just hit Galio too.
Upgrade. You know, he's been chilling. He's on a 6-win streak. Galio 2 comes online. And honestly, between the 2 of them, the eye test is actually quite difficult due to the fact that Jazlate is still missing that Rise 2.
High gold, high HP. You know what it led to? Some fast.
It's crazy you hit this
gameplay,
board
and
with
we are
triple
seeing some
combat.
Incredibly capped boards, and this is exactly what is the recipe to win a game in this patch.
And Axioms as well for both players. That might be the secret sauce the players did not want you to know. Kindred versus Rise. Who's going to come out on top in this Stage 6 showdown between Jazlate and Weijin? And
Click
AD
back
versus
in.
AP
What's
as
that 7? What was the Thunder 1, whatever it was? 8 seconds. Everyone runs that trait, so just everyone's board is stunned. Everyone just takes a break in the middle of the fight.
The lobby leaderboard, he had me worried for a little bit.
It's so close.
Such a close matchup, and he will go one more round. Maybe in the carousel.
It's the misfortune.
It's got enough HP that
through
surely
right
will
at
hit
perfect
Rise
moments,
2 at some
and
point,
Vivi
right?
on the other side staying alive was the difference in this fight. And I think the difference is that Weijin can continue to feed this Tahm Kench and give it more and more HP. And where Jazlate, unless he finds some of these more upgrades, there's not too much more other than getting a new item on the carousel that can make this board stronger.
Looking at the stats from these players in regionals, Jazlate 8% win rate, Weijin 22%. Oh, sorry, across this set. So Weijin definitely the player who has been more accustomed to capping his board out a little bit higher. Part of this build water line, I think, feeds so well into that.
Here we go.
Well, let's see.
Just gonna see 2 seconds stun every fight.
Weijin could get a win in the previous round. Jazlate still unable to get the upgrades into the backline as there is a ruckus. I can hear our co-casters also popping off over there. I'm curious what's going on the other lobby, but
He wins this fight since the bear got in it on the MF.
He has this one. Will get knocked out. 2nd place still.
So much HP.
Massive comeback and a heads-up play from Jazlate, from the APAC favorite here in Game 3.
Still impressive.
Rise 1 better than
bit of
Rise
coin
2.
flip playing into the Bluewater line.
Rise 2 went
especially
5th.
dicey when you have a lot of players playing for 3-cost reroll, where you might bleed a lot of HP in Stage 3 and the start of Stage 4.
Looks like
But we saw that
Highway
5-win
took
streak
a
coming in
bot
Stage 5, a very comfortable position. He could
in
push
this
that level
game.
9 all the way to 5-3 instead of 5-1.
But it's not good for my CTG 1-2-3.
So just a clean game from
Waiting
one of
for
our champs
you,
from
these
America.
scores
I
to-
mean, One of my favorites for sure coming in. I really want to see him come out on top where, you know, some of our other main characters are doing well, some are not. And so in this game, maybe playing against not what he wanted to be his game plan, but it paid off expertly.
That's right, and we heard there's more expertly stuff happening over in one of our alternative lobbies. I see Necra, I see Clement. Guys, what's going on over there?
Oh, so many spicy things. We were talking about main characters, and unfortunately for us, we did have one of them potentially knocked out as Hwanmie did drop down to doubles board. He went 6th place, total for 5 points right now. You needed 22 points to advance out of the bottom 8 in the previous TAC round, so not looking so hot for one of our main characters.
But I will say, the fact that Hwanmie even got the 6th place to begin with is pretty impressive, because looked pretty doomed. He was trying to go for an Ishtal cash out, didn't hit the Ishtal units he needed to even get the trait online until 3-3, 3-4.
We rolled to 0 on 7 for Nico. So 6th place is a win.
This.
It was a win.
They have the game.
But as you said, I think the points are still going to be pretty difficult for Hwanmie to come back from. So
yeah.
we are
so we get to see all the other
that
lobbies,
Hwanmie may get eliminated at the end of the day. It would be a pretty big player to be out of the discussion for the tournament.
On the other hand, though, we were super happy about Double's performance because he just had one of the best starts at a TAC round ever. 3-0 start, 8-8-8, 24 points, leading the entire field on another Darius LeBlanc, just chopping heads left and right.
Your pick for Double is looking pretty good.
TAC round on TAC round violence, championship gone.
24 points.
Beautiful.
Wait, so if I'm doing the math right, you're saying that Double is, he could just take the day off and already make it to day 2?
Yes.
I wouldn't advise it, but
true.
I have never seen Clement so excited.
But that was why we were popping off, because in that final fight, it looked like maybe there wasn't really a whole lot else that Double could do in order to win the 1v1 versus Ready. But then
sorted though.
No.
He got the right targeting. He was able to actually
it's like, how's Robin still bot 8?
With the Shojin online, and it was just perfect to be able to keep the board nice and healthy, and he got the right targets that he needed to take down the Jinx reroll.
And in the meantime, we have another good news.
Another breaking news.
It's Panda's going to be happy. He's smiling now, but he's going to be grinning even harder.
Don't torture him.
The Spanish champion, Revan, took another first place.
Let's go.
Probably not another, sorry. First place on the same exact comp that Double, Double teaching the region well. And it was another Darius plus LeBlanc job onto another reroll composition. Very strong performance starting for him.
It was also very impressive because Revan had the heads-up play to actually hold on to the Garen copies so that other players could not unlock.
Reddy's doing really well too. But unfortunately, the game 2 with the Baron loss.
A huge comeback for him.
He could have been up there in 2nd place if would have won that fight with Baron.
And I feel like Revan had a lot to prove in this tournament.
He went, what is it, 1-6-2?
We have to remind everyone of the redemption story. Revan currently is not in TBC, but if he makes it to the finals, day 3, he kicks the 32nd place out from regional finals. So this could be a generational run for Spain to keep their slot.
Yeah, I mean, Panda's not going to comment on that because he's obviously known as a Jinx.
I don't want to curse.
JRC also tied with Kimberly for points in that 17 spot.
No problem.
Welcome.
I'm sure you all will be very happy to see what's coming up in your next lobby.
I'm sure we will too, because we're going to go into that lobby and, of course, take a look. But that is exciting news. Double 3 first places to start off a Tactician's crown.
There's been times where the GOAT conversation comes up, and some viewers and fans of TFT Esports say Double does not even belong in the conversation because he only has one TAC crown win. I truly hope this is the weekend to shut those people up, because this guy deserves GOAT status. He is just a legend of the game, so consistent, such a longevity in his career, and he's popping off to start this day off.
Well, the players you're currently looking at are unfortunately not popping off. We're looking at our standings after Game 3, halfway checkpoint of today. CLE, still we're seeing a lot of our favorites from the Americas towards the bottom there, unfortunately.
Yep, moving their way up, though. We love to see that. And towards the top of this, right in the middle of the table, we're seeing 14 points be right around that middle mark. So really what you're aiming for to set yourself up to have a good day 2 and then move on to that finals.
Cam is maybe one of those players who we saw didn't have the greatest results in that last game, but still sitting in the top 10 in the standings. So one of the hopes right now for the Americas as a region.
Absolutely, but ready, showing up so big for the Americas here. Darthup, JRC also in there. CLE, you're looking shocked.
Stop the count. End it here.
There's 2 things I'm shocked about. One, that there's 3 EMEA and Americas. I'll give us our guys the credit too.
That's crazy after
but there's
last
no
round.
APAC after 6 of them in the final lobby last time around. So things just keep changing. This TFT game is unpredictable sometimes.
Don't call it.
I'm not.
Before the day's over. I'm just saying.
Before the 2 days are over. There's still a lot of TFT to be played. A lot can still happen, but definitely not the start that was expected after looking at scrims even. Most of the Americas and EMEA's players were telling me CN and APAC are quite a bit ahead of us in terms of capping out, in terms of winning games. We are learning a lot from both of these regions, and maybe they learned a bit too much in those scrims because they are applying what they learned in these games, and it's working.
Yeah, I'm loving it. Listen, I'm here for a little bit of regional change because some of our regions, it's been a while since we had a crown.
How long, Mix?
I'm just like, no, we're not going to talk about that.
And who won that last one?
It's a history book for the ages. I am not going to curse anybody. You will not get me to.
I'm trying.
Truly lore and legend. We have to go back in history for quite a while.
The crazy part is he's 5 points up on the rest of the field in just 3 games.
Yeah.
So that's great news, obviously, for Double and all the EMEA fans, but it's also good news for everyone else because all that does is shove it all closer together and gives you a great comeback mechanic.
Well, if you guys want to get a shot at maybe someday playing at the Tactician's Crown, you can register on CompeteTFT.com. Do it by April 20th to compete in Space Gods, a new set that we are, unveiling throughout this Tactician's Crown. It's looking pretty exciting from everything we've seen so far. And yeah, get on there, get your own card. They are super cute. You can compete in the tournaments, Tier 2 to start it off, or if you are one of the expert backseat chatters, maybe Tier 1.
And it's going to be some motivation, right, for your ranked grind start, knowing that you're already signed up, you've manifested your destiny, you have a chance to play for these snapshots and have a great first month of a ladder, really, to make it that much more exciting.
And it's a fun grind, right? Being able to compete at the highest level is very, very difficult. And for many of these players, it's the allure of the couch to the crown, being a player that's just, hey, maybe I was just playing mobile, but now I want to take this super seriously, compete at the highest level, and possibly make it even to this stage.
Are you insinuating our mobile players don't take the game seriously?
I'm saying I play better on my computer with a mouse and a keyboard.
Well, that's just skill diff.
Definitely.
We're just throwing our casters under the bus. That's just how we do things, apparently, on the TechCon stage.
Gotta have a little bit of fun. Come on now. But this is the lobby. We are going to go in for game number 4. We were talking about it. Reven is in here, Panda, so you will need to speak on him. Sorry to tell you that, but a lot of other interesting players here once more. Marcel P, the Americas regional champion, on the 9-point marker. We get to check in with him as well here, Celia.
I think there's multiple interesting players in this, and specifically I want to talk about Saya and Bin Bin specifically, who are CN representatives that going into this,
if I had a standing desk, I would also be standing right now and following Darthnub's lead
over there. It's a little bit of a different format.
I have a standing desk, but I am leaned so back to my chair.
They were a little bit scared of to play against, and so I'm curious to see.
I almost moved my couch into instead of my chair, but then I didn't want to be too comfortable.
Even though they're not maybe as known,
risk falling back asleep.
They don't have a long career.
Yeah.
At the highest level. I'm looking at
if I wasn't here on stream, I'd just be watching in bed and like fall asleep, wake up, fall asleep, wake up throughout. But like half awake.
There was not much hope and stock on these players who got their ticket to TAC round much earlier. but they're both performing at a very high level. They've put in the time to return to that.
I'm writing a script. I'm writing a script in my head right now.
Marcel P, a personal favorite of mine, the regional
This lobby,
winner from the Americas,
it's gonna be
having his best set of all time. Sub 4 AVP
Marcel
for the very
P,
first time
and
in
then
his
Dark
career,
Hub.
and started off
And
in 8th place in
then
this tournament.
that's all I got.
Down for that.
We are going to go into game number 4.
Sounds good to
and
me.
It is a rise and counter.
I need that for my
pick'ems. You guys are going to be
pick'ems.
excited about that here watching. Take a look at those emblems. Tell me right now, Panda, who's winning?
I can tell you right now, it's very bad news for Revan. Revan is a player who really succeeds when he can execute well on a line he's familiar with. His last 2 games were both on Darius reroll, and he found a lot of success.
This is a
His
cute.
emblems
This is
do not lean too much
arena
into
that I
Darius reroll.
want
Defender
to get
emblem. Maybe he just says, you
T1.
know what, that's enough.
I mean, I don't know exactly where.
I like the frog licking bubble once.
A little bit excited about is Marcel P having a pretty clear Warwick line there with his on emblem and Quick Striker. But I also think anytime you get Noxus +1, you're pretty happy.
I'll say Gobo as well is a player who just, in the way he understands TFT, is probably buffed the most by
I'm
these
curious
types of
to see
encounters that add a lot of
how
variance to the game. And so I think Gobo will be
Lichuan
quite happy anytime he does see Rise.
Go Booster play their game with some of the Ionia Yordle overlapping for both of them.
Selection just to go into what's generally considered
Yeah,
the
I mean, I think a
console
lot of
lines,
times,
so
though, both
I'm
of those
very
traits you can
happy
use to
about
just,
that
I mean,
one.
unless you're playing,
The
one of them
Gobo
will
one
probably
is a
play
little
the
bit of a
Ari
cook, but it could work.
Yone, but the other,
I've
like,
seen Gobo play
it's just a good Rise board.
3-star Jhin, 4 Gunslinger, Tank T Hex carry.
Because you can use
From what he
Yordles to
said,
get
if
to
there's anyone who
Rise,
can
Fast 8,
make
Fast
these
9,
random
and
regardless
Ionia
of conditions work, it is
is
someone like
placed on a
Gobo,
lot of those
who's
Rise
sporting a
boards
very
to
cute little legend
kind of
that
round out
lost
traits
to a
easily.
wonderful Paris Open.
First augment
Should get a
choice
free
of the
cannon.
game will
Ionia
be
Yordle.
Bolt. Once again,
Yeah.
to get us started, we've seen that Bringer of Ruin with that Noxus +1 could be the easy choice here.
Bringer of Ruin, we have a
Well, I
Noxus.
was going to talk about Bin Bin
And
because we
yes,
saw
we
him
do.
in one of our previous games, I believe game number
Yep.
1, and he was quite impressive there. He was the one that played around this defender line, so I was hoping he would cook a little bit. I feel like with Bringer of Ruin, you're more looking at a standard way to approach the game.
Also, really good item holder
I like it.
failures for this Gunslinger emblem as well. So a really clean start here for Bin Bin. One of the small weaknesses of Bringer of Ruin is that it's very hard to have LeBlanc unlocked.
Then you
on
reforge
T1
the other 2 later
and
to see if
having
you
a
get
chance to have
10
the
Noxus.
online immediately. So you lose 1 round of
course.
stacking for the Otacon, but because of the emblem, you have it right away.
Spreading Roots being the choice for Saya here, meaning now we have 2 more emblems. Sadly, none of them exactly match up to make it, an
I
easy
have
game,
done the
but
same
we're gonna have
thing
a lot
where
more options to work with
I've taken this
alongside the ones we were
augment
given by
with
Rise.
this encounter.
Yeah, I feel like
Not for
And no
me.
overlap.
Yeah.
on the Rise ones, and then
Just
he
get
will
dizzy.
roll on the
Yeah,
Root ones.
no
So
overlap,
looking at
too
his
dizzy,
selection,
bad
you got Warden and Slayer
reforges.
out of that, not necessarily what you were thinking of with the previous ones, but you gotta take whatever you can
Pretty
get.
sure it turned
That's
out
how
to
that
like
works.
I
If you
had
click on Roots,
like
you
4
may get blessed.
invoker spot
Hear me
yeah.
out. Branching out 3-2,
I'm like I'm
triple reforge,
and this is
perfect
not
hits.
great.
Okay,
It's time.
The Marcel P
flip
line.
it and ship it.
Marcel P reforged, open reforged in stage 3 into just exactly what he needed to go to 10 Noxus.
He's high
and win
roller
the
from the
whole thing.
Americas.
So, I mean, hey, no, it's just called tactical
Wait,
strategy.
they just said that
Oh,
Marcel
geez.
exactly
P
what your win
rerolled
condition
into
is and hitting
the
it.
All right.
into the 10
How
10
do I
Noxus
learn how
capable
to do that?
possible.
You give the game the
Go back.
chance
Wait.
Uh-huh.
to allow you to and
Go back.
How are they going to say that and not
Just
look
making
at it?
sure I
Yeah.
understand that. Lita Tron
Show me
actually
show me
has
items.
the Yordle
Show
emblem
me.
as well, and decided to go for the Darken. So very common augment being picked. I feel like ever since they made this one, players have been really loving in this one.
It's crazy to me
You
how
know
bad
exactly
this
what you're
Darkened
getting,
staff item
you know
was, like
exactly
the
what
entire
you're
set, and
getting,
now it's like, okay,
so
finally.
going to be happy about this one.
It's kind of
Yeah,
good
used to
now.
always be a pick into Darken Bow at the start of the set. I think most of the start
Oh.
and the middle patches of the set were a lot more AD centric, but once that switch was flipped and we had AP really come into the meta in a big way with Demacia taking over and Fast 9 AP Flex, Darken Staff became an insta pick for so many players. Just a really great artifact, and as you're mentioning, makes the guarantee of having that extra item, especially when you're looking at lines like, say, Zoe Miles reroll, where you really want infinite gold to hit 3-3-star 3-cost, but also infinite items to itemize all of them. That extra artifact really helps.
While we're paused, we're able to take a look at the bottom of our screen and get a little snapshot of what we are looking at across the lobby. And there's one player that's got a very interesting setup, and that is Milo, who does have that Ixtal already online.
I actually wanted to talk about a different player that has a really interesting setup, because we were both looking at different things there. Yeah, the Ixtal, we can talk about that, but I quickly wanted to shout out that Marcel P picked up a Zon emblem and got an Echo too really, really early, so I expect him to do
Okay, here
well
we see Marcel.
in these early stages here on the back of that.
But
Will it be Echo reroll?
huh?
Probably not.
No.
Unfortunately,
not.
but
There's
I
zero
think that
Noxus.
Echo has
Zero
quite
Noxus.
a bit, to be honest. I wish he was back.
It was pretty
Okay.
thoroughly enjoyed
Well,
it. We do have Revan leveling to 5 here.
Hopefully
already
that
after
did
losing
exist
round,
for the
so
player
trying to
that
push some
needed it.
tempo.
This is what he was famous for when he was first invited to the TPC. A lot of backlash
Is that a
on
cat
if he would
in
do
a
well. And he really
basket?
excelled last sets, especially playing around very high tempo
Oh
game
my
plans,
goodness.
leveling to 7
Does kind of
gold
look
for
like
less
it.
than 3
It looks like a
and
cat
really
or a
puts
mouse
pressure
pad.
in the lobby,
Yeah.
which I think this 3-cost meta kind of really favors him in that sense.
Li Chuan on the other side going to be taking a loss here. I don't know if it was a level 5 diff, but you know, it is a good fight for Revan here,
Oh,
able to
that's
now
the
get
matcha
back
blast
to
that I
his
was talking
winning
about.
ways. And across the lobby, it's going to be
Oh.
very interesting to keep our eye on gold, because we didn't have very many
We
players
did
take
see
any
that Yordle
specifically
Ari
econ augments
play.
outside of Marcel P and Revan. Oh, and Milo, of course.
Of course.
Where? Oh,
Alright,
Bin
let's
Bin.
see
Okay,
what
so
else
I'd like
we
to see
can
if
grab
Bin
there. I
Bin
feel like
got.
in the previous games that we saw, there was a lot more reroll than I expected from our players.
Hmm.
And I feel like with the extra emblems, you are steering a little bit away from that, because those 3-cost rerolls rely so much on perfect items, so it can
There are
get
only
the
2 people
econ
with
and
a
also
Nox
the
spatter,
ability to
Bin Bin or Darth
curious
Knob.
how our lobby is going to get there.
I think it will probably still be reroll for Li Chuan, who does pick up
Nobody
a
has
second
2.
Ari now with the Ionia
They must have.
emblem,
I didn't hear what the
with
caster
Adaptive
said.
Slam
They must
possible
have
as
just talked
well.
about the potential to
Could have
hit
been
10.
ADC,
Yeah.
Darius, Ari, a variation we see a little bit
And
less
it-
often.
yeah.
Can't
but
forget
it's
another
a
one.
possibility as well if no one's contesting the Darius line.
Another thing that's
15
possible
player
in the Rise portal
combats.
is that Rise becomes much better. You can
Okay.
activate more of these regional traits. You can make this unit be the most powerful thing in the game. But you know what's also powerful? Getting a Brock on your board. 15 rounds of playing Ixtal, and then we got it.
And this changes the way you
Just
play.
a little,
this,
like-
You have to,
I mean, I think
play
that
for
one's
much
good,
more high tempo and
but
just
when you've
survive until
calculated
that point
loss,
rather
like you
than
kind of
playing
want
for
some of the
win
other
streak or
ones to
kind of
play around
losing
the
rounds
loss
to 2 and 3.
streak.
Well,
I feel like when you
that
have
is
the
what I would
play
love
Ixtal
to
for
see,
15, you
because
just
we're
want a
starting
strong
to
board
have a
around
loss
it.
streak here, so
Just
Milo
play
will
for
need to find
strongest
an
board.
answer
Because,
to that
like, if you
puzzle
only have to play
to
3
try
Ixtal
and
units,
scoot
they're
on
not bad.
through to 5-2,
Especially
because
once you get
that
the
is
Nidalee.
quite a ways
Mhm.
away.
Like Nidalee,
And right now,
Milio,
the
and
board is not looking too strong.
Nico are like
Villages will be
all
getting
good
some
units.
resources
Like
and
they don't
reroll
really
to
pay the
calculate loss,
Ixtal
so
tax.
We have the resources to stabilize, but it's going to be a matter of maintaining that HP.
And same with Skarner. Skarner's another one that doesn't feel like really pays it
I don't know
either.
how familiar you guys are with Milo, because obviously he is a player that we've seen before, but I've been watching a lot of his scrims.
Which is why I think this Nico unit
Even
has
though I
been
don't
like,
understand a
it's
word, I'm
crazy to
having
me
a
how
grand
good
old
the
time.
unit
It
is
so funny.
because it's a
He's like
3-trait
preying
unit
on his
and it's the
enemy's
cash out
downfall whenever
trait.
they contest him.
And like
He's
it's still
Robin
just a strong
walking on
unit on its
Robin.
own.
It's just,
It's
it's
crazy to me
everything.
how
I think
she's been
Milo's a
allowed,
good
and she's
example of
like
an
her
impact player
ability's
who's
been
not
like
maybe
nerfed
as
in
well
half
known, but
since
just
like what
really
it was at
embodies
the
APAC
start.
as a region. Very exciting TFT almost always in terms of high cap boards, but also
Still
how they
so
get
integral.
there is really interesting. I think they really think outside the box in a lot of their game plans.
But I'm all for more
Darth
triple
Vader
trait
fits that
units.
mold
I
pretty
think these
similarly
triple
from
trait
Vader,
units,
because
like
from
in this
players
low
that
cost
love to
base,
play
are what
games more than
enable
anything
flex
else.
play.
Very high first place rate, but a pretty high ace place rate as well.
And like I'm
So
I'm
starting
fine
off the
with
days
like we saw it more at
strong,
the beginning, but like the
looking forward to
Nico
continue to see what he's going to cook up specifically in Rise Portal.
Nico Vi like +1
For
package,
now, he's
normally
going
like
to
a
keep
Swain
that
or something.
loss
Like
streak
I think those
going, but he is
packages
going to
are
be
good
happy
for the
about
game, even
that.
if a
Still
bunch of people
very
have
good
them.
HP in the
Because like we saw it
overall,
in
and
set
he
10 as well. That's when we saw a lot of
that
flex
allows us
play,
to
and it
kind
was
of
all the
check
super
in
fan. There were like
with
so
our
many different
players.
super fan boards.
Looking across the
Yeah.
But if you can
board,
just
I feel
stabilize like
there
a
may be something
a
extra
package to play
motivating
around, and
standing
then
out.
like
Besides finding that
5
Echo
different
2,
comps
I
that
feel
come
like
out of
the
that.
rest of our competitors
So I think
are just
having
kind of
these
using
triple trait
real
units are
big
really
upgrades
good
early
for
on.
the game.
Revan did find an early Yunara, which is
I
one
think
of
they're
the benefits
problematic when in the high space though. Like Swain's a little problematic, so that has to be really weak to make up for it now.
Nonetheless, so This is potentially a game plan that Revan can, play around for stage 3 in particular.
Goodness,
Maybe
I
he'll
would
also
love
play
to
into
know the
Ionia as a line for tempo. This is the comp he won his
We're not
TFT,
allowed
the
to
Team
know.
Cup with as well, so it's a line he's comfortable on.
However, there are 2 other players who also have an Ionia emblem, so leaning into Ionia with being aware of that, you really need to make sure you're checking your boards, you know what they're going to play so that you can tap into it.
Yeah, it'll be just for tempo. I think he'll end up on Slayers. It looks like most
kind
likely
of
some variation either with Belveth, because
funny
there's
to
the
me
Void
that
and the Slayer
Revan
+1,
is
and he's holding
in this
the
5
Void and the
Ionia
Briar pair as
pure
well.
with
And
none
Yasuo
of the
too.
spats.
It could be,
No,
it could be
spat,
Yone
yeah.
Slayers, actually, a comp that we see not very often, but this is kind of the perfect setup to play into it. It's a comp that you only
Compared to,
really have
yeah,
a spot to
those
play in
other
and maybe
2
1 out of
players with
50
the Ionia
games.
spats.
But it's a really cool comp if it ends up happening.
I mean, I think a lot of times when you have a bunch of emblems, it does kind of work out that way. That you can do that, if not, because
could not be what he wants.
like when you have like these vertical traits, sometimes it's hard to get some of the other like auxiliary traits in. If you just have all the spots where it's like, oh, like, well, I got Slayer with the Yasuo. I mean, that's redundant once you get the Yone, but until then, you had Defender with the Cannon, so you just get it in. So sometimes, like, if the Void was like a quick striker to just pair with the Yunara,
Yeah.
like, I think sometimes a lot of these verticals, like, people won't think about them if they don't have the spat for it, but sometimes like it makes a lot of sense if you hit the right ones to be able to play them all.
Can maybe add a little bit of chaos or clarity for our players as they do come on by. Golden Augments, where our first choice is going to be silver as second choice. I believe that will be just a little bit of lower influence for most of them.
Gold, silver.
We'll have good
so we should
combat
see
auctions,
silver again.
maybe a little bit of extra gold, and we see for Gobo taking some more items. Maybe he's just praying for those 2 rods to pop out of there and possibly go for Vygar. But very interestingly, Milo taking augmented power means that we will not have prismatic at the end, but instead he's really hoping that it's a gold augment.
Good call, and this is one of the risky kind of coin flip augment pickups where you only really want to take this from a pretty dire position. If it ends up panning your way, it usually gives you a pretty good chance to spike in on 4-2. But if as you're mentioning, players get much better value on those augments than you could end up 8th or 7th.
Yeah, it does come down to what it is in the end, but knowing his game plan and knowing
Augmented power here is pretty good because you're guaranteed prismatic.
With yet another big spike, could just be what
right.
To get to that point. We need to see whether or not
For
that
gold
is
next,
in the cards.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you can't get silver third, so that means the next one's going to be gold, which will get upgraded to prismatic.
Across the lobby, everyone's now going to know it's not prismatic, but with an RE2, with
it's not silver
dark
third.
item
Okay, I
on
think
her,
I had
it's
that
going to be
backwards
very
then.
hard to lose rounds in the rest of stage 3.
I forget, there's only one combo that can hit silver third, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a really good position to play into this line for Lichuan, and he understands.
I don't think there's, I think if the first or the second one is silver, like, you can't have silver third.
Off of my shop high rolls.
I haven't looked at it in a while though. Where's little buddy bot?
He's chilling, but for our bringer of Ruin player Bin Bin, we haven't won many rounds, meaning that we're not really stacking up our Octacon, and I do really
yeah, the only way you can get silver last if it's gold prismatic.
So
then the last can be silver. That's the only scenario.
That he's currently on 15 on the Octacon.
Okay, not too many, but we'll work our way up, especially as there's more units.
Little buddy bot OP.
And now with the power of Darius and the 3 costs in the Noxus line, most likely this is indicating a 3-5 roll down. So we hope to see him.
Unless of course you have. I didn't see what
find a big win streak for the end of stage 3.
It's Rise Encounter, so the encounters can like overwrite that, of course.
Potentially into vertical Noxus going to 8 earlier to find a 7 Noxus to make Otacon that real carry.
I think one thing that's been missing so far in our game today is Mel. We know from either scrim stats and even regionals.
Because if you ever see an augmented power as your second augment, you'll always finish with prismatic.
I haven't seen too much.
I think the issue with Mel is that you.
Because the only scenario where the last, you always take 3-2. Yeah, that's right. I remember that now. Yeah, you always take it 3-2 because it'll always be prismatic.
On either trying to get there or getting the upgrade on the Mel. So there was Mel ones but
why it's like
it's so unreliable.
not necessarily the best at
that feel like
2-1,
more
but
attractive
3-2 it's
in
really
terms
good.
of how safely they can get you there. I feel like players are not yet in positions where they need to push it for most of them. Lots of Ionia though.
Yeah, Gobo not going for the rod here as well, so I think he's indicating he's not
as
playing
a player,
for
that
Veigar,
context
already slammed a JG as well. So most
at
likely
this
going into
level
a
is
different
definitely
APY.
influential, as we
Probably
see.
Ionia. Moving into that very
Yeah.
condition, we're going now and rolling down on 3-5.
Every little thing matters at this.
We do have now an important pair.
The number of
but
times you see
no
fights
upgrades
lose
yet.
like
And no
barely,
Darius
and then like
yet is the bigger
losing
concern for me if you're
placement.
playing around
You lose like
Noxus
3 or
on
4
4-2.
placements off of one bad fight.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation for Bin here. Dig pretty deep as well, but some of our other players have done the same. Checking in with Saya, you were mentioning CLE, this is a player that in scrims got a lot of respect despite being pretty much an unknown, a mystery player that not many people put too much hope into coming into this Tactician's crown. Is currently on an 8th streak as he is moving through this lobby on 100 HP on the back of carrying Lulu.
Finally.
Finally,
love
her
a
time
Lulu
has arrived.
To time to shine, and then the streak will hopefully continue. The Wukong in the front line already for Li Tuchuan will make this very, very hard to take down. But we're seeing Lulu do so much damage.
I haven't looked at what
was 4th in the TLC,
PvE
so
patch
not a
notes to
great
see
final
what their
day,
for
but
fun
had
patch,
very, very good stats. Did not go
what all their
8th
like kind of
a
crazy
single
buff.
time in regionals, and so they're showing that they're probably not going to do that again this game.
Yeah, I haven't looked yet either.
Revan cosplaying as a CN player in this.
I never play for fun patch, so it doesn't matter to me.
Now as well. Playing
You're
around
playing
with
next
Ionia
set.
line. Looking at Milo's spot there. Ixtal is always risky. 9 loss streak, maybe a little bit riskier than I would hope for. He does have Calcloss. He does have a chance for a huge spike on 4-2, but is he going to get into maybe a 1 life position by the time we get there?
Yeah, we'll need to see what he can get from his prismatic. That'll be the big factor for Milo. I do want to call out something that we were talking about when we saw the Carousel, and that is the 3-way Ionia contest. Even though it could just be for tempo for some of them right now, it definitely does slow them all down because they're unable to get those upgrades to really play around that tempo.
Good news for Milo. We saw at the beginning of this round, and on his board, he does have 5 Ishtal in. And so he is gaining a little bit of HP
I don't
back
know
to
who
keep himself
might
alive.
be strong enough
but Saya, very happy
to beat
that they're
Saya
able to face
right
the
now.
lost streaker in the lobby right now.
I haven't seen
He does have to
Revan in
just
a
roll down
while,
on
but I
4-1,
don't.
at 20 HP now. I don't think you want to be on 1 life, even if you get very strong on 4-2, because there tends to always
Lulu
be that
carried
one
10 streak.
grim week with the leading player that just becomes very, very strong, can knock you out if you're on 1 life that early into the game.
Oh.
He's already level 8.
I mean, it's one of those I feel like his board might kind of fall off though because of his emblems, but
The big thing that will swing this game,
unless he hits like an
is
early rise or
what
something.
kind of augment we have on 4-2. Milo, hoping that can bail him out. But for Li Tuchuan, who's already in a good position, is that something that can be the win condition?
How
or is
many
it
more
a little bit of a low roll if it is a silver?
combats
to
do
finish
we
out
have on this?
Bit too 80 centric item. Needs
Field
the final
it-
item.
It's the end of stage 4. Like you should be able to get him at stage 4 creep round if he had it in
Well, how
at
far is he
2-1.
willing to dig? He's definitely rolling a little bit to try and get some of the
Because if it's 15 player combat, it's 5 per stage.
Surfed an Annie.
Annie's a great way to stabilize the board. The items look great for that as well, so we're able to get the Garen online as
That's
well.
why I think that when they
Seven
changed it from
Demacia,
17 to 15 was really big because it meant you could get it during creep round if you had it right from the start.
So Milo, quite stable here.
Needs to reforge here some of the components. Needs to find a final item for the Lux. Just the Juggernaut emblem on the Garen for now.
He may be waiting until after he can cash out Istal to maybe even reforge that as well.
Yeah, goes for the Nash in the end. Jewel Lotus would
The
be
Lux
so
too
good
looks
for
really
his
good
position
for our
if he finds it after having to slam
stabilization
Nasher here from his remaining item components.
Yeah, Lex 2 at 4-1. Can't
And this fight
complain.
win is also so important to stop
And having Galio.
bleeding here to end the loss streak, to stabilize, to try and take over the stage 4 and come back into the game.
Zillion will help get some of that XP back.
Definitely a very good news for Milo, but let's see if the
Holy.
prismatic is
Very
also
strong.
good news.
And then we get our prismatic that nobody else gets.
As our good friend CLE
Or one
mentioned
other
earlier.
person gets.
That'll let the game give
Yeah.
you the blessing. For Li Tuchuan, we're going to get lots of frontline, getting all of those belts and the extra HP from them.
Belts.
Gobo
Yep.
taking reinforcement, to try and get an easy upgrade. We can get that Wukong 2. They will spend that here early. Marcel P also taking Gilded Steel and playing around some of these important 5 costs.
Yeah, usually that reinforcement is more of a desperation pick, but it does lead back to that contest.
It might be another Transcendent of Spirits because I thought I had a lot of HP again, unless I'm just mistaken.
We're seeing is caught in, unfortunately, so we'll need
I wish knew for sure. 7 Dawn.
Doesn't give me too much confidence though for the rest of the game.
It's the same game from Basic that we just saw.
A long shot.
You know your cap is
Right,
quite
that's
low because of the
long shot
conditions of the
work
lobby
coming
and
Yeah.
conditions, so you're trying to solve its placements. And
Imagine
to
that gets
fight for maybe
reforged
a
at some
fifth
point.
Or even a 6 in some cases.
Marcel P is playing a fairly unique version of Warwick from what we see.
I think this Jinx isn't all that strong,
Usually,
but
this Warwick is a melee
I feel like
unit, but
without
instead of
Rage
long
Blade,
shot, which gives the +1 range. This Jinx is going to be very, very close to death, but it is ramping up, and the Zillion Bomb does take it down. So Marcel,
not one of the cases where the Jinx
It
lives
can't ramp
1
up.
HP.
yeah, but like
By the way, still on 100 HP.
Quick Striker and Last Whisper just like aren't
Level 8.
full items.
Lux 2, Garen 1, Galio in place.
Just a really strong.
Because like ideally, you know, you want the Last Whisper on somebody else to buff it up so that you have like a 4-item Jinx. But for now, she has to hold it.
On a win streak and you want
And
to
then the
find a way
Quick
to
Striker
continue the win
is
streak, almost always the answer
not-
to one of the best
oh,
combat
like,
options you can get is Exiles in this set, and he was able to
It's
pull
alright
that
for
off
melee
pretty easily.
carries, but
He's gonna be one of those
because they
players
get the
that
dash,
he's gonna try and coach
Jinx
his way to
doesn't need
9
the
on a
dash.
pretty strong
Yeah.
board. He has so much HP to trade away to accumulate more and more gold.
I need
and go for a massive roll
I
on
need to
stage
see
5.
what Marcel
And
does
it could
to
be. This is a
bounce
good
back
recipe
from
for
here.
Mr. 100 here on the Tactician's Crowns.
There's
stage.
no way.
He's
So we'll
not
keep
got a
an
lot
eye
of
on it.
games
Definitely
to mess
just
around
Not for sure
anymore.
so
It's fine.
thank you.
Yeah.
It's fine. Revan, though, is also
Don't think I'm winning the Marcel highest win rate.
Not only that, he just got the upgrade on the Yone too. So we were talking about
Well,
how this is a really
did
good
we leave
comp
that
he can
before it
lean
was
into
over?
if he's comfortable on it with this emblem selection. He said, "Yep, I absolutely am," and he's playing around this Yone.
To move to
He's got
Marcel's
some plays
fight
as
that
well, so
was already
looking
over.
for
The rare spot to play one of the coolest comps in the
Oh,
game right
oh,
now. Yone
good.
with Slayers, all these Giga Chad melee units trying to fight their way into your backline.
I think
Usually
Milo's
you're
in
like,
such
"No,
a
just
good
play
spot.
around Ahri and the
Yeah.
boring vertical Ionia,"
Prismatic
but Revan
JG.
says, I have different ideas.
Two
He
star
also has
everything
something great.
except
Yep,
for
even cooler.
Zillion.
A great augment to play, especially
Yeah, I
with these
think
melee
you're
carries.
right also
And so
about
these things are dashing
Saya's
around, doing so much damage.
I
comp
take it
gonna
back. I
fall
said
off.
Revan is not good at
or
cooking and he needs to
not
stick to
be
the
as
simple
strong
lines, but
pretty
okay,
soon here.
Revan, you got game. I see you now.
Ask
Just
me,
looking
Shelby
at
Yeah, I think-
where we're
is
still at
the
with our star
answer here
level.
for Revan,
The Lux 2 is
we need to
good,
look
but
towards our lower placement standings player
Yeah.
right now.
Hey,
Marcel
Definitely
it's an
some
upgrade over
threats.
the Lulu too.
Yes,
Milo
yes,
has stopped depleting his
definitely.
winnings. I'm not too worried
Okay,
about
Yeah, that's why I
that,
think.
but let's take a look
I mean,
at
it
our
hasn't
best
lost yet, but I
player
think yeah, it
that
needs like the
Marcel
rise
has
or
put up. Was
something. Needs to
thinking
be able to
about
go
going
for
into
it,
that
and
online from the start.
I mean,
I'm not
sitting on
looking
30
too
gold,
good.
hopefully
Is kind
can
of
go
an
9
awkward place.
soonish, and then
It's a position where if you're not
I mean the
playing
board
for
like
Jinx
strong enough that he
lead
can
and
go
you're not
9
ahead
from
of
here is
tempo,
stable because of the
you
Lux
end up
too.
bleeding out most of the times on stage 4, especially on
Rift
stage
Herald
5 where
Zon.
you're not really
Okay.
seeing a higher cap than this. You're on 0 gold, donkey rolling every turn on level 8. You're 6 copies of Jinx, or 5 copies of Jinx away from 3-starring her as well. So it is not looking good for the America's regional champion in this
It's
game.
just like even if
So much
these were
ability
Jinx
for
items,
that
like
had
they're
most
not
of
the.
his
I mean the
success on
Kraken's
Euros,
really good,
and
but
so
it,
maybe a little bit
it
out
would
of
feel.
comfort
I'd feel
zone
better
with
about
that
it
counter.
if
Will be
we
taking
had
a good
Warwick
win here, to
items.
stabilize at the end of stage 4.
So
So
that, like,
most likely he'll see
was
stage
able to
5 and give
actually
himself
like
some
do
more
it. But the
options
fact that we
to
don't have
work with.
Warwick
But Milo,
items, like we have
gonna be
Titans.
stabilizing with that
Yeah,
full win
I was gonna
streak,
say
and
I
so he
think we
is,
usually expect to
gonna
see
be
the
a
BT
force to be
here
reckoned with.
also.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
BT,
Freak has been
Sterix, even
snapped
like
on
a
the
tank
top
item
end
would
as
be
well.
like
Like you
has
said,
tank
he
items
plays
elsewhere,
that
but
expertly.
to
CLE,
be able to,
thank you
because
very
like
much for ruining
it's the
our
thing,
first
Warwick is your
game.
front line. He is your
That also
tank
means the lobby is
most
moving
of
a
the
little bit
time,
closer together. That
and he
boogeyman
just stays alive
has
through the
been vanished
sustain.
for now, but it
And
might
So
Saya
if you don't
did
have
fall.
that,
whether it is for
Or
Milo
take that
or
first
Revan or
loss.
Zaya, we'll have to see who is
Wonder
able
who
yeah,
did
imagine
this
you're just trying to
next.
go 9 at
on
this
the
point.
top on the win streak. Let's check in with Milo and see how he's doing as he goes up against Saya's board.
Lux 2.
That's high on the
Garen
other
2,
side.
3 items on Garen plus a
Yeah.
Juggernaut emblem. I mean, it is the only real outcome you can expect in this situation, a 4-win streak.
Yeah, we have items on Sona, so we're not
Milo was playing for off of the huge
trying to
from
do
the dual
much
Lotus
at the
as well,
moment.
4-2.
And we will be cashing on 5-2 with 500 of these Sun Shards from Ishtal. And so this isn't even the strongest he'll get. He's winning all of Stage 4. He's hopefully going to be winning all of Stage 5 with the 500 cash out.
Influx of components and a little bit of gold to help players find those upgrades. Marcel P gets a cinch too. Not necessarily the savior you need, but it could be a part of the puzzle that is an answer to his spot.
Ornn, did he make an item there? No, just making progress there. No extra artifact quite yet. Litu Chuan
Tuning in
really
from
struggling to stabilize here on stage
another
4. I think a lot of his units
lobby.
got taken away from him.
Interesting setup
On
here from
me
Litu Chuan. I think he maybe
is
considered
an
that Gobo
8th
might
so far with
reroll,
10
so just
HP.
directly went to 9, playing.
Yeah, I have Robin's up
Mismatch
too,
of
and
the Ari and
he's
the Freljord setup.
in 7th right now at 1 life.
Volibear coming in now as well. This is a transition now into the Freljord Rise Ionia board that we saw a little bit
can't
of
win
in
all the
regionals,
pick'ems,
a less
or
played variant of
maybe
Rise
any
with
of
Ionia
them.
mixed in as well.
And
We'll see
Weishin's
if
in
Litu Chuan
6th
can
in that
stabilize
lobby
here, because
too.
this is where
Like,
the big hitters come out to play, right? We're now in stage 5. Everyone is starting to reach the highest cap for their comps.
I'm never doing
And we're
pickups
finally
again.
Frontliner, which is fantastic. We have a pair of Ornns. Not sure if we're going to
Just,
prioritize.
you just don't have any
Marcel
regional
P
pride.
does reforge here into a
I
Slayer
guess.
emblem, and also a little bit better Warwick items as well. So
yeah.
a very, very good reforge.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
the question, is it enough against some of those
Yeah, they
upgraded
could both
legendary
die.
boards
I
already?
understand
We'll have
it
to
here.
see as he goes up against them. For now, Darthnub is on the other side. Only, quote-unquote, has that Bowly 1 and the List 2 in the backline to help her out. Could be a good chance for him to try and take this, but doesn't look like it. Total wipe on the
and they're
platform
both
here
dead.
for 2 of our players. Marcel
By
P
myself.
taken out.
Bye.
Rip.
Looks like Gobo met the same fate.
And Gobo had the good fortune of facing Milo before the
but Marcel
cash
It's so
out.
weird to
Even
have-
then, he was not strong enough to
It's so weird to
survive
have
that
the
fight. Now
cutscene for
Milo
one of them
becomes
and
the
not the
Grim
other.
Reaper in this lobby.
Yeah.
Anyone he faces most likely will be in deep trouble, especially once
Brock.
he goes level 9 and potentially finds the
Yep,
Brock too.
Saya went 9.
I mean, he was already winning, and now is just going to win a significant amount more. This is what he needs. I'm actually a little
Snub.
surprised he didn't go for
You
higher
got
cash out there
this.
with how stable he is. But, you know, he's playing the game quite well.
APAC is greedy, but they're not that greedy. Hey, we have to draw the line somewhere, okay? The rest of the players are also building pretty strong boards here.
Bigger number, better result, you know? That's what I'm going for.
Well, sometimes you also have to know when to get out, right?
That's
so
right,
getting
Al,
out
the
when
big
he's
rock
on a
is
high, I think
here.
with Rock is certainly a good option here. Litu Chuan on the other side is the other player who picked up that prismatic upgrade, has found the Rise, has found the Cillian, who wasn't able to get any other upgrades, and he will meet a very similar fate to some of our other players. Big loss coming in for Litu Chuan, one of the CN's favorite here.
Does
Does
barely
hang in
survive.
there.
Huge Skarner ult onto that Zillion, stunned him just in time, and then got the perfect angle for the Lux ult as well. So kind of a tragic fight there. But I think it's clear no one is really stronger than Milo right now in this lobby.
Gonna be able to start some new quests here, possibly get more rewards. Take a look at our 2 CN players that are the lowest HP in the lobby. See what they can do to upgrade the board. Wukong 2 in shop and also Lissandra 2 in shop. So very big upgrades for both of them. Just gotta figure out how to buy it.
Yeah, no money to get that online. A little bit of wiggling here. Sitting on a pair, unfortunately, of both the Ornn and
Flamme's
Rise.
at least sitting in
Not
6th
where you want
now.
to be.
2 people
Is
have
your
already
enemy
gone
somebody
out.
you can beat? It's Darthnub on the other side. We saw this comp already. We know the power of the Lissandra 2 and the Volley 1.
And Darthnub has not gone 9 yet, so this is the round to win for Litu Chuan. This is your best chance at potentially fighting for a top 4 here. If you lose this one, I mean, you would have lost pretty much every fight, I think, against any of the players remaining here. The Volibear still up, Sejuani's going to cast one more time, most likely. That could buy enough time for Lissandra, but Zillion's still very safe, and yeah, that should be a win for Litu Chuan. Some breathing room for the CN player.
I will say it's a win, but it also looked kind of close. I'm not too positive on that one, but Bin being taken out here in 6th place as well. Another CN representative down on the lower placements. as our day progresses. We look at this carousel.
Important units and items being picked up to complete some of these tanks, specifically for this carousel, but I want to call out the scores currently in this lobby. Saya, Darth Noob, and Revan all currently really ahead in points. Now a top 5 for all of them. Milo and Lee Tuchuan, though, making a good comeback, trying to put themselves back in the conversation.
Level 9 roll down for Revan. Can he find an Aatrox 2? Does he want an Aatrox 2? That's the bigger question. One of the weaker 5 cost in the lineup that we've seen across patch 16.6 and 16.7. Taric 2 is found at the very least, but Revan's going to need a little bit more than that, I think, to try and hang with these Fast 9 AP boards.
Going to be abandoning the Silas option, and instead, maybe
Aatrox pair.
These are quite the Yone items.
I mean, he has good items for that.
Leeching
Aatrox.
Gunblade.
Yeah, the AD will directly translate to a taxi for that Aatrox, so we'll see if that full board, if when he reaches the highest cap, can really make it.
Fish bones on our Ornn. Just Biss for him. Actually, it is because it gives him a lot of HP.
Oh yeah,
but for Lee Tuchuan, we did not find
yeah, those
Rise
Sona
2,
items
but
move
the
to
Lux being on the
Basilian.
opposite side is going to make this fight quite close. But as Rise goes
not
down,
close enough.
so will Lee Tuchuan, falling out in another bot 4.
Unfortunate. Milo, though. Okay, did get another win. I was like, oh, what is happening? But no, that was Revan in his place, Lee Tuchuan 5th place. Like you're mentioning, and now Revan needs to find an answer as he is looking at this Belveth too. Going to get her on the board. Is that good enough?
Doesn't really have the best items for Belveth. Would have to transfer maybe some Yone items over. I'm not sure if that's worth it. So unfortunate that was his upgrade over the Aatrox in this position. We'll see who he faces. But
Yeah, they're kind of talking about it right now. The
tanks on most of these
Belveth
boards. It's gonna be very
items
hard for these players to push through.
that are lacking, and how you could maybe move them off of the Yone. But would you ever move that mutation to, or like if you did move over to Belveth?
Yep, if the Yone can
I
wrap
think
up
the
that
like
line,
benefit
Lee
of
Tuchuan
like
also may have the opportunity to wrap
moving
across
to
especially with precision
Belveth means like you get 3 real items, because the Void Spat's not really an item. So by being able to move it up, but I don't think there's really 3 good items
together, top 3.
that you want for this belt. Like,
and the Kindred acted as a bridge. She ulted towards the Yone and bought kind of Yone enough room
I don't think
move a little bit
moving,
towards the backline and then
because like if you move this QSS to Gunblade
fight there
to
from Revan.
Belveth, like I think that's worse.
Mm.
I think the Yone is just a better unit
has
with
gold to
those.
roll. Changing this board a lot. We have Silas now online, as well as a bunch of these
But I don't
other
play,
5 costs.
like I
It is,
have like maybe
looking like he's
1
just
game
trying
of
to make
Belveth at
the
all in this set,
strongest
so.
thing possible in this patch.
Yeah.
I love to see it. No complaints from my side. Can he get another Brock is the
Saya
question.
seems to
That
have
would be
stabilized a
one
bit,
big
back on
upgrade
a win
in every
streak.
way.
Especially with the Guard Breaker, the Striker's Flail on the Brock, just the extra IE off the Jewel Lotus already. So lost the fight, needs to find a lot of upgrades here to try and maybe potentially even win the game if he finds that Brock too.
Not in the shop for now. Unfortunately, will need to wait a little bit longer. Can he afford it? Depends on who is waiting on this matchmaking.
Galio 2 alone is a huge upgrade on this board. Going to be able to provide a lot of CC and also a good amount of damage with the items that he does have. For Revan here, we weren't quite able to find that Aatrox 2, but we're going to see the matchups here. It will be a mirror here on the other side.
The AP mirror match on the left. Saya trying to use all that extra HP he had to stay alive against Darth Noob here. He's still so far ahead of the lobby. The Lux and the Zillion very safe still, but the Volibear is coming. The same with that Yone wrap. The Volibear is now wrapping onto the back
Big
as
rock.
well. Can Lux do it all by herself? Don't think so. The front is hanging on for so long for Darth Noob. He's able to finally go 9 and spike in a huge way.
There was enough time bought, but not enough to make it in the end for Reven, taken out in 4th place here. Still a pretty good placement on his already pretty good point set, and Milo able to hang in there. I don't think we've seen the Brock 2 upgrade fly in just yet, but there it is!
Every blessing comes through from Makes. If only I had those powers to bless my boy Reven with an Aatrox 2.
That's not how that power is wielded.
Can we give Reven some style points at least for playing this very cool Yone Aatrox dual carry?
Side.
He gets more points.
You can't use it for bad. Sorry.
For bad? What?
Well,
what do you have against Reven, huh?
In your own bias. It's not how that works.
It is not in this situation for sure, but Milo is really set himself apart as the player that should win this lobby with the amount of extra resources he's gotten from his augments, from the Ishtal, and now with Brock 2, as well as his Jeweled Lotus. So much damage from this board.
Xayah is level 9, 55 gold, 43 HP. Those are pretty good conditions to try and find an answer. Now, am I saying there is a good answer as we see elimination from Darthnub? I'm not sure, but he will give it a shot.
10.
And Milo, what a risky game to play, having to play 15 rounds with Ixtal online, found a way to stabilize before that cash out came through to just make it in the first place, and now has been rewarded with such a strong board setup here.
This was a good place for a double.
Level 10, a lot of gold.
Yeah, well played for Saya to, play around Lulu carry. 10 streak off Lulu carry in a rising counter. Have all that HP to just be able to, like, you can bleed out to a second. Especially when you know there's somebody, like, when there's, like, a Brock in the lobby that's going to hit pretty stably because calculated loss, and it's just the 15, like, they're guaranteed to hit. So, you know, you have to, like, out-cap or bleed out the rest of the lobby enough.
From this board, and Milo is just absolutely destroying.
Xayah does have 26 HP though, so there could be another carousel 6-3, although
I would have definitely never played Lulu 2 for that long.
Is that good enough?
Like this Rage Blade Brock.
A message for the outcome of this game. It's hard to predict and hard to bet against Milo in this case. I mean, a Demacia emblem on the carousel. I'm not sure it can swing things, but definitely interesting considering both players are on these Demacia line. Milo to have Demacia emblem, Juggernaut emblem, an Ixtal cash out into a Brock 2 in this kind of setup, I think it's almost unbeatable in a Rise portal.
You know, I was hoping that could possibly have been Demacia 11 just for fun. But he needs another one, doesn't he?
You're asking for too much, Silly.
I know.
I think we've gotten enough already.
That'd be fun, though. I'm here for
It would have been pretty fun. I'm with you. That would have been nice to see. But both of our players out of gold, both of our players out of further upgrades for now, and out of HP to take it any further. Next round is going to be the determining factor. We've been talking about Milo from the very start, from the way he pioneered this Ishtal, knowing where to go, the fact that he picked the upgrade to the Prismatic, saying, okay, I just need whatever to get me over the line, rolling early, and here he is with a board that could not be mightier. Brock 2 smashing just everything about as he is on his path to take this lobby home. One more ult from that Lux. Enemy Lux is going to fall. And Milo takes game number 4 here at the Tactician's
GG.
Loss streak versus win streak. Saya had an incredible early game, able to put it together with high HP, get that second place, but Milo risking it all and taking that top spot.
We're seeing why Demacia was heralded as one of the more stable comps to play for in this tournament. Both of the players make it to that top 2, and just very different paths, but very similar setup in the end.
Huge comeback from Milo on the overall points as well. Was one of the players that were kind of sitting towards the lower third of the overall standings. That win just brought him back. He doubled his points.
Should have
huge comeback from him in that way. Of course, more lobbies have been going on at the same time.
Yeah, this is the last lobby, so
over there, you're looking like you
should
have
be pretty
something
soon
to tell us. Lil Bear, how's it going?
I think actually Clement's going to be very excited about the last couple of games here, but maybe not about Lil Bear.
It's APAC sweep. Let's go. 3 lobbies won by APAC players, Milo and Little Bear. Actually, I'm excited about him regardless. He did win on an Ishtal board, and it was so crazy. He actually benched his Brock because he couldn't find a Brock 2, put all the Radiant items on a Shyvana 2 instead, and won out the lobby. Huge comeback for him. Of course, Milo as well on the Ishtal line. Really cool with a lot of different emblems there. And then finally, someone saves the standings. Double can't get away with it anymore. To be fair, he still took a second place, which is insane.
Wow.
But Obo saved
Double's a
everyone
beast.
from just calling tack round over.
1-1-1-2.
He did go first place and did take double down a peg. Unfortunately, he did cheat a little because he took Galimify, and Galimify is just completely broken.
Clement, can I get you to say Os on top? Because first place.
Look, we do not differentiate. APAC on top, let's go!
It's all
Now it's
You
APAC.
put him in B tier, you rat!
Well, okay, that wasn't the only lobby that we had off stream. We also had Setsuko being able to get a first place over in the lobby that we did not cover. There were some very interesting lines being played over
Setsuko
there,
got
but
a
that was
first?
a very unique Shadow Isles board that he was able to put together with a Vanquisher emblem on a rapid fire cannon Gwen. There were some really cool things that Setsuko did in order to get there. I see Makes is giving me a little bit of side eye over there.
I was trying to figure out what I
On
just
this
heard.
board.
Processing.
No, but it was really, really cool to see just how he got there.
It's still not
One really cool thing I like what Setsi is doing in tournaments, when he sees a player about to drop out, he goes over there with his chibi and he gives him a thumbs up. I like that you're trying to get into your opponent's head. Good thinking.
The mental warfare, very important for this day one.
I mean, hey, it's been working out for a couple of our competitors for sure, but I'm very excited to see what the standings are going to look like once we have tallied this up. It's been 4 games, so, you know, anything can happen.
Well, thank you guys so much. We are going to take a look at the standings. So here they are. Juanmi able to stop the bleeding, at least gets on equal points here with CSFX here towards the bottom of our standings. But
And rough day for Marcel and Wanmi.
Oh, did they just...
Or top 8.
Saya off of that result, able to make it into that top 3. Elia still hanging on in that second place position as well, alongside Double.
They just went from the bottom 8 to the top 8?
Underdog from the Americas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very much is.
I left out the best CTG player. Whoops.
In that top 8, looking down the table a little bit more. This is where we see a lot of our CN players hanging out.
They were just warming up.
JRC
right?
also
the
doing pretty alright.
They were towards the bottom.
See?
Now they're coming closer and closer to the top. Zaya already in there. You should be scared. This is CN waking up to what the meta is and how they can get it in their favor.
Next lobbies to look at.
Milo as well, we just saw from an 8th place to a 1st place, so very risky, you know, 1st or 8th place style, really now favoring him in that game 4.
And there are way too many of My America's players here in this section of the leaderboard. But Weijin and Robin both able to have some solid placements in these last 2 games to try and work their way back up. Good news is we've got 2 more games before the bottom 8 get cut, and the players we see on screen are the ones that are going to need to really perform.
Yeah, that's right. 2 more games here at the Tacticians.
That was weird. They started with the bottom 8, and then they went to the
top.
Then they went in order from the top, but then they didn't finish with the bottom 8 again.
You're like, well, you saw it already, so you know, right?
We are going to be going into a very short break. Stay tuned. You're watching the Lore and Legends Tactician's Crown.
6 bomb, dropping only 2 points. You know, if Double gets that, I feel like we can just crown him day 1. How about that?
Even looking at day 1 and day 2, we had someone like Enzo do 80 points across 2 days back in Set A Monsters Attack Regional Finals for EMEA. I wonder if this is time for Double not just to send a message, but to break records in this Swiss space.
I'm so here for it. After we talked at the beginning of the day about the 2 behemoths coming into the competition, Weishin Iverson and Huanmie, as you were able to see from the standings, there is kind of a new king in town, and that is Double, someone who is constantly left out of the conversation for one of the greatest TFT players of all time, someone who has kept a regional finals streak all the way from back in Galaxies. He's always been here. He's just somebody that I think with a Tactician's Crown win will really be a part of that conversation rather than someone who's on the outside looking in.
And he was very close, right? He was a player who finished runner-up against Dishsoap in Inkborn Fabled in set 11, so he's come very close to glory. Obviously, Dishsoap, I think, had a fantastic mythic game to win that one in the end against Bintum, but I'm cheering for Double always. I think he's a player who has proven so much, not just in his peak as a player, but just in the longevity in TFT with new sets coming out. To reinvent yourself every single set and adapt and still come out ahead is just fantastic.
And the way he's been doing it is also very impressive. All different kind of lines. We saw Max capped Rise board in the previous game going into the 2nd place against Oboe. And earlier, of course, he hit the Glimify himself, which seems to be a running theme among much of the top 4 contesters that we've been seeing.
Going through some rapid fire highlights right now of how the games have looked for today, and I think you're exactly right. What is being shown in these games is just high tempo from a lot of these players. If you're able to get a lot of gold and generate a lot of resources, then the game plan is to go for that fast 9. But as you were able to outline for us earlier, Panda, that game plan has to change depending on who is actually pressuring you. And I think there are quite a few players that are and have been behind the 8 ball a little bit when it's come to that lobby tempo.
Yeah, it's a lot of push and pull. Idea is, okay, if everyone wants to go fast 9, kind of great because you all can do it. There's no pressure in stage 3 and 4. No one's taxing you for a lot of HP. You can win and lose some fights. You know, it's 50-50. But when you are singly trying to go fast 9, and there are 3 players rolling deep on stage 3 and 4 players rolling deep on stage 4, you're losing every single one of those fights. You're dying before you make it. So it's really about reading the lobby tempo and saying, okay, these guys are reading it out. I can be the one player spiking right now. I can guarantee I win these fights, and at the very least, I play for a top 4. So as you adapt, depending on the strength from other players, is I think the key for these next 2 games for the entire weekend, really.
Composition I've been really impressed about is actually going to be the Shadow Isles line. We just saw Setsuko and Dasik both take first places with that sort of playstyle, and it has been at the expense of a lot of these 8-pack Fast 9 players where you just get that Callista on 7, you're really steady, and if you find that Ornn, it gives you that additional cap that usually isn't there to then take you over the top. So I think forecasts are actually performing quite well in the sense that if you can stabilize, a lot of the Fast 9 players are just not going to bother you that much.
I mean, Panda even said it's the safe game plan. It's kind of what you would expect to be the normal game plan when you lock into a TFT game, is get to level 7, get to level 8, find those forecasts, stabilize, and then cross your fingers you can make it later on into the rest of the game to actually get to level 9 and level 10 to really cap out that board. And it's not just Callista. We've seen a couple of other forecasts in the mix. Of course, I think Kaisa has kind of been the big discussion point in coming into the weekend, which is the long shots as just a composition have been very, very strong. But I also kind of want to call attention to some of the other forecasts that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, the big split between forecasts is where do they spike? Some of them are unlocked forecasts on level 7, and all of these, I think Callista is the last to join the party, of Yone's, of Kaisa, of Rip Herald, where you spike sometimes as early as 3-2. Even MF can come into that time where you have this extra tempo from your augments. You can spike very early, level to 7 on 3-2, and just take over stage 3 in that sense. And the other forecasts are the traditional forecasts, where you spike on 4-1. Demacia is 80% of this share, really, because of how stable and how strong it is if you hit your 2 stars. But we also saw something like Slayers from Brevin in his last game. Something like Bilgewater can also be that. Vagar potentially even as well.
Please. Although it hasn't looked very good when we've seen it on broadcast in our regional finals or during the Tactician's Crown. But let's turn our attention now to game number 5 of day 1. The biggest point earners in this lobby so far are Saya, Setsuko, Ringo, and Kambuli, hailing over from the Americas. But the players that really need to turn this around are Kubiksin, Yo-Yo, and Brosif, all sitting towards that elimination cutoff.
And Kubi's a player who has been very dominant in EMEA. He was the highest pro point order across the TPC. And he told me that after playing scrims, he realizes that his biggest edge and his biggest strength against the EMEA field is that he's very good at playing for Fast 9, of playing for very high cap boards, and of winning games. But when he compares himself now to some of the best players from APAC and CN, he feels he's not as good as they are at this same strength. So he feels he'll have a hard time adapting to what his game plan should be for this TAC round stage, and that has been the case just yet. He is a player who is an EMEA champion. He's a Polish champion when he was 15 years old. He knows what it means to compete. He's been competing for a very long time despite his age, and I'm sure he can turn it around here.
I love the video we got a chance to show of Kubiksin before we even got into our broadcast for the day. If you didn't get a chance to watch that, please go back and do so. It brought tears to my eyes.
I was worried I would miss the start of the next lobby. I kept running back and forth.
And so the fact that he's here, I mean, I think that Kubiksin, especially when he burst onto the scene with somebody.
We'll see how long it is before they actually start it, but yeah, next lobby is set to go.
You will need at least 2 third places to comfortably move on, being the last seed in the lobby right here.
2 games left.
And we're gonna see, hi Bebo, good morning. Hi Natures, thanks for the subscription. Welcome to the Gal Club.
The goats that are not entering the conversation for this tournament with double, but definitely are still there. We'll hope to see them again next set's TAC round.
They got so close.
But I have my water boiling to make a new coffee. Got my hash browns in the toaster. And I also threw in a spicy chicken patty.
They're always within that arm's reach.
Nice.
To cover,
good way to round up the next 2 games.
Exactly, and I've got 2 cuties to hold me over during the air frying process.
Happen to have a market share between the 2 of them.
You have to remember the 1-2 punch between these 2 players. Going from set
and
9 all the way to set 13, they won 4 championships in between.
Also.
It was basically, 2 kings ruling our entire TFT world. I'm sure they're going to come back soon.
And it's just hard. The field is just so competitive. Gobo mentioned he.
Oh, yeah, I guess that would take them away. I can do this actually.
You look at those standings and you do scratch your head sometimes because how is it that all of these top players from CN and all of these top players from APAC are towards the bottom of the standings? And that's just because the field is as experienced as they are and like as amazing as they are. And we say this every single set, but you're right. And the field of players are noticing it too.
There's some very good brownie cooks out there. I'm just going to leave it at that, and I hope my APAC study group can start to show up a little bit more.
The brownie has turned out perfect up until now. Elia will say, of course, in his 2nd place position. We'll see if it ends up burning by the end of the day. Hopefully not.
Gotta keep the edges of the brownies nice and crisp.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, like a thought for both of you. Okay. I want your opinion on this. What is the best type of brownie? There's 2 different ways that you can cut a brownie sheet. And all of you in chat will know if you've ever made brownies. They can kind of either be sort of like moist brownies, or you can get the crust on the edges and those edge pieces, or they've got that nice texture to them. So what type of brownie enjoyer
Lil Bear has the best
crispy
photo. Because he's wearing the chonk hat, is what I would say.
The best of both worlds.
Agreed. Chonk beats all.
I was going to say gooey in the middle, too.
I think that I'm with you, and I'm sure that most people might be with you.
Was he the one that was also running the black and white chonk?
It's, the mix of both game plans, which is hopefully what we see in this TFT tournament. Some free cost reroll, some standard 4 cost, but also some risky fast 9, especially from players like the APAC players.
We also
2
got
Ixtal games, 2 Ixtal wins. I think
scoreboard sorted.
But Clement, are they kind of warming up into that final boss phase?
But we're going into game.
Yes, this is the perfect comeback situation for those players on the bottom of the lobby. We're looking at Kubi, who needs those extra points. We're looking at players like Yeo Swang from the JOC. they have to
Silver
play
Scrapes
predetermined game
Encounter.
plans. If you're going to get, 10, 12 points.
Silver Scrape's another one I like for Tiny a lot. Except for Checkmate.
Our encounter, seeing the Baron means that we're going to get this nice epic showdown between the final two
Low
players in the
impact, but
lobby, sharing a
exciting
very
finish
big
for
minus
final
share of
two.
gold. But
Unless we
before
get another
that
double
gold,
kill.
I think that there are a couple of things
Yeah.
that can
You get double
affect
kill
your
and you get no
gameplay
encounter.
until then. One of which is going to be the first augment that we see. If we get prismatic,
So I
this might
think
be a
this is the
crazy
first
game.
time we'll
One
see
important thing will be not
Setsuko
forgetting
and
what encounter we're
Ringo
in. Throughout this set and in
and
tournaments, we've seen a lot of players. I'm a
Yayo
little bit surprised
Schwab.
with
Why
the
did
goal
all
coming
this
in.
gold
You're like,
come
oh
from?
wait, I forgot. It's been so long.
Sounds good to me.
But we're attack
Or-
round. Hopefully
oh,
our
and,
players have the focus to keep everything sharp.
QB.
And I do want to point out that
Yeah,
this is one
so
of
3 new
those,
players here for
final
us.
duels where you can
4.
see the APM really matter. A lot of times it will end on those 3-star 4 costs when you suddenly get that 70 gold injection. Oh, pair for Setsuko here. Let's see if he wants to go in potential
Shadow
Bilgewater.
Isles again.
There's a Viego 2 already for Ringo we saw, so potentially a player that is going to be thinking about playing for Shadow Isles. You don't need Viego 2 anymore, but because of how the line works, you kind of want Viego 2 because you really want to be streaking stage 2 unless you're playing for the full loose streak style.
Actually, I think Setsuko is going to try to unlock Graves.
Yeah, does
In
have
Robin's lobby, I think it was loot sub and they all got fawn.
for their augment selection before they commit to the Graves.
to start the
It
game.
does, potentially slow you down by 1 round, but you can live with that.
Kind of awkward components though. For
Certainly
Bilgewater
opens
with
up
the starting round.
some options.
This is what I wanted. I wanted the chaos.
And we
Secret of
start with the
Sands,
prismatic.
Special potentially.
Oh,
if you
don't
want to play
say
for
that.
Shurima. For Shurima,
No.
I believe.
Oh, Setsuko picked that augment in the Americas regional finals, and I
Yep,
swear
I
was
remember.
just
We haven't
for
seen any
fun,
prismatic
because
openers,
that
right?
game did not
No,
go very
this is
well
our
for
first
him.
one.
Don't remind us. Let us believe, Nekra.
Very good tempo start to kind of play that and go into the Shurima line. You need so much additional HP.
Oh, he picked it.
I like how those
Here's
Deadlier
what-
Blades and Deadlier Capsule show as
Oh.
golden.
His augment. It's his
Yeah.
style. It's Setsuko special.
Wait, but Deadlier Caps?
Wait, Ringo did as
Campbell,
well.
my goat!
Two
Wait,
players.
oh
pick
no.
Secret of
Two
Sands.
Secret of the Sands.
Kempsey is going straight Yordles. Let's go.
I know.
Vygar.
Kambuli is
And two
my
9
goat.
lives.
He has the dead.
Yeah,
What an
death
interesting
lives.
lobby.
I'm so excited. See, let my Vagar shine.
This is a crazy start and a crazy augment picks. 2 9 lives as well, which is usually not good news for either of the 9 lives players.
Brosep also had
similar tempo spikes,
Secret of the
which
Sands
is
as
double
an
or
option,
triple
right? We
lives
could have
on
had 3 of them.
We could have.
If I'm Raiko Mastery, I'm just looking around the lobby and it's like, wait a minute, why are all of your boards just empty? What's happening here?
Why is
Hello,
everyone playing
Domino.
for content? This is a
It
serious
is
game.
going.
Oh,
We are in
man.
there. We just
Well,
got our
I
first
think there are a
prismatic
couple
start.
Of people that are definitely going to want to try to win streak here. I
And
think Broseph is one of them. Being
and
able to
so
take
far,
the
Cora and I are
additional
not doing
artifacts.
well in our
Sometimes you can
pick'ems.
still win streak just by
For-
getting the
for-
He sold his
I think he
entire
sold,
board.
he sold his board.
That's
he
about-
sold his
It's only
board.
day one.
It's about
Maybe-
yeah
no,
where
but
we're
after-
at.
Maybe after.
He
but
wants
like,
to proc the Fortune Strength as early as possible, probably.
Really?
To then try
I
and
feel
take
like
over.
you can play it
Overall,
both ways.
pretty
But
well.
maybe because you're looking at the 9 lives players. I don't know.
Darth Nub and
Yeah, this is
Setsuko
going to be very
here.
interesting to see who breaks
are
the
in our
loss
top
streak
8.
because it actually is the run to 5 losses for maximum econ.
And for Broseph, the earlier you get to 40 HP, the earlier you can see your augments or your artifacts and then kind of decide what direction you want to take instead of deciding first and being overcommitted and then having to play around.
Haven't
with
seen
stuff
enough
for
9
artifacts.
lives this set, especially after all the unlock changes, to know like what ideally want to play for from 9 lives.
You get. You can kind of splash them into anything. Like one of the things that I think about is Demacia. You have 2 different types of carries that can actually
I'm
utilize the
not
items whether you
sure
choose to
what
go
was
for
played the
Vayne
last
or
time.
for Lux.
The last time we
So
saw it
I don't
either,
necessarily
I want
agree
to
that
say
you
it was a
always have to
build
last
water,
streak to
but
get those
I could be wrong
artifacts.
there.
You can still play from ahead and play win streak style.
You could, but Broseph chose to sell his board.
And I realize now that that is the
Yep,
error
you're
in
right
my
back.
ways.
We
I
have
didn't see the
3
Toaster
players
has
that
alarmed
have
me the
nothing
food
on
is
their
ready.
board, which is crazy at this point of the game. I do want to highlight Yayo Swang, who is actually trying to play serious TFT and starting with the Deadlier Blades to stack up. This actually puts him in a very big detriment because there's nothing to stack on a lot of these boards.
And he just hit a Scion 2, and you kind of need to get some takedowns to get that Scion stacking as well. So
It's like,
this double stacking strategy is not going to be ideal.
Wait, but did you both notice? Saya and Kubi actually both ran into full open players because they did see the 9 lives. So they're down to 8 lives.
Tragic.
Oh no.
Yeah, when you are playing this 9 lives, you actually prefer bigger losses because you don't actually lose additional HP anyway. So, just losing by nothing is just feels bad moment. We'll see how Yeoswan pilots this game plan for Deadlier Blades. This is actually a very, very rare pickup from players.
Would be interesting until the Kai'Sa long shots before the nerfs came through, but we'll see exactly in this meta what he angles for. Potentially just Jinx and Warwick is an option, but I think 9 lives also, you want to play into that quite a bit. We have one player at least that I think was angling that. And Raiko, the Ionia special, has a Rage Blade slammed, has Ionia online. I wonder if he wants to play into Yunara.
What do you think about Yunara right now? Because I remember at the start of the set when we had that patch where Yunara was just queen. You wanted Yunara, you wanted Ionia, it didn't really matter. There were going to be 4 people that would actually contest the Yunara. But now it feels like one of those champions where you would rather actually have the Ahri and the Yone rather than the Yunara.
So my study group has studied Raiko intensively because nobody in APAC plays Ionia Yunara. We don't think it's a very good comp. And the conclusion that we've came to is with Yunara, you actually lose on stage 4 no matter what. It's very, very difficult to win with her. But if you have Path of the Prosperous, you can go fast 9. You're starting with those items. It's actually not a bad top 4 type of composition.
That's all you need in this day. You just want to get top 4, accumulate as many points as possible. Avoid that bottom 8 elimination, and then think about the next games ahead of you that will happen on day 2. Brosif is going to take another loss to maintain the loss streak. Asaya actually gets a win on the board. Going to be pretty short-lived here, though, for Setsuko, as he's also hoping to start to string some losses together and upset a little bit of the lobby tempo.
And talking about lobby tempo, this is one of those games where it's going to be a little bit more artificial. It's not the standard game of TFT where players are kind of spiking at different times. There'll be a lot of players spiking near the end of stage 3. Players like the 9 lives player, for example, as well. Brosif, once he hits 40, which is usually around 3-5 ideally. And so players have to keep this information in mind and formulate their own game plans knowing this. If you're trying to roll down early for stage 4, you might still be losing those rounds because other players are spiking as well.
Yeah, I think if you are at the end of the day 1 and you know that there's 2 players that are 11, 13
I think it
points
might be Ionia XP.
you do expect the lobby tempo to actually
Yeah,
slow
I was
down a
about
little
to
bit
ask
because
if
they
you had a
are
guess.
forced into the fast 9 boards.
Considering
I think this will be the
it's that
most
4
exciting
XP.
3-5 round we'll see all tournament long. Double Secret of the Sands proccing as well.
I didn't see if had Ionia in
can't
the whole
wait to
time or
see what
not.
happens with that, because when you know that there's going to be a player that actually
Never mind,
has
I
the
just
same
saw gold
bucket
drop.
as you, we're testing each other.
It's gold Ionia.
What do you do? Do you just say, I'm going to full send it, try to roll first, or do you try to get different Shurima units unlocked?
I have the coolest script for you guys. How about they mirror their win-losses and both go for 4 Shurima? Do you think that's possible?
Is that actually
Mathematically,
possible?
I have some doubts.
Oh yeah, I guess
But,
this is the
here we
standard
are in this
XP.
world, I think I believe anything.
I'm tired.
Put out another point for
I
this
want
script.
to.
If on 3-2 we actually see
I can't do
something like
math.
Tiniest Titans get HP back to these players, it's very,
So
very
it
feasible to actually
wasn't
get
gold,
that
it was the
online.
XP.
Cool.
No,
Both
it's the
Ringo
gold
have
one.
lost a lot of HP already. There are edge cases where you have a very high roll opener with Secret of the Sands and you win streak stage 2 and 3 anyway.
Unless they got
Once
gold
you
from
go
something
into the
else,
Azir
but
unlock and you get into Shurima, you have a lot of HP to play with to try and go for 4 Shurima. I think it's not the case for either Ringo or Setsuko here.
Yeah, the typical script you have to do is on 3-5 you get the Azir and then you have to loss, win, loss, loss, loss into Nasus and then full win into Renekton. That's kind of the dream scenario right there and the shortest amount of time you can get that win con online. But you need a lot of HP and you actually need to roll very heavily to ensure you can get those win streaks.
Let's look at Cam. He's got 2 death caps now.
double decap.
Yeah.
There could be some
Old
really
Vagar.
strong augment spikes here for Cam. Yordle
So,
as a comp
yeah,
really
this is the
favors
first
extra slots on
game
the
that
floor,
I've
so
seen
like
Cam
coordination
not
could be huge if we see
try
Vagar
out
augment on 3-2.
that pure
So
Ionia
Cam, I think more than
open.
any other player in this lobby in stage 3 is really going to be aware
the
of
Ahri
what
is
his
right
3
there.
stage 3 augment will be.
I'm wondering. I wonder
Doesn't
if
have
it's
the
tempting at
tempo
all.
for it, but we've also seen Wasian before actually
I
go
mean,
for
his next
Crown
level
in this
is
composition
6
as well.
Yordle, so
Extremely
Yeah.
cool to kind of do that. The main thing you want to do is just get the 8 Yordle buffs online as soon as possible for the cash outs.
A tier on Carousel would also be really big. Cam doesn't really have prio right now, so gonna have to hope to be able to slam
Was he
that
missing?
token
Oh,
eventually with
Kobuko.
Veigar.
Prismatics.
There's a 20% chance it could be a prismatic.
Or Tristana.
No.
We got the 50-50.
Someone like Raiko should be pretty happy having so much of an item advantage and an HP lead right now on the Ionia line with Buried Treasures for it to be kind of a lower tempo, lower variance augment coming in.
Ooh, that's a huge hit for both Ringo and Raiko right here. So the win streakers are going to continue, and Ringo, I think, can start to preserve HP for further Shurima play. Doesn't find a great hit on the back line. Does get Tristana too. No items for it. Would have really preferred an Orianna unlock if he did have that.
Look, Clement, it's your favorite augment.
Oh, everyone's taking it.
Not one, but two Dumbify.
Can I just say something? If you take a first place with Dumbify or Golemify, I'm just saying the next best player won. It's just like, it doesn't count. Good job, second place.
That's some true hate watching from Clement. You guys in chat should learn.
I'm going to take Dumbify or Golemify against you every single game now.
Yeah, the buffs have been very, very powerful, giving you the additional carry and changing it so that you always have baseline HP. That's why these players are able to play it from basic full open spots.
Maybe a little bit too strong, though, for Broseph. Would have liked to lose the next two fights and ideally land right at 40 or 39 HP. Is not going to do that, going to win this next one. And now we'll see when he will end up cashing out the Forge in Strength.
And taking a look across the lobbies here, we are going to have both of the low HP
players,
players, Vixon and Saya, kind of settled into their 3-cost reroll lines
in this lobby already.
So, as you know, Panda mentioned at the start of the day, you have low HP, high econ.
I don't think we did in this lobby.
Oh, this Zambessa is
because,
already online.
Some of the cash outs will be lesser duplicators, so you have just an easier chance of hitting your 3-star 3-cost for even less econ.
Good find for Saya here. He does get the team building on the silver augments, and this is one of those players that I do think we should mention. A lot of the EMEA and Americas players have been telling us that, hey, even though he's JOC, even though he plays...
How many lives, at how many lives do you get the cat ears? Is it final life?
You gotta avoid him in the draft.
So.
3?
It might be 3.
25 points in 4 games, I believe it.
Yeah, well, it does feel like JOC always has 1 or 2 pop-up players. You know, Nandada in set 13 with the 40 bomb, and then Weimu Luocho, of course, in set 15. Looks
this
like
Darius unit. Almost cast again.
Second place for Weimu makes me think that, like, I'm gonna believe.
That was kind of close. We would have cast one more. Might have been able to win.
And they really do just pop off for one set. I'm never going to underestimate them for the future.
I think Hanxing especially has caught everyone's attention. Now, 4th time to tack round, even though he is from JOC, doing great so far in the tournament.
We get our Azirs coming up soon.
And Saya has found early Mbessa as well. Wonder if that
It's just playing the Malzahar reroll. That's what, like, my initial thought on 9 lives was to just play it kind of calculated loss, just going to Malzahar.
I don't know, because I guess
There's an
it
option.
depends on how you feel like you're going to do. The fact you only have 3 lives left, it looks like it is just going to be a level up to 7, and we're going to get at least a roll for some stabilization.
It's a Senna.
It's pretty big. Maybe with that, I actually might feel a little more comfortable to try to go
a Fiddlesticks.
further than this.
A Fiddlesticks
no
and
a
a
Senna. I think it was a
Senna.
consideration to play around some kind of fast 980 flex from this position, but gonna roll down heavily. I think he just wants to stabilize and stop losing lives. He's on 3 of his 9 lives right now, which is definitely a risky position to be in.
We sold the Mbessa, right?
Yeah, we
Annie
sold the
as well, so quite a
Mbessa.
few interesting 5-cost options.
Okay, we're gonna sell them all. Interesting.
Yeah, it's just a tough
I wonder,
call because you
maybe
did
we
take
sold the
team
Mbessa.
building. I think
Did we
the
sell the
original plan
Mbessa
was
before
to
we
just try to go
saw
for reroll. You're still holding 5
Fiddlesticks? I don't
copies of
think
the Scion.
so.
And so bare
Interesting.
minimum, you should be able to get something like a Scion 3 and see if you can go further than that. But you've got the Secrets of the Sands players that I think are also giving
Interesting, we're still holding the
Saya a
Scions.
little bit of a harder
Yeah.
difficulty to make a decision.
Yeah, just taking a look at the Sands players here, I don't think they really have the HP amounts to go for like the optimal game plan, but this is when we should really start paying attention to their boards because they could be angling for an early Zareth. So we have to pay attention to their lost win streaks and how they want to play it out. For Setsuko, he's 4-win streak, very strong board. He could decide to use those removers.
Very awkward cash outs there from Saya. Doesn't have any backline items. Can't start itemizing LeBlanc. Gets a TG as his final, or one of his cash outs from 9 lives. Can have that on LeBlanc.
6 Zoe, 2 Malzahar.
Has a Sunfire on the Scion, which would be the TG holder in this case. So just a little bit awkward with how his items have panned out. But double.
There's the
Rabadon
Veigar.
on the Veigar online here for Cambuli.
Look at the Veigar. Look at him go! I love this little guy.
You can make it to level 8, have all 8 Yordles.
Cool. I don't know, like I have a lot of.
Just between
Veigar
you and me, he
is
my short king as
nature's
well.
favorite
Like,
champion.
I have a lot of really like good
Interesting.
feelings about Veigar,
Yeah.
especially when he used to be a part of like the honeybee trait.
Honeymancy, yeah.
Yeah, and also just I don't know, he's cool.
Also, I think you're
My
a
favorite
voice
League
line
champion to
enjoyer, Necra, and
Yes.
there's many voice lines coming out from these Yordles
Yes.
if you've been playing a lot of this set. So I understand it, Necra,
I
don't
know
worry.
too many.
Raiko also understands what it means to win streaks.
I wish we could
and
see
win
how many
streaks on his Ionia
stacks he has
line,
on both the death
perfect
caps.
Recipe for success for Raiko in particular. As you mentioned earlier, Clement, he has been the ace when it comes to Ionia
That would be
throughout
cool
this
to
entire
see.
set. He was 3rd in pro points in TPC, mostly off of really perfecting this comp, and it was strong for so much of this set. We're seeing it here again.
And a big point I want to
Big
mention
dummy and
about
two
Sans
little
players,
boots.
both of them have
Yeah.
opted into a
I was gonna say,
win-loss
2
situation.
Darius
So
in
the next fight
here
is critical for
over
them if they
any-
want to get those Xeraths
anything
online.
else,
There
but
is a world where they just run
yeah.
into each other,
Nothing to put
and
in.
only one of them
Everything's
gets it.
One
one
of them
off.
gets the Xerath and one of them
Yeah,
gets
I mean, it seems like still
Right?
kind of having,
And only
you know,
one
to remake
direct
board
will be
after it all
available.
gets
Oh,
replaced
right.
by
Yeah.
Dumbify.
Ooh.
And then you also know that you're getting the
You're
Azir
right. Sorry. It was an ace.
right
my
after,
brain's not working.
so.
Uh-huh. Don't gaslight me.
Yeah, sorry.
I
You're
don't
totally
trust
correct.
Clement anymore.
He's
Necra-
gaslighting me
That's a
because
big
I'm a
hit.
Veigar enjoyer. I get it now.
And we see it.
Wow,
Ringo's
that's crazy.
rolling down on level 7. He wants that Xerath early.
Tetsuko is just biding his time.
Setsugo is just chatting.
It's a matter of what other Shurima units do they go for.
He feels
Yeah.
he seems like he's very like, you know, moisturized, vibing in his lane,
Well,
excited to
there's
see if
two
he
people in
can
his
get
lane. I
this
think
here.
the lane is occupied, maybe.
I don't know about that. I mean, he sees the Veigar. So
I bet
guess
Tetsuko rolls down
Tetsuko's
next
quite happy with
turn.
this.
Oh, I think he's going to get it.
I think
Still
so.
1-star Veigar on the side of Cambuli. Not
Is-
enough front line. Very early
Yeah.
charms rolling in now.
You want to get there
Has the
first.
wall stack
then-
happen. Yeah.
What ends up happening with our other Sans player, Ringo? Paying
Not
attention.
sure.
Good way to turn though if
Oh,
trying
that's
to
the win.
unlock
Players win.
Xerath.
Oh,
Oh,
my
that was
goodness.
Xerath.
And
Alright,
we're going to
perfect.
finish out the game with a gold augment.
Staffsmith is
Yeah, 'cause
pretty
then can
big
level
for
on-
Ringo.
go for
He
streak
has
to
have
get,
two backline,
Renekton.
AP carries itemized.
Gilded Steel would be huge for either of the Sans players. Okay, nobody gets it.
Wow.
We're not that
Crazy.
crazy.
JG
That's
Gunblade
crazy.
Archangels here for Ringo. A perfect setup already for the Xerath that just came in right out of the oven. So this is going to be one of the strongest players, especially once those
Okay,
really
yeah.
high roll charms come through.
Ringo's looking pretty strong here.
Yeah, one of the ones we have to mention has to be the world. It actually gives you all of your unlock forecasts as well, so you can spike super hard. It's basically just a 20 free gold injection a lot of the times. And Yayo Swang has to dig himself out of a hole a little bit.
So it was a Kaiser long shots regardless of the
Just
nerfs.
forgetting to remove the
Coming
item
in the
or the
AP there,
augments on the right because I want to see if
definitely
Setsuko's
feeling
on
augments
streak or
coming in
not.
there
If he
great.
got Xerath as well this turn.
Kaisa's a part
I,
of Void versus Kaisa
I have no
as
control.
a part of the Demacia line, as we have kind of seen before. Malicious monetization picked
They'll-
up
they should
by
change.
Jaegel means that he really wants to be able to actually
They
try to
should
take out
change
these
here
champions and try to get that gold. But if you don't,
I need to see it before
then
this
you're not
fight
gonna
ends
get
though,
anything.
which I'm
know.
not going
And I
to
think
because they
Ringo
won't
is
know if
not
it.
the type of person you want to see on the other side.
We'll see his
The
board
component
eventually, I'm
couldn't-
sure.
Couldn't really slam items onto this Rift Herald. He has just too much offensive items, and it can't really make it work on the front line.
Yayo
Two
Swang's
win
face said
streak.
everything right there. It's like, what? That's a level 7 board? It's just Taric 2, Xerath in the back.
Kubi's trying to spike as well. He's one off the Zoe 3. Getting a little bit closer to Leona as well. Has still one lesser duplicator and one full
Okay.
I think he got it
off of
then.
9 live, so has still a chance to maybe go for a huge spike on this turn.
Oh, he's got to roll faster because the timing is going down.
Okay,
Mal's
Mal's
actually the
free.
more important carry.
And then
in
we
this
have the
composition,
dupe
so
for
finding that is actually
Zoe
huge,
next
but he
turn.
won't have
Okay.
time to shift the items over.
Or the Leona. Has
And
both
Reiko
actually,
should
because
be
has 2
losing most of the
dupes.
fights here in stage 4.
Yep.
We talk about this all day long.
Yep.
You win stage 2.
We just
you
need
win
more
stage
items.
3, save your gold, skip
I'm
stage 4,
Skarner
and then
immediately
try
on
and fight
them.
stage 5. As you're mentioning, Clement, with Ionia, you really want to get to level 9 to actually
It's
have
okay,
a chance
can
to
afford to
fight that
lose
fast
one.
keyboard, so
Reiko has
could have been a free
the
win, but not
Kindred up
quite the case
already
for
as
Kubi
well.
here until he hits these 3 stars.
And Yayo Swang with malicious monetization doesn't find the Kaisa
I noticed
too.
that we're
Actually
not
takes a
going to the
two-loss streak
leftover
here, so,
fights.
you know, very difficult position with a dig
Setsuko
you out of
lost.
yourself out of a hole. I'm sorry, I was slurring you.
No, you're right though, because I think it's just one of those things where you really wanted to get the money, but you can't.
Azir?
Yeah, Setsuko has their thing. Okay.
Ringo would be the next to be
So both
released.
Seekers of the Sands
Yayo
got
said it. I'm not
their
talking malicious. You guys are not getting
Zerats.
Azir. That's how it works.
And Kambuli's gonna play goalkeeper, yes.
He finally gets his tier, hooray. And Kamuli, I do think he rolled a little, but unfortunately didn't find anything. He's down to 2 gold, so this is actually a pretty big miss on his part. You do need to stack a little bit for the Veigar to get its full potential.
And most often you want to try and get a big econ augment on 4-2.
I wouldn't ever go for this Noxus board from 9 lives.
Not the case. Got a half econ with customizable.
What would keep you from it?
Full hits
I feel like it's I don't know. I feel like it doesn't spike hard enough to like win some of the later fights after having lost a bunch. And it's like super, I feel like, at least this version too, super reliant on the Darius. So if you don't hit the Darius, I don't know how you win the fights. And 9 lives isn't like great at helping you necessarily hit. Like you have to hit when you normally would on tempo. Like you cannot be behind.
I think you do have to just send it and hope that the 3 stars in the back line are going to be enough.
Yep, desperation play for him, but it's the best he can do at the moment. Already has.
Fortunately for them, they hit both the LeBlanc and Draven to save them there.
Board here as well.
But like, cause I think the,
he has decided to go into
I don't know, maybe I feel like the Leona board that Sean is playing is more stable on 2 stars.
I'm just laughing because this is such a
So like you can get away with it because you can hit a few turns later and be safer because it is a bit more stable.
When it dies, and that's one of the few tanks that can run directly into your back line. So
I remember this Mundo with some augment long time ago. Do not ask me what set it was or what augment it was that would do the same kind of thing. It would just be
Get
an
a quick
AP bomb.
peek at Setsuko's board here.
I think the Singed is so funny. So it's really trying to hunt after the Xerath that has appeared on Setsuko's board, but not really going to be targeting down the Singed.
Double Archangels, if the second cast comes through, that could be huge. I'm not sure we're going to make it there. Yeah, Setsuko takes a very big loss without that second Xerath cast.
He looks very upset.
He's getting Spirit Link value, so there is that at least going for him. Raiko,
And Setsuko has just enough HP to unlock Nasus.
Yeah, we expect him to go up to all level 9 on stage 5-2, and then he's going to start looking for that Kindred as his next spike. Yayo Shuang, in the meantime, you know, we know he low rolled on stage 4, full loss streak with malicious monetization and a stacking requirement.
I forget it's the Nasus. Is it 3 or 4 losses?
Very dire for him.
I think it's 4.
After you unlock Xerath.
Intrigued in this position for him.
So if loses 1, should still be 2 lives.
With his Kaisa on level 7, go directly for Baron.
Yeah.
Not going to happen, unfortunately.
But it's tough because I think especially when you are at this point total, 13 points, you're probably going to be eliminated at the end of the day unless you do something quite special. And if it isn't today, it's going to be one of the first elimination cuts tomorrow since the points carry over. So I think for Yayo it really was, I'm going to hope that this is a triple prismatic lobby. Even if the chances of that happening are slim to none, you gotta hope that you get to something that maybe gives you like win out so you can actually get to level 9, go 10, get the Baron, get more points on the board. It just didn't happen this game.
It's kind of a fake ace, because you're forced to risk so much that it either comes out your way and you find your way back outside of that cut range, or you just fall even further down into this 8th and 7th place position.
Oh, Setsi is gunning for a very, very big roll down straight to level 9 here. Let's see how much HP he can preserve. He's going to be in the 10s here. But in the 10s could be a huge difference between 1 life or 2 lives.
Nice.
Setsi only lost by 3 units. He should still have 2 lives available. That's actually very lucky for him to run into one of the weaker players in the lobby.
Big win for Saya as well. The 2 lives from Kubi are worth that much more that we're this late in stage 5, with everyone starting to even out into that 1 or 2 life territory.
Oh, Setsuko's he's leveling.
Darius
leveling
3 for Saya. It's a big
now
upgrade
Nice.
with shielding over in
Level up
particular.
from
Yeah, that looks
Trying
really
to
strong.
gain those overheals on the Darius and keep him alive in the front line.
All right,
Yep, there's that Nasus.
Oh, that's big.
Just as we come back.
Nasus
Well, that's a huge hit.
Is
There.
looking very suspicious here. I'm not sure this is actually enough.
On
It's
the
tough
water
because
water
you do have a
axiom?
couple of good tank items, but this is not the player you want to run into. Saya, who just got this
Should
knockout
cast
reroll
pretty
board
fast.
all the way online. This front line is not going to stand tall against this Darius.
And
Just
look at
missing
what
Seraphim
Saya is
staff.
doing. Because he knows there's
Right,
the water
yeah.
axiom, he's just positioning all of his backline on the other side of the board.
Yeah,
100%
8-second cast,
making
pretty
sure that
good.
You can't accidentally snipe his carries.
If the Xerath cast, I think
And
Setsi
second
might
one
win
comes
this.
out
The
here
burst will not allow
also.
Darius to heal too much, but he's not able to kill everything.
But
The
not
Darius
gonna
still
be enough for
survives.
him.
And Setsuko now goes
Almost.
down to 1
went
life.
out?
Hambuli goes out in 8th place.
My
Unfortunately, the
Veigar
Yordles are not working today. We saw Broseph go 7th, now Cambly go
If it
8th.
had better RNG from the Xerath and
I
hit the
will
backline
say,
unit sooner,
while I
maybe
think
could
that
have won.
Veigar is
Wait,
very
no, it's
fun
a
to
7th.
I think
see,
the first
Plus 1
cast
place.
too
that is
only
still not
Let's
very
go.
good.
yeah.
And it's just tough. I
Get
think
all the
when
way
you
there.
have these 3-star 3-cost boards, it's just not able to stand tall to that. Maybe Cam was also missing out on something there. Would have liked to have additional econ to actually use the Yordles as a stepstone to get to level 9 and Annie.
A better final item here for Kubi. We'll see if that'll be enough here. Has hit all of his 3 stars, is on his last 9 lives, similar to Sayo. Maybe we even see a mirror match between these 2 players. Nope, it'll be Ringo facing off against the Polish player. We'll see what they can do here. Double stone plate. Spirit Visage, Leona going to hang on for a long time here, but the Xerath might just burst through the Leona before she can get the DR online.
Combat Charm also purchased for Ringo early on, so there's an additional 2-second stun. It is all going to come down to the backline snipes. The Xerath on the same side doesn't find the backline just yet. Actually spread damage, not focusing down on the Leona.
The Gunblade really helping as well, and that's a big fight win for Kubi. Ringo, I think, will
Oh my
be
gosh.
taken down.
I didn't
Despite
expect
what
Ringo
looked
to
like a
die
very
there.
clean game on the Shurima line.
Oh, that means that
I guess
Setsuko would actually
that's-
have
yeah,
a
let's
couple
have
of
a
those
mash
Shurima
max.
units now back in the pool. Was sitting on a
3
pair
out.
of Nasus, so that might be a huge
3
deal.
out.
Necro, the Yordle emblem.
No,
No.
So that's looking good for
I
our
was never
Setsuko to
saying
pick
that's
up
for
Nasus.
Gambuli, and you know it.
It's just so tough because you don't get enough econ from silver augments on 3-2, and I think a lot of these boards
Looking
were
at
hoping
the
for them, especially
state
with the item
right
starts.
Oh,
now,
for sure.
I think
Saw
Cam would have had
7th,
such a higher
I'm not
average
too
placement if there was a
sure.
prismatic on 3-2 instead of that silver.
I'm confident
But
with
it
where
is,
Broseph
like a
is.
tough roll, right? It's only a 20% chance for you to
after
have been able
this
to get
win
that second
streak,
prismatic augment.
where
so I
where
think
we're
it
going
was always like
up.
a high risk, high reward strategy.
Yeah.
For that. And the
That's
people
one of
that
those
play
where,
with
like,
me for the
I
ones
feel
that
like
are coming out of the
Broseph
top
is
4 in this lobby.
potentially the weakest in the
Especially
lobby,
Broseph,
but
felt
he's
like
on
his
an
game
8
plan was
streak.
great. He
So
knew
it's
that
Yeah.
there was
like,
a lot of people trying to lose streak. He made sure that none of them actually got the
I don't know, it is a lot
Killed
of,
all
I mean,
them,
that is a lot of
a great
HP.
game
That
plan,
dummy and
shifting
the,
its, composition
Mhm.
based on
all the
gold defined that wants to
artifacts,
stall,
kind of a
and also
lot.
just the good items for the Jinx comp.
And we'll
Battle of
see
the win
how
streakers
it
now. Darius reroll up
pans
against
out
this
here
Jinx board from
against
Broseph with all the extra artifacts helping his board out.
Saya.
We'll see where the Singed ends up exploding, maybe in that bottom right corner onto the backline carries on this Noxus con.
It's working. There's only 1 life left
Oh.
here for Saya. Kubikson is also going to be on his
It's
last
just
life,
4
and
artifacts.
Saya
Is that strong?
slayed out
Yeah.
of this competition in the bottom 4. And Setsuko is also going
As
to
soon as he
fall
cashed
here.
out his 4
Pushes
artifacts, I don't
Setsuko
think he's
out in 5th,
lost.
and Saya
Mhm.
walks away with a 4th place.
This is the classic Raiko game where you suddenly go to his board, he's still alive playing Ionia. It was the case last match as well during regionals. He's in the top 3 facing off against these extremely scary boards. He just always ends
2
up
stars
doing it. I don't know
Shyvana,
how.
2 stars
Shyvana 2 might help.
Fiddle.
Yeah,
And we're just
big win
hanging
streak
out
for him to start this one
the
off. And Raiko
one-star
Mastery, I think he read the lobby really well. I'm not sure how
It's
fast
hat.
he picked his augment, but he was clearly getting the sense that, wait a minute, nobody is playing a real board. Everyone's
It's interesting to
faking,
see
so I'm just
Yunara
gonna
doing
go
well
for
after
straight win
not being
streaks.
played for a few patches.
Items, lots of HP, and now a pretty good-looking board to top it all off. It's going to be
Yeah, it's
Raiko
still
Mastery up
viable.
against Brosif on your right-hand side, as Kubikson on his last life is going to be facing off against a Ghost. That was a huge shot coming through there from the Ziggs, but I think the fact that it was a Ghost board is going to save Kubikson. Raiko Mastery takes a big hit there from Brosif, and we're getting closer to our final winner in this Game 5.
Does feel like Brosif is just running away with this. The spirit of Malala just too strong in these additional artifacts coming into it. And of course, Dumbify, I've said this many times before, I think these augments are just kind of broken at this point. Great for stalling comps.
We got the message, Clement. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, I'll skip it.
And I think Raiko is one of the players that benefited the most from the general augment setup that we got in this game. The buried treasures into a low impact silver where he has such a huge HP and item lead. And then Swordsmith to really be able to itemize both the Kindred and the Yunara and have the duo carry he'll have by going to level 9 on stage 5 anyway. So just really strong game from Raiko here. Set 2 comes in. Set died before getting the second cast off the Warwick last fight. Maybe that is the factor that differentiates his next result.
Oh, and Kindred too. His main carry actually getting upgraded here.
Okay.
Big fine for Raiko.
Okay, now
This is the Raiko Classic.
I feel
before anyone
good
else
about
is positioning
Raiko.
Set alone in the front line, very early on to the set.
Just makes it the target so that Set has to go do his workout a little bit sooner.
More consistent.
Raiko is going to be going up
Just
against
need the
Ghost
monkey
of
too
the
now.
Malzahar Zoe board.
Yeah.
So our attention turns to the left-hand side where Brosif faces off again versus Kubikson with one
isn't
life
the
left.
Yunara on
And
the
this should be
fire
the
hex
matchup for
because
Kubi of the flat
the
DR reduction
Ionia,
from Leona
like,
onto
priority
the Jinx
there?
and mitigate a lot
we not
of
wanna
damage
put
in this long
Kindred?
fight. We'll see if it's enough here. Looks like it's a
I
very
mean, she
big
applies the
win for Kubi,
anti-hero
so
really
Brosif's
well.
gonna get taxed with
Kindred
WP.
doesn't.
And
And
Raiko's
then
down.
just the extra
Raiko
stats.
lost to that Malzahar Ghost.
And
But you know, I can apply it to backline
No.
too. They're laser
I was ready for
silver
this.
scrapes.
What do you mean? I knew it. Brosif is going to go level 10. He has a bunch of pairs on his board. He was rolling a little bit, though, so I feel like he actually forgot because he was looking for the legendary pairs to actually get
final
upgraded.
2 here
But
now.
it's going to be truly an epic showdown.
And Kubi, I think, doesn't really have much more to cap out on because he's playing 3-cost reroll, so Brosif a little bit more favored.
Slide in a
Kindred
little
2 and 1
two
Senna for
Yordle.
Kubikson. You have to
Why
think that
not?
Brosif is going to run away with this now.
The matchup, though, I still think the Leona is doing so
Wait.
much against the Jinx. We'll see if the Warwick and the Kidder can carry on that
Why-
right side.
Why are we in a
It's
2
just
box?
going to start to apply some pressure to the back line.
Yeah.
But it's
This
going
is
to
the
just
last
be this
fight.
Leona that continues to stand tall. This time around there are a couple of other units to help back up that Ziggs as that big bomb comes through. And the
so
Kindred as well.
close.
with
And
the
then especially when you have like food fight
done.
going
And
on where there's
Malzahar with his
particles
first
everywhere.
place might
Yeah,
actually
it's
take
just-
himself out of the
Would have been
elimination
cool to
zone
see
as
single fight.
Kubikson sits there with a couple more points as well.
Oh well.
Second place, I think, still strong.
No,
with
Brosif
that
actually wins it
two-player
out.
Setup on 9 lives, but Brosif has to be ecstatic.
Yeah,
he had a
just
fairly weak start to the day. I think he is,
kinda,
in some ways, trying to play some
alright, yeah,
humble
after
TFT
those
and just
anvils,
get
those
the points on the board
items
for this
really
day 1.
got him into that
really
stable
might
place.
be able
They
to
did.
catch up.
Yeah,
A
artifacts.
player that usually plays a lot of reroll and plays for only top 4 to win a game is really good news.
3 points behind
Alright,
the
let's
average,
check
starting
in
at
with the
15,
other
but then taking this win here is going to
lobbies.
jump him up to 23.
There's
And
one
we
lobby
have
still
all
going.
talked about this. The cutoff is
Got
usually
it.
22 on day 1. Takes himself above water and doesn't have to force a hard,
Oh
difficult
my
play in the next
gosh.
game.
Guess who's in the
It's
top
so
2?
interesting to see what our players decided
One
to
May
lock
making a
in terms
comeback.
of their strategies. Because
Yup,
we saw a couple
maybe.
of people try to swing big and then they missed. Especially looking
Robin
at
went
the
8th
Void
though.
coming through from Yang.
I don't know if Robin's
But
gonna
we
make
also
it day
had a
2,
couple of
make it day
players
1.
like Ringo and Setsuko
Oh,
that wanted to take
no.
Secret of the Sands, contest
That is
each other.
very
It's the hard part that like,
Didn't really
like
work
I mean,
out.
if he
It was
does well in the
middle
next one,
ground
like
type
he
thing.
can still advance, but it's like it's such a hard spot to make final lobby. But so I feel like anyone that's like, I feel like you have to be in the top half at the end of day 1 to have a chance.
That's
What am I
true,
supposed to do
actually.
now?
That's a good point. I mean, Kambuli was definitely
Unless
on the
like,
losing end of that,
otherwise you have to
hoping
come
that
into
Veigar
day
would
2
actually
and
get a
go
couple
1-1-1-1.
Ripperinos.
Exactly.
Pour one out for poor Veigar. Well, and while we're going to be
Never doing
a
pick'ems.
little
I'm no
bit
longer
wary about our
casting.
players
Just caster
going to
curse
Veigar,
everyone.
I do believe we have an update coming through there from
Too much
CLE
power.
and Makes. So what did you witness over there on the other lobbies?
I'm just
Honestly,
looking this way.
There was so much craziness.
That's where my throat and
I
stream
don't even know where
is.
to start. We started
That's
this off
the-
wanting to look
the
at
other
Leah
game
because
is
It's the
she
same as
knew
the
that
the broadcast setup where they have
and we wanted
second
to
lobby
see
in the
what
other
he
one.
was doing. Good news, he was
So these
cooking.
just
He was
copied
trying to
me,
go for a
actually.
Noxus reroll, found that Draven 3 was on a Darius 1 and abandoned the plan. Instead, plays
don't
around
think it
a
was
Silas
Juanmi that-
legendary
that
flex
one.
composition with that Draven 3 in the backline, gets a 3rd place on the back of that. I love seeing that board.
I mean, playing around lobby tempo is one of the most important things in this TFT set, and specifically at the Tactician's Crown. A player that did stick to his guns, though, we do have a package to highlight this game, is fan favorite Revan. Another top 2 from
Okay,
him,
yeah.
sticking to the Noxus reroll and
streamers
just
do get
dominating
to
based
choose.
around the tempo that he did have
Watch
in
party
this
do
game.
not.
Honestly, I feel like it just speaks to his competitive spirit. He
That's
has been
fine.
kicking it into gear ever since this Tactician's Crown has started, and I feel like he shut up the haters real good.
He sure did. I put him in D tier.
How
Listen,
are you feeling about that choice right now?
I'm wrong. I've definitely been wrong. The apology form will come out at some point,
We'll
I'm sure.
publish it for public use. I
Yes.
feel like at this point it might be necessary.
I'll chime in here. In the Spanish community, hate watching is a real thing because it blesses our players. So putting Revan in D tier is the
On a
biggest
small
buff we
break
could have
until we
possibly given
get
him.
our
This is the whole
scores.
reason we did it. At least on my end.
Angry.
Sure, Panda,
I
sure.
can't lie. It has worked so far.
Listen, maybe I won't apologize. I'll just say thank you, or you're welcome. Whatever works here. The good news here for EMEA is that it did end in a 1-2 for EMEA in this lobby, but that wasn't the only region we saw topping lobbies.
That's right. CN has been doing really well as well in one of their lobbies because Lobby 1 had an MF3 from Han Xing, and there also was a Kaisa 3. However, she was alone on her board and died immediately in a 6th place.
Yes, it wasn't ideal, but another lobby also had CN 1-2, and so great showing from a lot of the regions really separating themselves. The one that's missing from the top there is kind of APAC here. They need to make a big comeback. Clement, what do you have to say?
We got it.
Yeah?
We're used to playing 1st or 8th, and if we don't get the 1st, well, you know what we'll get.
It was 1st last game. It's 8th
not what
now.
you were
It'll be
supposed to
1st
say.
in game 6. Perfect. The math adds up.
The other big thing that happened in one of our lobbies, Bilgewater 10 from Darth Noob. We knew this guy was going to win from like 3-2. He already had the setup for Demacia. He did Demacia +1 as well as 2 of these Bilgewater spats. It was a very easy game for Darth Noob, able to pilot it to a very successful 1st place.
Yeah,
Oh my
I think
gosh.
that concludes it from our end. There is plenty of craziness going on here in the alternative lobbies, and we'll of course keep an eye on our players that are right on the cusp that need to avoid elimination. So back to you guys.
Thank you very much, CLE and Makes, for the update. We're just watching the pure cinema play out here as we see how Darth Noob piloted to this Bilgewater 10. We saw the spreading routes to get the emblems into Earth for the gamble, and then he ended up taking team building to try to finish this out. And I'm just here to watch it all go down. This is awesome.
That is actually the most high roll spreading routes I've ever seen. It allows you to unlock Galio and play 10 Bilgewater on level 9 with the Galio on the bench. You couldn't ask for more.
This round kind of had it all. We were only missing maybe an ASOL 1st place, and then this would be the best round of the tournament already.
Are we getting like our version of Darth Noob walking? Because it kind of feels like he was feeling himself.
No.
He got the 10 Bilgewater.
He's always walking. He'll sit down when he wins, you know? It's like the anti-Robin walk.
Oh.
The Darth sit.
All right, well, I think we're going to have to try to workshop that one a little bit more. But it was very cool to be able to see how all of the other lobbies played out. So now let's tally up the points and show you the standings as we have now concluded 5 of our 6 games today. Starting at the very bottom, you can see that a couple of the Americas players and quite a few of the CN players have not been having a very good day.
A ton of big names here, especially from Citadel and then APAC and CN. Gobustar also joining the mix right here, so it's just proving that I feel like the Americas is just crushing everyone.
But guess who's not here? Huamie.
Oh?
Huamie is on the next
A
page.
second.
He's coming back?
Maybe a first next game and he'll be clear. The cutoff was 22 last set. It can be higher, of course. There's no guarantees. It can be as high as I would guess 24 coming into the day 2 cut.
Oh, and Jazz Latte taking a really rough run here as well. 2 8ths back-to-back sinks him to 29th. He wants to break his own record of 24th here. AQ1H riding up the standings.
Wei-Shin Iverson is also starting to turn things around after 2 pretty bad games to start out the day. But we're also seeing a couple of other regional favorites. Kambuli from the Americas. 2 back-to-back bot 4s, but still plenty of time to turn it around. YBY1 from APAC is one of the players that we consider to be one of the biggest threats in this Tactician's crown. And of course, as you turn your attention to the next page, you're going to see even more royalty from TFT.
A big win for Travis to get him back up in the standings as well. Now 14th place position there. Set to go as well, despite not having the best last game here, is now sitting in that top 10 with the Shurima line he executed on.
And the 2 best players from CNTOC, Lee Sao and CSFX, both rising up the standings. Not quite yet into the finals, but they still have 2 buddies, Saya and Hanshing from the JOC, entering.
EMEA, though, 4 players on this first page as Double, Aaliyah, Revan, and Dasik are all holding hands at almost the 30-point mark there.
And Aaliyah and Dasik, 2 very close players in their prep. They were very close in the final game that Aaliyah won for EMEA, for the EMEA Championship. Dasik was right there with him in that 1-2 punch. So really nice to see them both in the top 8. I think it's showing that whatever game plan and prep and meta read they had coming into this day 1 is clearly working, and it's a very good sign for them coming into day 2.
Yeah, I think the flippy script from APAC is not really working. I wonder how players will continue to adjust, because if you've already flipped a couple times, you got to flip more. That's kind of the way the game plan works.
Is this one of those things that if you continue to flip the coin, it flips heads enough times at some point, right?
It's actually one of the strengths of the 1st or 8th playstyle is you actually have a lot of comeback potential because you have more practice in extreme types of situations. That is true, but they still have to pull it off. I don't like starting on the back foot for them.
We have another recap to show you before we get ready for this final game of the day, and that is going to be from Aaliyah. As we look back on what happened in that game number 5, looks like he got a nice little blessing from the devs there with the care package and the notes, and we'll get a chance to watch how the rest of this game went.
And they did mention Makes and CLE that he played around Silas and the Draven. I'm curious to see if he played around Fast9 AD with Kindred added in as well, or if it was just Vertical Noxus.
Yeah, I did think they said he had a 3-star Draven, which is really interesting. I wonder how he could fit that in. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it is Fast9 AD, which is a comp that we saw Clement in scrims has been doing really, really well. The top end of the Fast9 AP lines have been nerfed a tiny bit. So I think this line in particular, I think, was one of the big winners in terms of the high cap boards.
I'm just very impressed that he found the goal to re-roll the Darius as well and get to that end game board.
I think it's the Draven. The more times that the Draven gets kills, the more gold it's going to print you, and then you can just continue to
the money factory.
Roll through that, yes.
That does take down Lee Sao here as well. Oh, no, never mind.
I will say, if we have Aaliyah on our main broadcast game, definitely tune into his webcam. He is a very emotional player. He reacts in good and bad ways to every single round result and makes TFT that much more exciting.
Is that why he's hiding his face in the shadows?
I'll just say this. I think he broke one of his bed frames throughout regionals. He had to change the bed frame. So
oh my God.
Stay tuned. Maybe the table might not survive.
Okay, well, Aaliyah's not going to be in this game that we've got coming up here for the main broadcast, but this is a great time to tell you all and remind you that we have co-streamers that are also going to be covering our other lobbies not shown on the main broadcast in other languages. So if you're not a native English speaker, you don't want to listen to the broadcast in English, you can also go check out some of our other official co-streamers. And of course, go check out our players. They're also going to be streaming their perspectives so that you get a chance to be in on the action, cheer for them from the sidelines, and give them that extra bit of support that may just help push them towards that next stage of competition. With only one game left to go, though, today, this is it. We have the bottom 8 players getting eliminated at the end of this game. So if you remember those point totals, You do not want to be in a 33rd to 40th place. So that's where we got to turn our attention to the bottom of the standings, and that's where we play that coin flip game. Do you get to flip heads this time?
Even if you make this first cut, there are more cuts tomorrow. So even players who are going to be safe-ish after this next game, they have to try and play that riskier style as well tomorrow.
Robin Songs is going to be your player in 33rd place. 17 points right now is going to be where the cutoff is, but it could very well be 22 points. So you can do the math there a little bit based on the placement that Robin Songs, Lee Tu-Chuan, and Gobostyr get in this final game, whether or not they can actually sneak by the elimination station. Let's get ready to go for our final game of day one of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends, and we're going to see LeBlanc as our encounter.
Oh, this could be a very fun tempo game. If you get those earlier augment selections, there are some crazy
Robin and all of CTG.
A lot of the delayed power
like half our NA players.
Because you're not taking them on 2-1 and sitting there. You can actually get them, you know, slightly in a different order.
And it's a harder thing to prepare for and have a game plan for because you don't see this encounter that often to see all the different iterations. So intuitive TFT kind of takes a more important role here in stage 2, if we see that. Sometimes we see the augments come out much later.
True. And I do want to mention the 3 lowest point leaders here, not leaders, the 3 lowest point members here have actually all won previous TOCs. So this is just showcasing how tough the competition here is in our top 40. And I think the game will revolve around their spots a lot. A lot of people will just look at them and say, hey, if you're going into a fast 9 spot, I can adjust my tempo based on that.
Rebin has played 3 games of Noxus reroll in this day 1. This sends an important message to everyone else in this lobby. He would like to play another one, most likely, because he's had very good results. So try and stay clear of that. If you're thinking about contesting it, it could end up in a bad result for both players, like we saw earlier with the Ione Alliance.
Yeah, but he is actually holding Ishtal. Do you think he strays away from...
That's the Rebin I love.
I will say Rebin is a kind of inertia and momentum-based player. When he's doing well, he will be very confident for good or for bad. So it could be potentially that he sees himself playing some XL lines for now. Just making 10 here with
2-1, 2-2 augment.
Winning this PV round, he should.
Did you say hopefully?
He will, he will.
Oh wait, I'm ahead on this.
My
bad, my bad.
We
Spoiler.
saw this in previous TOCs where you only needed a 7th to advance, and he was
3
like,
streams
nah,
open. Bouncing
I
around.
love the game.
And this is, we talked about one of the staples of 3-cost reroll. A lot of gold, you just sack stage 2, you say, you know what, I don't really care about winning rounds right now. I'll win rounds with that much extra gold I'll have for my 3-5 spike on level 7.
It's interesting though, because we're going to get a second augment choice in the next round. Because we're seeing silver, there is about a 30% chance you're going to see another silver. A pretty higher majority chance that we will see a gold augment. But there is a small sliver of a chance we will see prismatic, and that might make things really exciting.
You really want to see like back-to-back augments, 2 gold starts. That generation just takes you through the roof and makes the lobby tempo that much faster into straight 9. Travis is going to be the player with the, just staking out his claim onto the Noxus line here. Already finding the Scion. I really like the Scion Noxus start. It's basically one of the strongest because it's an unconditional unlock onto the LeBlanc. The only 3 costs that you can do that with. And he levels to 4 just to stake his claim.
And Travis, one of the players who has been very happy to play Melflex throughout regionals. It's the line that he is most comfortable on of any others. We are seeing the back-to-back augments coming in here. We could see extra buckles if you want to get the Volibear later on and just the tankiness.
Double silver.
Now for his own scaling.
Hopefully
Survivor,
we move to that augment overlay
lobby. I don't think we'll see that pickup happen throughout at all in this day 1. Yeah, it will be extra buckles in the end.
Not when you have 24 points. I don't think you go for that one.
I'm sad it's a silver augment. I wanted to see the high roll.
So
3 rerolls for
silver
so
would
bars,
be silver, silver,
it now
gold?
in stage 2 could be pretty big pickup here.
It can be either.
Yes, the Demacia online. Is there anything that you would
Again,
want
like
to
what is
stay
silver,
with
silver?
if
It's
you're
50-50.
staying with this setup, or are you
Gold or
thinking
prismatic?
about maybe trying to push a little bit further? Go to like level 8.
We'll see if we get it in stage 3 or not.
Right? He's on 15 points right now, so a standard game of Demacia will not cut it. I think if he's going to play Demacia, it will be stabilize on 8, but eventually make it to 9, make it to Zillion 2, make it to any 2, and actually try and win this lobby.
A lot of the AP boards really rely on that Rise or Volley Bear into the late game to kind of win their games. Or else they have to go on to the other route, which is more like the SSMD, the Silas, the Shyvana to stabilize their front line. Those are kind of the
Is that the bows one? I think it's the bows one. You get a bow, and then after 200 attacks, you get 2 more bows. Okay,
It is Path of the Enlightened.
Bows on bows or something like that.
Ionia is enlightened. Thank you, Necra.
Yunara, and then go to stage 5.
And doesn't really have the best items for AP for this Ahri. The Red Buff will do for now, but mostly having things like the Even Shot we're seeing slammed here and an open sword now for AD.
Full item slams onto this one. We're going to see who actually can maintain their win streak. It should be the Ahri in the back line, I'm thinking. Does look like that upgraded Shen is going to do it for JRC, and indeed he does push through.
I just like watching the pies fly around on this board. I don't know what it is, but my immediate attention gets drawn to the bread and the pies.
The immediate attention of some players will be drawn to this Draven potentially. Someone like Revan will be angling for this. No contest here, so really good pickup on this carousel. With how much more impactful 3 costs are now in the meta, this carousel is just so important in terms of sometimes just getting you direction in the first place.
There are 5 Bard players. Oh my goodness.
Listen.
You get a Bard,
Stage
and
2
I want a
augments
Bard.
enable Bard from free rerolls. If you have 2 augments, you'll have double the chances to enable Bard for free. And that's
You're
the
right.
case here.
I'm
Patience for day 6, crafting as well for a lot of players.
Just putting it out there. Everybody wanted Bard this game.
Gotta go for a higher cap. I wonder what Li Tuchuan has on his board. He did have the Caretaker's Ally, so free 2 costs, potentially. Does look like it's just going to be the Nico, most likely.
And we do see kind of at least three players slightly leaning towards the Demacia AP line, so that could be dicey for someone like Gobo who needs a big result. The more players can test you, the higher you're going to cap because you're just going to use more gold to stabilize on a Garen 2 in the first place.
Robin Song's one of the players that is towards the bottom of the standings, has a chance to be able to get back into this game, but is going to need a 3rd place or better to do it. Right now, he's going to be on a 3-loss streak, hoping to try to string some things together. Looks like he might be trying to go towards that Zoe Malzahar board. Already with a Leona 2, it feels like you can start to try to bank up some of these free rerolls with the Patience as a virtue, and then try to get to that level 7. If you can continue the loss streak here, that would be pretty good, but you have to try to contest with that of Revan.
I feel like this Leona might be a bait. Yeah, he's not going to pick up the Malzahar, so with the Patience, probably just going to go for higher cap compositions in the AP lines.
Yeah, I guess, he didn't buy the Malzahar.
And you have so much tempo already. Having a Leona 2 in stage 2 is just kind of insane to just allow you to use that as a tool to not have to roll again for a long time and just continue pushing levels with any kind of AP backline.
Cool. I'm here for it.
And you just cap lower, right? This is Robin's preferred game plan, playing around 3-cost rerolls, but he's in a spot where he needs to play for more than that.
He can't settle for Leona Zoe. Leona Zoe is typically considered as
I think Robin's 5 loss streak, 4 out of 5 games.
You can't win when it's unlikely, especially in a game 6 where there's more players in that same position. So the overall cap for the players
I mean, yeah, that was the same strat that we were seeing from him in regionals, which was scaring me all weekend.
Pickups onto the carousel and gets the 5 win streak. Li Tuchuan trying to
So that's my comfort zone, so.
Does find it.
2 win streakers then, in Li Tuchuan and JRC.
Robin's spot looks so good though.
Have his lost streak broken as he wins out that last combat. It's going to be Robin Songs as the only lost streaker left. I wonder if maybe they ran into each other or something, because Revan's board does not look particularly strong.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that Leona 2 was able to lose. I wonder, it probably did positioning intentionally for that loss and did fake out Revan.
Leona 2 lost 2 fights in Stage 2, which is actually a very impressive thing to have happen. Robin is the GOAT for being able to achieve that result, which he wanted to, of course.
Yeah, Revan won against Robin, so had to have been some sort of positioning difference for that. That is so crazy.
This actually gives me confidence. A lot of times Robin, even when he did make it all the way to the finals, he didn't feel like he could take a first place.
Prismatic 3-1.
And this is really interesting. Prismatic augment, final augment. So the stage is set as early as 3-1. Players have all the information and resources that they're going to be able to play with in this game. As now it's just pure TFT for the rest of it.
Oh, and we have some big gamblers across the board here.
Oh my god.
Gobo actually going to go for luxury subscription. It really depends what you get on 3-1. Some of the best ones would be Zillion and the Ornn that have that scaling aspect.
These are kind of crazy items for Darius. He has
oh no,
Nashers, JG for LeBlanc, and perfect item Darius as well.
Oh no, for Gobo, you got the worst one.
What did he get? Oh.
The fiddle.
Oh.
You have to take a big risk.
2 tiny
If
titans.
anyone can get out of this position, it's going to be Gobo, but it's going to depend on the Latent Forge and what he can do with that artifact in particular.
He's like, please get an early Lux show up in my shop.
And the crazy thing that we see on our right side is Robin actually circled back after seeing the augment into a 3-cost reroll. So he thinks that Trifecta with the 3-cost is enough to get him out of this position. Now, to be fair, Robin's actually only 2 points behind the average, so perhaps this is a decent play.
A very early Yasuo 2 here for Gobo, which means he's going to be able to unlock that Yone a little bit easier.
JRC's
I guess we're going to have a lot of
go to
possible
level
outs for forward play with both AP and AD for Yone and the Ahri. JRC, happy to see him playing Bilgewater. He thinks he is one of the strongest Bilgewater players in the Americas, maybe even in the world. Had a lot of success with it throughout all of the Americas regionals.
The crazy thing about JRC is he actually plays a lot of GP Draven, which I've never seen anyone play, and he started playing it very early into the set as well.
You say that you haven't seen anybody play it, but I definitely saw it on a couple of patches just dominating the ladder.
Yeah, earlier on for sure, like in the first or second TPC, but like he played it in regionals, which was the only player to do so.
Hey, but if he's the only player doing it, then he's got all of the gangplanks in his own little world.
That is true.
No one
Uncontested.
contesting him.
Uncontested 7.
Is unlocked, and surely that goes in for
Fizz.
Lulu here.
Early Fizz here, not so bad.
Tiniest Titan as well, which will help when you have a trait that just scales itself, with Tom Hedge especially later in the game, and the Serpents as well. The more you can survive, just the stronger you'll get.
So Robin will be on a mouse pair, after this.
There could be kind of a cat and mouse game of who rolls first. If they have some free out of the pool, who can wait and have higher APM to roll a little bit later in the turn.
You definitely want to.
Yeah, but he took Trifecta and he's playing around Loris. I don't know if he's 100% playing.
Dasic just straight up going for a Demacia line. These are clearly
I feel like the
trifectas
trifectas.
that he's building up here. Very comfortable in the position, so he doesn't need to go for a forced composition. But I think for Robin songs, my worry is that if you're on 17 and you're still aiming for top 4, even if you survive today, it's going to make
not
it
to
very
get off
difficult to
topic,
survive
but
the future cuts. We do have
if this is over around
the way in tomorrow's games.
10, done and over by 10:30.
Really wild roller coaster.
I'll probably just go to sleep and then wake up at 1 p.m. again.
But as we take a look at this carousel, there are a couple of key units here.
Garen for the Demacia players.
I feel like the same.
Yeah, on my worst days where I'm in bed rotting for way longer, it's usually not past 2 p.m. even if I go to sleep pretty. And this would be significantly late now.
Now on a 5-loss streak, I'm very interested on where he's going to go because a lot of these items are quite difficult to discern. He's denied the MF here, but he really
it's okay, we can sleep early on day 3.
Time for the 3-5 roll down. Extra Leon is found. Zoe want to have at least Mal 2 and Zoe 2 here ideally.
I want an apology. I said he was gonna go for Zoe, Leona.
I don't understand this trifecta take if planning to play Loris.
To 180 turn back into this lane.
I'm just saying
okay,
that I saw this from the very
Loris.
beginning, and then you were like, but he skipped the first Malzahar, so he's not
So
gonna
you're
do
a visionary, Necra. You have future vision, and you knew trifecta was coming up.
This isn't trifecta, it's 3 random. Like, it's not based off items or anything.
But there's going to be another 3-cost roller across the way that is Travis Cat, who wants to try to go the Noxus direction, has 5 copies of the LeBlanc, and so it's going to be a bit of a hustle for both of our 3-cost re-rollers to try to get their comps online.
He's also
and
got
Travis,
the
I'm not sure he's going to be
swing,
playing around the Darius variation.
which I like a
of this
lot.
line. Doesn't have a Draven, doesn't have a Darius unlocked yet. I think he might just be
what's
playing
going on
LeBlanc
with
3 with Melflex, for example, and push levels instead.
You want to know why that is, though? It's because Revan actually has a lot of those Noxus units as well. The Darius, the Draven, he was able to actually unlock the Scion quite early for the LeBlanc, and he's also going to be rolling now for those 3 costs.
And he has a lot of extra rolls here saved up. Finds an early Senna as well. Interesting if that will fit the board here. Wants to hit Darius 2 at the very least on this roll down. Still has a bit more to go for.
I should keep rolling. Okay, there it is.
Okay, right in time for the Darius 2-star.
Oh, big find for
We didn't
JRC
get
here.
to
He did
put
get the one
in
from
the
the carousel, but
Ambessa,
found it
though.
himself, level 7.
I don't
and
think it would have.
respect with an Ornn.
Oh, it could have gone in for Sejuani.
We might be seeing the Buildwater Masterclass that
Yeah.
was from
Who's
JRC. Definitely in a position to really get
the other defender?
Scary late game cap on Buildwater.
Yeah, so far looks like the highest cap
yeah.
across
Oh,
the
Nico.
players.
Yeah,
Of course, there
Nico.
is one other one that we haven't talked about. Lee Tutuan 9-win streaking so far. Really curious at where his
We
board
sold
has
the
been
Ambessa.
going.
And in particular,
I'm big 40. I think that's fine.
Buildwater really just finds that much more success in terms of having all these extra resources.
You just really need the gold for your Pine Ambessa later.
Who's going to get pressured off of
Okay, so we
Noxus
do take
reroll?
out.
Is it going to be Revan, or is it going to be Travis?
Yeah, because you don't want to sell the Sejuani. Oh, never mind, he sold it.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you play Sejuani as one of the other defenders. Sejuani Darius duo, but I guess if we sold the Draven, you're not going that path.
Yeah.
And they're two almost opposite players.
Did he sell it? I thought he
in
just put it on the
how their
bench.
personalities
Maybe it
interact
was
in TFT
sold.
in particular. Travis
I think he
is,
sold it right before they swapped
full of
away.
confidence in himself. He always wants to play for very high
Classic.
cap. He doesn't want to
Okay,
settle for
Day
contesting a reroll.
Oboe
Whereas
going to
Revan
8.
is in some ways the opposite. He is much more humble in his play style. He wants to make things
Basic
easier,
2-star.
but just for cleaner execution is where he really excels. So I think he's definitely gonna stick to his guns.
Gobo has actually
it's
started
not-
to unlock Yone, and
Yeah,
so
yeah,
is going to be able to start to get that 4 cost
Thank you, Necra.
online. Has rolled
Just
a little bit as
comments
well
on
to
the
also
Yone
get
unlock.
some Demacia units
Put
in, and he
Oboe
found an
here.
Azir and an Ornn. I'm not really sure where he got these units
Oh.
from. Maybe the luxury subscription.
And he picked up
You
Zanya
did
instead of
not-
Artifact, so he cannot really
I
just
mean,
play into Yone
okay.
Ahri. I think he has to
So you know how
find
there's
a way
40
to cap
players
his board
today?
higher. This is
Chat.
going to be one of the
Yeah.
more
Robin
important tests
Songs
of creativity
is
in this
definitely
set for
one
Gobo in
of
a
those
pivotal
40
moment as well, where
players.
He really has to find a good result.
Oh, what's up, DK?
He really needs the Silas. I feel like that's the only thing that saves his board.
Yeah,
But
Robin's
continues to roll down here. Only
he's
one
in
card here.
33rd.
The Yone game plan, he simply
Yeah.
doesn't have
All
items
the
to support
CTG
that
boys are not doing the best. Marcel's in
There's quite a
40th.
few Demacia players as well, right? So it's going to be even harder
So-
to get the Garen 2 unless he rolls for it now.
Yeah, I picked CTG to go 1, 2, 3, and it's possible they all get day one. But
Oh,
could
the
also-
Maris CTG.
right.
Fries in the bag. Leona 2, stage
Yeah.
2, why pivot? Just pick up Trifecta.
I think Robin's
Do
spot
what
looks pretty
you do
good this
best.
game,
Robin
though.
preserves so much HP. He won
Like,
all of
really
League
good.
3
So
as
he should
kinda had to with his game
advance to
plan.
tomorrow.
We'll see if he can continue this win streak.
But it's one of those where it's
definitely
really
not
hard
gonna
because
lose
it's they cut every
like
2 games.
22.
Tomorrow they cut people, so it's really hard to make it to final lobby.
Let's get into that top 4 quite comfortably. It's about the cap.
And then,
How
yeah, the
far you
cutoff
can- how
today
much padding
was
can you find
looking
for game 2?
at
That's the
around
question.
22. He's at 17 right now.
Taking a look at Revan's copies right here.
Po-
7
points-wise.
on the Draven, 6 on the Darius. Unfortunately, the main.
I wonder if we ever just host
carrier
Worlds
won,
one
so
time an NA time zone or whatever.
It's a little bit too spread out when you're playing these 3-cost rerolls.
Robin's old. He can't
Preferably
get
have
used to
all of
the
them
time zone
to
change.
just like one of the carries and have them 3-starred in sequence.
How's day 1, 2, 3 work? So there's 40 players, and the scores. So all of day 1, nobody's cut throughout all of day 1. They all play 6 games, and then tomorrow when we go to advance to day 2, the bottom 8 are knocked out. So only 32 move on tomorrow, and then every and every 2 games, they'll knock out another. Is it another 8 or another 4?
I think it's
Well, it would have to be 8.
Yeah. Well, the 2 rounds, yeah.
Was that because
And then game 7's the exception that they knock out 4, but also qualify for. Because day 3 will be final lobby. There's no more cuts. It's all to just get day 3 to get your best, like your final 8 players.
I'm just taking a look at the Garen copies across the board here. A lot of
Yeah, from previous days. They don't reset. They don't reset scores at all during day 1 and day 2. On day 3, that's when they reset, and it's checkmate format. So that's why, like, even if like, so like Robin as an example, if he makes it out at say, you know, 30-second, just enough to get through, then has to like do like top 2 every game from that point, because has to get enough points to pass to get into the top 24 within 2 games, and then 2 games later has to be top 16, and then 2 games later. So it's every 2 games you have to bump yourself up 8 positions. So it's like really hard.
With the Ishtal game plan, he did 10 win streak and then started losing, so that's actually kind of the perfect tempo we've talked about for Ishtal players, especially for CN. That's what they want to do.
But I do think it does make a better like way of getting your best 8 players through to the final lobby. So I think it's better format for that, but it can be difficult if you're playing from behind the entire time.
So Gobo has the Azir online as well as the Nasus.
Take advantage of everyone's different lobby tempo and use
He's still on, or he's on that 3-loss streak. So see if anything improves there. Robin 3-starring this Malzahar. Revan also 3-starring their Darius.
Going to day 2.
Doesn't have items for this.
Glad we got out of Loris too, so we get full trifecta value.
Yeah.
In this current spot.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, strong possibility for that. Found the Azir, but not the Seraphine, so missing a potential very big tilt over.
And Koyu's in trouble. Roll down to under 10 gold. Is not on Jinx 3. Is not on Sejuani 3. Is facing a bad matchup and is losing a lot of HP in the process. So this is starting to get scary for one of our CN.
And then on day 3 also, time zone or timing, whatever, starts, what is it, 2 hours sooner?
2 hours earlier, yeah.
That's just not a good spot for him to
3 a.m. start.
So I think it works out that way because there's also a show match, but I have to look at the schedule. Okay, yeah, so the show match starts at 3:15 a.m., which is that entire 2 hours. And then, yeah, so finals will start at 4 a.m., so technically just the 1 hour. 1 hour.
Okay.
But gotta watch show match. New set.
Yeah. I think Trisha is a
Figure
part
out
of
how
that.
these carousels work.
Mhm.
I love Trisha. That'll be fun.
Revan has hit most of his units as well. The Darius 3 is online and it gets so much value here on the Nidalee as well even. And the Draven.
I like to see her at the show match events, especially. She just shows up like in the double up ones with, and she was partnered with Skara and that whole team. That was fun to watch.
Probably the most successful.
Yeah, that was such a fun double up like experience to watch. I think that was like one of their best events that they've done. Because do something like that again.
So this is going to be a big turn for him.
Gobo is cooking. Can we go back to Gobo's board and see exactly what has been assembled here? A Nasus, a Seta, a Vayne, a Kaisa Longshot, and a Zir, and a Garen. Just trying to make it to 9, just trying to find the cap that he needs to try and succeed and fight for a second or a first.
He canceled his subscription. He's just going, you know, I don't need Fiddle.
The trial ran out. He's like, yep, that was good enough for me. I'm out.
We keep the Cho'Gath over a Rift Herald here?
It's usually very sus if you don't have
Question
Garen
mark?
too, and unfortunately, Dasik
I
is
guess.
kind of blocking his way.
Big roll down for
Okay,
Koyu
nice.
here.
2
Finds a
roll
Jinx, finds a
downs.
Sejuani. He needs to find at least, I would imagine, both a frontline and a backline upgrade to try and stay alive here. Finds a Warwick, maybe too expensive to go for when you haven't hit your Jinx yet. I mean, what has happened here? Very tragic result for the CN player to, on stage 5, not have hit any of his 3 stars with 2 other 3-cost reroll players taking so many of these units out of the pool.
Yeah, just a straight loss streak angle. He didn't settle onto his composition until much later into the game. Probably even missed a few copies, I would assume.
Where?
And
Okay.
just a low roll game in general for him.
Could we get it Riot to tell them to expand this?
He still has 16 HP, and on stage 5, that should be.
We don't need the
just-
outside
safe
border.
because by 6.
Yeah, there's just no reason to.
But his front line is completely 1-star.
Because if they still want cams, it'd be
He is
fine
who is
still.
Yeah.
But
out trying to go 9 himself. Maybe
And
with a better matchup.
I have
With
like
Koyu
I
here,
have problems
there
with
is still an
boxes,
unproc
boxes
Zanya
and
on a scaling
boxes.
Kai'Sa that should win him this fight.
You know, we could just
But
take
Gobo has
this
to find
to the
some more
bottom of
upgrades. Koyu has
that
also won
gold
that fight against
lower
Rebin.
lower bar anyways.
Wasn't it a
It just doesn't have
There
to
is
be
on
a
the wrong
square.
side.
It can just be
Maybe
the whole
that's part of
screen.
it.
they're being
Very
ageist.
unexpected results. Elite
Old
Tron does get the big cash out here.
OG players. I
Boogeyman
can't see
is
my
starting
eyes.
to come online. Skarner 2, Seraphine 2, Swain 2, and all his gold is gone. Will this be enough, Clement? He has a duplicator still left up as well. And there's a Mel too if he wants it.
Yeah, it's just going to forego the Brock game plan, play around the Mel here.
Doesn't go for it. I think he has enough HP to try and greed for both the Mel
Okay.
2 and potentially the Silas 2.
I guess.
And the Mel's meet. 1,000-yard stare between the two of them. However, a stronger secondary carry coming in from Travis. Some decent rolls
Yeah,
onto
this
the
could
volley
be
bear.
the Mel too if we wanted to use the dupe on
Oh,
it.
but the Senna snipe and the Seraphine actually gets rid of the Mel.
The Skarner's still so healthy as well.
Backline decimation leads into a much
Koyu
needed win for Lee
lose.
Tutron.
Okay,
and
so
who is gonna
he
get that
goes
Mel
out,
too?
right?
Can Koyu turn the corner? No, he's just
Yeah.
one copy off for both the Jinx and the Sejuani. Is going to go 8th place.
First elimination.
Gobo,
Mm.
Yeah, Robin's looking
Return
really good.
run.
73 HP.
Luxury
Like,
subscription into straight
he'll at least
cash
advance to
subscription.
tomorrow.
Everyone is trying to spike at this point. JRC as well.
I'm never messaging Robin again. Calstra curse.
Two as well. So I mean, we're feeling the heat. If you're on the bottom end of the standings here, both JRC and Ngobo are in striking distance of being eliminated, potentially on their last lives. And Ngobo especially needs to get a huge result. He needs to win
didn't do
every
it.
single round in this stage.
Lee Tutron just being a friendly player, holding all the Garants. He needs the
Calstra cursed all of CTG.
Bad news for him.
I talked them up every tourney.
From the moment that he hits the Mel 2 as
It's 'cause you
well,
told
I'm
us
not sure if this
to.
board will be strong enough with
I'm
the
pretty
It's a big one
sure.
to-
here as
Yeah.
well.
I
So
couldn't
far,
help but pick it when it showed all of them. I was like, I have
Frontline
to.
already gone.
Mhm.
Nace is down. The second best player from France.
I think Laura did too. I know we talked about it
and
yesterday.
it's not enough.
Alright.
Gobo said
Bye
he
bye,
felt he's
Gobo.
prepared more than ever for this tack round. He felt better than ever. He took some time off his regional prep to prep even
I think
more
I
and
picked
not
Robin to
for
win
this
Worlds
tack
every
round.
single
He did
time.
not
I'll
quite
just
get
always
his
pick
way
it, because the one time I don't,
I think what's so
I need to
telling is
not
that
pick him
they're
next time, and maybe he'll win.
can't prepare
Maybe
for
I'm
it.
holding him back.
Players maybe playing
Yeah.
in styles that
All
you
these
haven't
years, it
really
was
had the
Cora all
experience against,
along.
and I think that's what makes the Tactician's Crown so difficult, is every region has a different way that they stylistically approach TFT. When you have all of those regions clashing in these lobbies, it can throw things off.
Yeah.
He has to win eventually.
Stage 4 heavy.
I mean,
region
that's the same
compared to
reason why
APAC and,
I would choose
CN.
Prestavan
Unfortunately,
every
Gobostar
time that he
now
was
going to stage
eligible.
5 is meeting a lot of those
If I
stronger
don't
boards
choose
that you
him,
might have seen in his home region.
I'll never know.
I just want to say for Gobo, it's really heartbreaking because he's one of 2 players that has been to TAC Round 4 times without making a finals. So that was something that he was
And
really
Gallo?
striving for.
Bias. Robin will probably
Unfortunately,
be
not gonna
my
be able to
favorite
make it.
player forever,
Last set lost
so.
the tiebreaker,
Mm.
finished top
When
10
I made
and
when I
was
made my run, he
very,
was
very
like the one that
close.
was most
Also just
supportive
this
of me
game, but
when
he was
nobody
really
knew
on the
me,
result.
like even before I hit rank 1,
Artifact
so.
Forge as well, not the best result into that Zanya. So just
And I
didn't
think he's
quite work out
super
there, but
wholesome.
we'll see if
Met him
Travis
several
can
times.
turn this loss streak around. 18 HP should be 2 lives facing off against Rebel.
Yeah,
Now has
he
all
was
the
talking
three
about it
stars,
earlier.
Blanc
I had,
Raven,
cause I had his
and
stream
Aries.
open too. Cause like
It's
he
all
always
coming
pops
down
off
to
in like
players in this
regionals and
game.
all the NA tournaments. Like he does really, really well.
TG holder, I think
And
was
so like he makes it to Worlds a lot, but then like Worlds, he doesn't ever like
and
really
goes down just for
like
the
he never
execution. You should
places
see
well
a
at
lot, though.
Worlds. So I don't know if it's just like a time zone thing for him, having to wake up or something, or if it's just like he was joking. He said like, is it time zone or is NA just trash? I don't think it's really either, but
Yeah. I mean, it could be time zone or just, but like also if you have a sleep schedule that's already not, you know, normal for your
Yeah.
time zone, can you really blame that?
Because that'd be one for something as big as Worlds. Like I would for like the 2 weeks leading up to it, I would be on that time
Yeah.
schedule. I'd be trying to get all scrims during that time, stuff like that. But
level 7 Ornn, I'm probably doing the same thing though, so no flame there.
yeah, I agree. I think Robin's got one of the best mentals there is. So
So I think you always just try to risk it a little bit more to get just a small head start for that second day of competition.
I mean, you only get Worlds every what, 4 months? So I mean, say we've gone to. He goes to Worlds all the time, so but it's not like, oh, he's competing at Worlds once a month. I mean, it's I don't know how many times has he been to Worlds? Like 6 times or something.
So he's obviously going to be making it to day 2.
It's like on one hand, like I don't know how many for sure it is, 5 or 6. It's a lot, but it's still like pretty low sample.
Yeah.
Older formats, so
And then for the point to is NA trash, you know, I don't, or yeah, at this
They're
stage
definitely
I don't
not.
think so. No. We had replay, we had dish soap, you know. I think we definitely show
Raging
up.
put on a masterclass this entire set, but
yeah.
Calling too much attention to his game plan, just silently cruising into a top 4 again.
I think sometimes the way it can work too is just like how the way they all handle like study groups. Like if one just has, like sometimes they can get stuck in their own bubbles on their meta reads. And so I'm wondering if that's like something that's going on with this, with all the CTG players not doing well. If like they all had a certain read on the meta and turns out doesn't play well into like some of the other regions or something.
Just hold the Dravens for the first Draven to not come through.
I think Robin does more this set than has in the past because of like the whole CTG team. Because they have a bunch of them. I think all of them, like all 4 of them, I think for the most part. So I don't know. Study groups are hard to read because the way they talk about it, which is one thing I don't like that is turned the TFT, like the emphasis on study groups, but that's a whole nother topic. I think we've talked, I think you were there, DK, when we talked about it in Grubos before, so.
I think Lee Tuchuan is really preying on the downfall of Dasik or Revan, but Revan looks tough to beat right now.
Yeah, I could go on and on about I don't like the way that study groups evolved.
Vaso also had a lot to say about that, about the study group mentality in his interview with Domino, if anybody wants to check that out on the Guardian Angel League YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. I remember him talking a bit about it.
So I think it's definitely coming down to the wire, but Lee Tuchuan really hopes to get that Silas, but going up against Robin Songs, can the Mel actually take down these 2 3-star?
I just don't like anything in general that causes more like bubbles.
Doesn't have a good anchor point for the Mel anymore. The Mel falls down, and so does Lee Tuchuan. One of the generational new players from CN is going to meet his demise.
All right, top 3.
Not the run that he was looking for. Went into the finals in Inkborn Fables, but has not approached the same levels since.
Strong top 3 locked in for Robin, despite losing that win streak a little bit early on in the stage 6.
Man, this has been such a like good patch though. I feel like we see like definitely talked about a lot during regionals, but I feel like it's so cool to see this many different comps. And it's actually for the most part across, like we see a lot of 3-cost reroll, but we also see a lot of fast 8, fast 9. Play around different legendary variation boards. I think the only thing really missing from the meta is a 1-2-cost reroll. Have we had any 1-cost rerolls this set at all besides Sona?
It's really close.
1.
Big win for Revan. Stays alive. Now Dasik maybe is in trouble.
Because I feel like Ruined King doesn't really count. Because it's like your only one
handle
chance.
cost rerolls.
Yordle reroll, like,
Volley Bear that can
on the low end was never a thing. I think it's strictly Sona.
Rumble-ish.
One of the carries that I always look at is if you can give that.
Yeah, but even
bear
then with the
enough
Rumble, you
freedom,
still
you can
push
get
to
it
like
on the
level
right side,
6
then
for the
those
60
that
Yordles and then
carries
get
the
it
best
after. So I
influence.
feel like doesn't really count.
Looking at these boards, I
Yeah, I
feel like
think you're
Dasik
right, then
should have
no,
the upper
not
hand
really.
right here. He does have a lot of potential to just.
And 2 cost, we've
use
had
damage into the back
Aphelios
line. Still
and
has
we had my
control
Ori
to scrap
comp
his
for a
board.
little bit.
He's going 10.
Yep.
Rise
I think that's
2.
it.
Titans, extra HP, extra gold every turn as well.
A6 Rise 2 out here.
Should be the favorite player to win out.
I
in
bet
the
next set we get a lot more
pairs
1 and
amongst
2
this
cost reroll
lobby.
though. Because this set
Meanwhile,
was
for
designed
Robin's
more around the
lines,
high cost and the trait
taking- he
webs,
did
so it
pick
makes
up
sense.
a very good Dragon's Claw, realizes that both the other players are still in the magic damage.
I don't think I'm going to
Revan
Worlds.
with
My
the-
goal is just to
the
make it
lock,
to
double block
Vegas.
setup. Didn't have the best item
That'd be
waiting
awesome.
for
We'd
him
love
on
to
that
cheer
stage
for
with
you
Spare
there.
Cell. We'll see. This is the real test. If
We'll see.
Revan can
I'll
win
take
this
next
fight
set
here,
off
has
so I
optimized
can
the
try for
Kindred instead
the
of
next
Draven,
set.
which should be doing a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see much of a Kog'Maw reroll. I'm curious if maybe in the 4-fun patch, it'd be cool if they buffed a lot of the 1 cost, get a Lulu reroll comp, get a Kog'Maw reroll comp.
The wire. I can't believe how close it is.
Yes, Lulu
And with every
reroll.
single point mattering
Agreed.
so much, I think you're really
They need
looking
it.
at Revan and Dasik hoping to extend their lead in this competition as being in the top 8.
I feel like I played some variations in the back on PBE when Singed was OP and Bard was stronger because you could play. I played a lot of low cost Juggernaut reroll. So you have Briar and Blitzcrank. Briar, Blitzcrank, Kog'Maw, and then once you lost streak, you get the Singe to tie it all together. But with Singe not being a real unit, it's hard to do any of that.
1 unit fight at the very end that Revan did win.
The Swain stun does not hit the Malzahar on that left side.
I think that's what I played in the GA tourney, like every game.
The Boilings are onto her, but Darius is still
And that
hanging
comp
on
never
for dear
existed
life.
after
Another big
PvE
win for
patch.
Revan, a loss for Robin, so even more
Was
parity in the
curious.
HP totals here. But Dasik is
Double
healing, so he has a
screen.
slight advantage.
They've done that a lot today.
I
Lots of
just don't think
bandages
the
all
math
nine.
was there
Yeah,
for
he
someone
still has
to
a lot of
die.
carries that are unitemized, as well as that Galio, so he still has a chance to spike super hard if we get good items here.
This was a nice test for Robin.
Oh, we might get a
Have you been
7-2. I think I
back
put
to
7-2
board
as the
and
longest
you
game.
wanna know what's the best situation? What's the best answer?
We could get it.
Capping this 3-cost
We
reroll?
could.
It's getting
I
pretty
think I
dicey
put.
for Robin, a little bit
Oh,
uncomfortable.
I can check.
23
I can check
should
what I
be
put.
okay, but you never know what happens in the other lobbies.
It's going to be a really, really tough call, I think. And I think these standings are going
I
to
think
be
I put
just,
one. I think I put 7.
tough. It's always tough when you see these players get eliminated
Five?
at this stage of a competition.
Because I was just
at the
thinking
World
on day 3
Championships.
that
I think also
we would
our
get
pick'ems are doomed.
super
It is
far
7-1
with just people
in
super
this
low.
game. I don't know where you all put
7-2.
I forget how much.
There,
Stage
there.
7 is like 20 some damage or something. So it's hard to get through it. You need like some tiny titans to get up so you have multiple people to survive past 7-1.
Final battle of the 3-cost rerolls that made it to the top 3. Can either of these players win the game?
Look around for where's the real Robin.
He's not getting bursted down too much by the Zoe and the Malzahar just yet, able to heal past all of this damage, and LeBlanc is now onto that back line.
Oh
Kindred is
gosh.
still alive as
Rip.
well.
Oh, there he
Robin
goes.
is out. Dasik
Oh,
is
double.
out.
Yeah,
Revan
see, this
What's
was a good
basement?
one.
another win to end things off on this game 6.
This was a
The
good
Darius
one.
reroll master
Another double
is
kill.
here.
Oh, you went
But who would
third.
have
Rip.
thought that Revan coming in as the only player that hasn't secured his
I mean, it's
TFT
enough to
was
make it
gonna
to day
drop another
2, but
40 bomb.
yeah,
Goes to
it's
39
gonna be
points,
really
2
difficult
wins on the
tomorrow.
Darius LeBlanc line.
Well, I think that is what they call the Spanish anger. Is that what it is?
The hate watch, just the pure hate watch. We have a player that
We'll
is
see once they
someone
pull
who
up standings. I don't know
player
where the
that
other
all he
games
does,
are at.
He just watches Revan and wishes the
Yeah.
absolute worst results, and
Check
Revan
on
always pops
that.
off because of it.
Wow.
It's a
Is
try
that
and
a
food
best
formula.
friend, or is that
This
like
is how it
your
works,
arch
Necro.
enemy?
I think they're probably
worst
done,
one,
assuming
no doubt.
since
I'm
I
not
don't see
gonna doubt
Frodan on
them more,
one.
'cause I think Revan really
Yeah.
is proving
Yeah,
that
I think
he
they're
belongs as a
done.
part of this
Let's
Tactician's crown
Get this
group.
in.
And that was after
Yeah, let's
a
go
very
for a Robin
disappointing
1-1-1-1
regionals
tomorrow.
where, as you
Still
called
a
it, you got
chance.
relegated because you just didn't perform well enough in order to maintain your spot.
Who did we
It's been
lose?
such a pleasure to watch Revan as a
Alright, I
competitor
got it
grow
for
and
us.
evolve across the last couple of sets.
Oh no.
And he makes it into the final lobby, the
Oh
grand finals for day
no!
3, where he's got an amazing head start
Alright,
now.
throw away the
He gets to
pick'ems.
reclaim his spot, and I think that would just
Huh?
be so glorious to kind of watch that
No.
comeback after such a strong start.
No, Robin made it,
Really
but
bad
the
news
other
for the 30
CTG
seconds
players
for
did not.
Army regionals though, so there are some real hate watchers
No,
here
you're
for
not
Revan,
crazy,
but fingers
but-
crossed. I think Revan has been
The points aren't
a
sorted yet
standout
there.
player in EMEA
Oh, yeah,
across the
okay,
last
I
2
see.
sets of TFT, and I'm glad he's turning things around at the most important moment. in
Robin
his career.
advances,
I'm
but
so nervous.
Kai
for
Wing
this
and
game.
Marcel
These
are out.
always the time
And
where we're
Juan
most
Mei.
excited, but also the most desperate when it comes to it. So
Holy
many good players
moly.
that we just saw. Lee
Thanks,
Tuchon and
Rodan.
Gobuster not going to make it to day 2.
Oh, and Jazz
Robin
Latte,
Soft
who I
is on the
think
cusp.
I also
Don't
had
know
in
the other
Final
round
8.
results. He could be
Yeah, I
able to
lost
put
half the
Yao
players I
Jing
put
and
in
Marcel
Final 8
Beer, along
already.
with that Citadel
Oh,
crew is
no.
also looking to
Yeah, I
avoid
have
going
0
40th
points
place
right
again.
now.
So there's a lot of storylines, a lot of roads that have to end
I
here.
don't
Wow, why'd you have to bring it up that
So
way?
we saw no 3-star
Well, that's
5
what you want to
plus
avoid,
today.
you know? I'm just saying that.
As far as
Because he was in
like...
40th place
I
before the
know.
last game.
Was
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
You're right, but also
Yeah.
like, oh, so sad.
Um,
Anyway, I'm gonna let CLE and Makes catch us up to speed on what happened in the other lobbies that were not on the main broadcast. So tell us what you got.
And then,
We
yeah,
got
because
plenty,
so
and
Robin's at
many
23
people, many copies
points.
of many units, because
Darth
rerolling
Nub, who's in
was
8th, is
really
at
successful in
34.
this
So
previous
is
game. We
11
saw
points
Beta Feed
behind.
take a first place with reroll.
But
We
it is
also saw
7
some
games
other
to
players have
catch
success.
up.
Yeah, Lee Sao
You just
with
like
a
can't have an
very
8th because
Zoe
you can't
making
like
a
go
really
8th in
comeback there
one of the
as well.
first
I
2
will,
because then like
however,
you won't
add on,
advance
Nekra,
to
I
2
unfortunately
like with
don't have
being cut every
more
2.
positive news for you either, because we were, of course, love watching some of
The
your
only way you
players
can
that were
afford an
right
8th
on
is
the
if you go
cusp,
like 1-1-1-1
and one
to like
after
get you a
another,
lead to be able
they
to
just
afford
kept
one loss
falling.
to keep
We
going.
were lining up great storylines, one after another. The main one being Ironbog. Had a great cash out, was really playing very well from calculated loss, playing well from behind. And you see, he starts to stabilize. He rolls down and hits Annie 2 on
At
floor
least
2.
like the
Gets
patch
that
and
ball
everything and the
stabilized.
comps are fun to watch. Even if like
I don't wanna spoil it
favorite
yet,
players and
but
stuff aren't necessarily doing
the way we're
well.
phrasing this is
But like
he ends up
at least the
going in third
actual
place
like
with his
gameplay is
board,
good.
and that
It's
would
not like we've had
then
some worlds
not
that have
give you enough
been
points to be on
kind of
what our
bad.
projected cutoff is, but it was a valiant
Still a
effort from a player
chance,
that we
copium.
know to be someone who can flip
I will
games.
still
But
100% root
not
for
only
Robin
the bottom
tomorrow.
players had some pretty disappointing
And hopefully
performances,
Weijin
also our
also.
top
Weijin
players,
makes more of a
players
comeback too would
like
be nice because
Kanea,
he's
like
also sitting at
Delor,
that
who have
26
been waiting on
points.
top of
Bit
the
Yeah.
behind.
leaderboard, had
Tomorrow
bottom 4
is the
placements
day
on
that
7th, on
Weijin
6th place. So
needs to fulfill
everything has
mind
shook up
pickums
a
and go
little bit
1 1
more.
1
The
1 1
entire
1
group has moved a little bit closer together.
Yeah,
It
this
just makes
leaderboard is
every
going to
game
be
tomorrow
really
so
fascinating.
exciting
Also,
though
Flat
because
May
like
had
the
a
stakes
really
are
good
so
attempt
high
at
for every
comeback.
single game.
Didn't
I think
quite
that's
get
the
it
part
done
that makes day
either.
2 really
So
fun to
just a few
watch.
points. So this is going to be very, very close around the cutoff. I imagine it might be even a little bit lower than what we predicted because so many players are so
Because
close
day
to
1
that
is
number,
just to set
but
you up
didn't
for day
quite get to
2.
the top 6.
Yeah, so just a reminder, we are expecting it to be around
I wonder
that
why they're
22
not
player
sorted.
point mark. But you know
Or,
how
yeah.
leaderboards and points shake out. Sometimes
I'll go
it
over
moves
it
It's probably
here.
just
up, a little bit down,
everyone
and that
trying
can
to
be
look at it at the
devastating
same time
or
really
really
fast.
exciting.
But I do have good news
I
for
think I have to
Cloud9
log back in
specifically.
for my
In that
pickups to
mid-feed lobby,
see.
it was APAC 1, 2, 3. So making a big comeback, maybe putting more of them into that standings moving on to the next day.
Can we have at least one player in the top 8, please?
Yeah,
Maybe.
CTG 1 2 3. Not
Got
happening.
6 last set, so
Yeah, you kind of took too
Yeah.
many last sets. Do you think it would be fair to have one more this set?
I don't mind 8 APAC
I put
rounds.
America first and Europe last. I don't
We
think
don't
that one's
We
happening.
gotta share. Well, CLE and Mace, thank you so much for sharing also
I
on
put-
catching up up to speed. What happened?
I
in the
actually
final
think I
game
put
of
the
day.
same.
Now the moment you have
No,
all been
I
waiting
didn't. I
for
put
is
APAC
going to be
last.
the final standings for the end of our
Oh.
day
Yeah, just
one
do the
challenge.
opposite of whatever I
Going
pick.
to start here with the last
The
cage.
highest win rate,
These are
Marcel.
going to be
Whoops.
the 8 players eliminated from the Tactician's crown for Lauren Legends.
And the big story here
Alright.
has to be Juan Mei, a
Bye-bye,
player who
Juan
was
Mei.
aiming for
Bye-bye,
that
Iron
golden road,
Bog.
not quite able
to make it out
two of the S tiers that we had in most of our rankings, Iron Bog as well as
Yeah, had Jazz Latte and
being able
Wanmei
to
also
make
in the
it.
final
Forte
8.
repeating a 35th performance.
And
I
they're
think
both
most likely
out.
a lot of
Yeah,
people
lost
have
4
high
people.
hopes for his advancement because he did have a sub 4 AVP set, not able to get out.
Oh,
Lil Bear stays in, so we'll see the monochrome chunk tomorrow.
At 20 points.
More
Off
chunk.
that win as well in game 4, so great result for Lil Bear. Still has a lot of work cut out for him tomorrow. All the players on this page, really, there will be a lot more cuts on day 2.
There's still a lot of players to root for, though. I feel like there's so many from every region now. Having 40 players. Like the fact that like from regionals having all 8 qualified and then 2 more not even in the finals. Like that's so many players.
You're feeling even better because
And then any favorites that players have from other regions too.
to make it into the grand finals
I
lobby.
think Bin popping off is pretty like he played really interesting defenders long shot board in I forget if it was game 1 or game 2. Doing pretty well. So I think he's somebody to watch out for. Ready popping off as people didn't expect anything out of him. Very good games.
The 2 goats of EMEA.
Yeah, I think I was
I
expecting.
think I brought it back to 5th place.
Yeah, yeah, he did.
Come out swinging so strong after
I think I was expecting Kaiwang to have kind of the performance that Reddy did
the first time that a Spanish player ever makes
today.
Same.
He's making it count.
And a fan favorite.
And Double lost his
Lucio
first
finally
place.
gets a chance to prove his genius.
Let's see what happened in game 6, going 7th, but starting out with a 1-1-1.
Hasn't really been present ever since Monster's attack. So
39 points is pretty crazy across 6 games.
Potentially going into the finals.
We saw Lisa as well, one of the players who maybe doesn't have the most fanfare.
Was that averaging a 2.5?
Very strong, top 3 for him.
Well, I'm very excited to get the chance to talk to one of our leading players on the day, and that is going to be Double, one of the competitors that is in the
for us
conversation
today.
to be one of the greatest
We'll hang
of all
out
time.
and watch
Double, how are you? How are you doing today?
this interview and the end.
Doing well. How have you found the competition so far?
Yeah,
You were off to a
we'll be here again
start.
tomorrow.
Or
if you want to, you're very welcome.
So how did it feel
But yeah, we're about wrapped for today.
Yeah, I will probably, we'll see. I'll probably be there at the start again tomorrow. If somebody else jumps in, I'll probably jump out a bit early and get a little bit of sleep. And then I'll probably be here all day for day 3 since it starts earlier. So we'll definitely be around. So TFT is kind of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's a little fun. It's a little worth waking up in the middle of the night or staying up all night for.
How have you found this patch?
Yeah, it's definitely way more laid back. Just getting to watch and comment, not doing full on casting or whatever. It's kind of nice too.
Yeah, and especially for on my side, not having to do the manual.
Yeah, you just pull up live stream and good to go.
Yep.
I like the fact that they reverted the Kaisa and Vayne up because this comp was really insane.
But I will duck out while this interview goes on and catch everyone tomorrow. So thanks everyone that's stopped by and hope to see everyone back again tomorrow.
Yep, thank you, Cora. Have a good one.
So yeah, I think
Sleep
it's
well.
pretty flexible.
Good morning, good night to anyone, whatever applies to you, and catch you all later.
Good morning, good night. Bye bye.
The first games that you had today, we got a chance to see what you were running. You had a game where you were playing around Aniflex. You had Rise as well, being able to show off the versatility that you have in your toolkit. And then you also ended up playing Noxus Reroll. Double, I want to get your take on where you kind of see the meta developing for the rest of the weekend. Do you think it really is going to still be the 3-cost rerolls that are going to be king? Do you expect there to be a lot more players going for the Fast 9 styles instead, like you did for the first 2 games?
Yeah, I think the meta is really oriented on the Fast 9 and the 3-cost. I think this is the main thing you want to play if you want to go first. So yeah, I mean, I think people know it. We've seen a lot of 3-cost and a lot of Fast 9. But when you don't have the spot, it's pretty hard to play both. So I just hope that tomorrow I can either Fast 9 or play a 3-cost roll, and I hope that I can continue to win.
Have there been any players that you have competed against today that have surprised you?
I will say Riven. Honestly, I didn't think that he would finish first, to be honest. But I'm happy for him. So yeah, I think I will say Riven.
I feel like for EMEA, this might be their chance to shine. A lot of people are looking at Revan's performance today, yours especially, and thinking this might be the set that EMEA can actually come back out on top. So my last question I want to ask you is, Double, what would it mean to you to get a Tactician's Crown win after the Galaxy's championship all the way back in set, the beginning of TFT?
I mean, it would be awesome. Like, I'm competing for this. My goal is to win the Tactician Crown again. And yeah, I mean, this is my goal. I'm competing for this, and any place that is not the first place would be disappointing for me, I think.
Ooh. Yeah, we're really rooting for you, and we're looking forward to seeing you take the stage again tomorrow. Double, before we let you go, is there any words that you want to say to your fans or people that are supporting you?
Yeah, I mean, thank you to everyone. I know that a lot of people watch through Kambi stream or even in my stream. The French community is always insane, and thank you to everyone. Thank you to the G2 fans. Thank you to everyone. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Double, for your time, and good luck tomorrow. Bonne chance.
Merci.
The first time the Double has the G2 buff as well on Attack Crown stage after a long time repping Carmen Core. So it's working out for him in this day one. As you mentioned, Necro, just a very dominant performance. I will say it has happened in the past TCs that we had a very strong day from EMEA in day one, and then things didn't quite work out in day two. So we'll see how the regions shake up and how things come back later on in day two.
I'm manifesting.
Yeah, just amazing from EMEA. And I did kind of say that I feel like a lot of the EMEA players that joined Cooking Brownies were going to do strong. Elia and Dasik definitely proving that point as well. I feel like being able to have your own study groups and linking up with the Americas was going to buff those players up so much. And now they have 3 members in the top 4, a dominant, well-deserved day one.
So it goes to show you that some good prep can really take you far when it comes to the Tactician's Crown competition. But this is just going to be the first day. It gets harder from here on out as we have now whittled our field of 40 players down to just 32. And tomorrow is just all bets are off. It's going to be a huge race to the finish line to see which of our 32 players can now make it into the grand finals on Sunday. You are not going to want to miss it. Thank you all so much for tuning in to our first day, and we cannot wait to see you tomorrow to continue our journey through the lore and legends Tactician's Crown and to also give you more sneak peeks on what's coming in Space Gods. We'll see you tomorrow.